America, success in both fame and fortune. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction, so don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 701, The Awakening of the Dog. TMZ headquarters. Jody, who had gone out for lunch, hurried back and practically ran into the office lobby. She shouted to her trusted editorial team, meeting in conference room 3, then, looking at her assistant who had rushed over, she said, "Go to the finance department and write another check for $10,000. Tell them it's to cover the informant's fee. If you have any questions, come to me." 5 people followed Jody into conference room 3. On the projection screen she had already turned on, they saw a series of shocking images. All of them featured a single person, Emma Watson. Their eyes were fixed on Watson's buttocks. Her off-white pants were stained brown, and a similar liquid dripped down the bottom of her pants. Even from the pictures, the 5 people's noses were struck by a horrible stench. 3 people who had just finished lunch covered their mouths and noses. One woman, unable to contain herself, opened her mouth and said, "Ugh." Fortunately, it was just dry heaves. The most adaptable person said, "Looks like Disney Studios." From the background, Jody replied, "Disney Studios. We got an exclusive on something that happened over half an hour ago." The person muttered, "Why Disney Studios again? I remember Amber Heard was at Disney Studios too." "This studio is toxic," someone nearby chimed in. "This time it's even more shocking. It's Emma Watson." The 5 of them were excited. This news would definitely cause a sensation. Jody clicked on the photo to play automatically and said, "You have half an hour. In half an hour, I want to see the relevant news on TMZ." After giving her instructions, Jody opened her laptop and got to work. Within half an hour, the relevant news was published. Jody dragged it to the front page and placed it at the top of the page. TMZ, having pioneered the scandals involving Brad Pitt, Ben Affleck, and Harvey Weinstein, has become North America's leading entertainment gossip outlet. Its editor-in-chief, Jody, has even won a Pulitzer Prize as an entertainment reporter. Every day, countless people around the world tune in to TMZ. In any country with a relatively stable social environment, entertainment gossip far outweighs current affairs. Unless the latter involves a shocking scandal, the Emma Watson news immediately went viral. In particular, several photos showed Watson touching something on her pants, sniffing it, and seemingly licking it. Within an hour of TMZ's release, the news easily garnered over 10,000 comments. "Oh my God, is this my Hermione? This is shocking. The image of Hermione Granger I had in mind has been completely shattered. Emma Watson's taste is too strong. What on earth happened? Why did Emma Watson become like this? I can't look at Emma Watson anymore. From now on, the first thing that comes to mind won't be Hermione Granger, but these special images. After seeing these pictures, I went to see an Emma Watson movie. Why do I feel like Emma in the movie is tainted with something?" In a Burbank hotel, Emma Watson had just emerged from the shower when her agent called. "Emma, where are you?" the agent said anxiously. "What happened?" Emma Watson, who hadn't seen the news yet, realized belatedly. "I just took a shower at the hotel." The agent asked, "What happened to you at Disney Studios?" Emma recalled her earlier events and recounted them briefly. "Chocolate sauce," the agent said. "I don't know who took the pictures and sold them to TMZ. Take a look. I'll be right over to you." Emma didn't even bother drying her hair. She called Alana over, turned on her computer, and logged on to TMZ. Right on the front page, a picture of her stood out. A large, brownish-yellow stain stained her off-white trousers. Emma's heart tightened. With trembling hands, she moved the mouse, clicking on the relevant news section. Photo after photo appeared. The news had no captions, just simple pictures. In all of them, she was the star, or rather, the brownish-yellow stain on her buttocks. Emma asked Alana, who was beside her, "What was your first reaction?" Alana couldn't finish the words. Emma was furious. "What bastard framed me?" A few minutes later, calls came in one after another, all asking about this matter. Emma Watson tried to defend herself, claiming it was a misunderstanding and that her pants were covered in chocolate sauce. The callers believed her, but from the tone of their words, It was clear they were interpreting the situation in a negative light. Her agent and public relations manager arrived and suggested contacting the media and holding a press conference. They also called the police. The crew and stars who came and went in the studio area were extremely concerned about their privacy. There was no surveillance, and the whereabouts of the exploded cushion were unknown. The studio, of course, denied responsibility, claiming complete ignorance and blaming Emma Watson for a self-defeating tactic. This incident attracted countless paparazzi, and the coverage only grew more intense. In tabloids like American Rumor, Emma Watson surpassed Amber Heard as the new Best Actress. That afternoon, news about Emma Watson topped Google's trending search list, dominating the headlines. On the rooftop of the studio where post-production on The Martian was taking place, near the main entrance to Disney Studios, Martin, Leonardo DiCaprio, and Nicholson moved 3 chairs upstairs, drinking beer, eating peanuts, and enjoying the bustle outside. Nicholson was constantly checking Twitter and YouTube, saying, other stars would fight tooth and nail to get this kind of popularity, but Emma Watson has it easily. Right now, her photos are top retweeted on Twitter, top played on YouTube, top trending on TMZ, and top trending on Google. What does this prove? Martin exclaimed. We're kind people who love to help, and we don't ask for anything in return. Leonardo gazed at the swarm of reporters at the door and said, after playing Hermione Granger, Emma Watson has been looking for a transformation, and we've helped her succeed. Bruce then emerged from downstairs, followed by Saoirse Ronan. Martin asked, is it done? Bruce replied, everything is cleaned up. Teacher, did I do okay? Saoirse leaned over, looking like she was about to give her a compliment. Martin still offered encouragement when it was due, saying, well done. Saoirse Ronan smiled brightly and waved her phone. I've taken a video. I can watch it secretly later when I'm free. It's amazing, Nicholson said. Let's go to Martin's house tonight to celebrate with fireworks. Martin pointed at his head. Did you forget? You took all my fireworks last time, Nicholson said firmly. Let's go to my place to celebrate. Leonardo said, let Lorraine treat us. She made tens of thousands of dollars today. Saoirse tentatively asked, teachers, can I go too? Sure, Nicholson replied. Saoirse looked at Martin, who nodded slightly. Leonardo saw a news report. Emma Watson is holding a press conference to clarify what happened today. Martin said, no use. It's hard to explain. As night fell, an emergency press conference was held at the Burbank Hotel. Emma Watson went over the procedures and the text with her agent and public relations manager. Before going on stage, Emma made a point of visiting the adjacent lounge. Daniel Radcliffe and Rupert Grint, 2 of her former fans, had been summoned by their agencies and were waiting there. Emma's face immediately filled with grievance, tears welling in her eyes as she walked over to them. Daniel, Rupert, before she could finish her words, tears began to flow. Rupert reached out to grab Emma's arm, but halfway through, he suddenly remembered a news photo he'd seen that afternoon, the hand Emma had brought to her nose after dyeing it all over. He quickly withdrew his hand, stammering, I will definitely help you. Daniel couldn't help his gaze, flicking between Emma's waist and legs. He said, we'll support you. Emma noticed the change in their demeanor, but now was not the time to say more. She wiped away her tears and said, thank you, you will always be my best friends and my greatest support. The press conference began. Although Emma Watson's PR manager showed her beige pants stained with chocolate sauce, the reporters present were completely skeptical and peppered her with pointed questions. The reason was simple. If the pants were just chocolate sauce, what would be the value of this sensational news? What could they gain from it? Therefore, it was definitely not chocolate sauce. This news would provide them with countless fodder for the next few days, continuing to attract the attention of the American public and even the world. The press conference lasted a bit too long, and Emma Watson was exhausted. But she couldn't just go back upstairs to rest. Because the 2 fish in the pond were about to jump out. Emma became famous at a young age and was adored by the entire crew and even the entire Warner Brothers. She was used to being surrounded by bootlickers. She found Daniel and Rupert in the lounge and said, I'm sorry to bother you today. The agency asked you to make this trip, and you stayed so late. How about I treat you to a midnight snack? Daniel had seen the photos from the afternoon, and after looking at the press conference, he didn't believe that there was chocolate sauce on his pants. He had already made an excuse. I have an audition tomorrow morning and need to go back and rest early. Emma's face showed uncontrollable disappointment, and she stretched out a hand to Rupert, as if to grasp her only hope. Rupert wanted to agree, but when he saw Emma's hand and thought about what it had touched today, he immediately lost interest. Mom told me to go back before 9 o'clock. Chapter 702 Martin's Pity Plan. Do you think there's a curse on Disney Studios? The gossip surrounding Emma Watson was so influential that the cast and crew of Argo were all talking about it during their free time. Amber Heard a few months ago, and now Emma Watson. Another person whispered, it's not necessarily a curse, it could be their special hobby. These slutty women in Hollywood are all abnormal. Amber Heard set the example, and Emma Watson followed suit, even surpassing her. Someone nearby said, will there be another one? Disney Studios has them hooked. A woman pulled perfume from her pocket, sprayed a little on her finger, and rubbed it under her nose. I always put on perfume before I even leave the studio through the main entrance. Another woman lowered her voice even more. Do you remember? Emma Watson was pursuing Martin a few days ago. Do you think Martin would give her another chance? If it were you, would you? If something this horrible happened, even if she was Hermione Granger, I would stay away from her. Inside the studio, an assistant director called out, attention all departments, shooting begins in 5 minutes. The chatter died down. Director David Fincher wasn't known for his quick temper, but no one wanted to challenge the authority of a major filmmaker. Lead actor Martin appeared on set. While many kept silent, they were deeply curious. How would he handle Emma Watson if she approached him again? Martin's performance was excellent today, with many scenes shot in one take. The repeated takes were David Fincher's way of getting different angles to see how they would perform. After a morning of filming, the crew headed for lunch. Martin and Bruce entered the restaurant, grabbed their food, and sat down when they noticed a crowd of people looking their way. Looking up, they realized the reason. Emma Watson was approaching, carrying a tray of food. Saoirse Ronan had already arrived, waiting for Emma Watson to appear. How could she possibly let her mortal enemy go? She hurried over to Martin's side. Seeing Emma Watson approach, she quickly blocked her nose and fanned it with her palm, as if she smelled something strange. Emma Watson paused. Even with her fortitude, she didn't want to face the taunts of her sworn enemy. She and her team frantically defended the situation, even spreading rumors that they were filming, but no one listened. The media and the public were completely blind. Don't come over here. Saoirse, possessed by her acting chops, pointed at Emma Watson with one hand and pulled a small bottle of perfume from her pocket with the other. Don't starve us. Emma Watson turned and walked away, finding an empty table. The few people who had been thinking of joining her turned away when they saw her approaching. Emma Watson had been in the entertainment industry for so long that she could tell at a glance that she was a jerk who only cared about the powerful and bullied the weak. She lowered her head and ate faster, suddenly thinking of Daniel Radcliffe and Rupert Clint. Those two bastards were still in touch, but their attitude had clearly changed. They used to be sycophants, but since that day, they've become just ordinary friends. Also, her agent had been negotiating a project, Sofia Coppola's The Bling Ring, but the production team had called off negotiations. After a quick meal, Emma Watson headed straight back to the Noah Cruise Lounge. Feeling irritable and depressed, she fell down. When Alana came in, Emma Watson said, do you have anything with you? I need some more. Alana opened her bag, pulled out a small plastic bag from the inner compartment, and handed it to her. The moment Emma Watson took it, she felt a change of heart. Her spirits lifted, and her hands trembled. Martin emerged from the restaurant, followed by Saoirse Ronan. The two chatted as they walked. Saoirse said, teacher, do you have time lately? My mother wants to invite you to our house. Martin thought about his schedule and said, I don't have time recently. Filming for Argo has finished, and I have to participate in several media events for The Martian. I promised Elizabeth that I would be home on time every night. Elizabeth was quite tolerant of him. Whenever she was in Los Angeles, Martin would come home peacefully at night. Saoirse said, okay, then, after you're done with this. Martin glanced at Saoirse and said, you've settled down in Los Angeles. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Saoirse nodded and said, I learned a new song. Can I sing it for you? Martin said, go ahead. Saoirse hummed softly, all the sorrows, all the grievances, all the laughter, all the successes, are all in your tolerance for me. You are my eternal support, you are my eternal support. Her eyes, as clear as lake water, kept gazing at Martin. It's a beautiful song, Martin asked. Who sang it originally? Saoirse smiled and said, I borrowed the melody, but I wrote the lyrics myself. Martin casually said, it's quite good. Saoirse followed up, I wrote it just for you. Martin suddenly thought of Taylor Swift. He seemed to have talked to Saoirse about her before, and he said, you're a student who loves to learn. Saoirse had been puzzled for a long time, but now she couldn't help but ask, teacher, you want me to learn singing and dancing? What kind of application are you going to use it in? Martin thought for a moment and said, a purely commercial musical or an art musical? Which would you choose? A purely commercial musical or an art musical? Saoirse didn't even think about it. She said, which one you ask me to choose? For an actress like her who started out as a child star and was facing a transition, there wasn't much room for choice. How many child stars in the past had fallen on hard times? Martin said, just keep practicing. In the following days, filming of Argo continued, but Emma Watson never came to the studio door again. Martin had heard from various crew members that whenever Emma Watson encountered Saoirse Ronan, she would immediately back down. In this rivalry between these two sworn enemies, Saoirse Ronan had temporarily gained the upper hand. Filming for Argo was nearing its final stages, and Nicholson, Leonardo DiCaprio, and Lorraine had come to visit the set. After filming a segment, Martin led them into the break room. Lorraine pulled out a box and handed it to Martin. This is for you. Martin noticed the ribbon tied around the box and asked, why are you giving me a gift? Having already flirted with Emma Watson and feeling bored, Leonardo decided to tease Martin. He said, after failing to seize my fortune, Jack and Lorraine have decided to pursue you. This is Lorraine's proposal gift. Martin's outstretched hand quickly retracted, and he looked at Nicholson. What kind of person was this old bastard? Not only did he not deny it, he continued Leonardo's words, saying, if you want to marry Lorraine, I have no objection. You can register today, and I'll prepare the wedding for you tomorrow. Lorraine, used to playing along with the three of them, said, no problem, I disagree. Martin took the gift box and opened it, revealing an exquisite commemorative medal. Lorraine said, I've earned a lot of pocket money following you guys, and this is a gift I made specially for you. Martin put it away and said, thank you. Lorraine was not polite at all. Next time you cause trouble, remember to ask me to take photos and videos. Leonardo agreed immediately. No problem, Lorraine said. When can I win the Pulitzer Prize? Martin continued, if you expose all the scandals about Jack, you can get the money and the prize at the same time, killing two birds with one stone. Lorraine followed suit and said, that's a good idea. I know a lot of secrets about Jack. Do you believe I can close your trust fund at any time? Nicholson said, asserting his paternal authority. Lorraine quickly shut up. Nicholson looked at Martin. There is nothing else to do during this period. Leo and I have discussed it and decided to do something difficult. Leonardo replied, that's right, we won't do anything that is not difficult. Don't go overboard. Martin knew as soon as he heard it that what they were doing was directly related to himself, and used his own experience as a warning. If you mess with people too much, it is easy to leave psychological trauma and suffer from paranoia. Nicholson said, we plan to be good people and do good things, not like you who do bad things. Martin took out a few bottles of mineral water from the refrigerator, gave one to each person, and waited for them to continue. Leonardo brought up an old topic. I often hear people talking about the three of us outside. They always like to ask, you three have won 3 Best Actor Oscars? How evenly matched? He shook his head and sighed. Every time this happens, I don't know how to respond. Martin gave him a middle finger. That's enough, Nicholson said. Now among the three of us, you are the only one without an Oscar for Best Actor. Leo and I are going to work on it in the next few months to see if we can get you an Oscar. Martin said, I only have 2 movies coming out this year. One is John Wick 2, and a role like Jonathan can't win an award. In the other one, The Martian, which is about to be released. Although I have a heavy role, it is a science fiction film with inherent flaws. Nicholson pushed up his glasses. If it's not difficult, what's the point of Leo and I working on it? That's right, we are going to do the difficult things. Leonardo was full of energy. Think about last year, you made me look bad and sold me an Oscar for Best Actor. This year I plan to let you do it. Martin asked curiously, how are you going to do it? Leonardo thought about it over and over again. The plan I made is called the Martin's Misery Plan. Martin thought it was unreliable as soon as he heard it. Playing misery. Leonardo nodded. You came from a poor background and climbed up from the bottom. You are the most representative figure of the American dream in Hollywood, Nicholson said again. Give it a try. There is always a first time for everything. Martin couldn't bear to refuse the kindness of his two buddies, even though he knew that they were unreliable in this regard. Chapter 703, Like Tempered Steel. Oscar-winning roles in acting often don't necessarily require top-tier performances. Numerous factors influence the outcome. Martin lacked confidence in this so-called misery plan. According to Nicholson, the plan was primarily initiated and developed by Leo. Martin's previous life's Leonardo was a professional runner-up for 20 years before finally winning Best Actor in a weak film year. Leo's current Oscar win is largely due to Martin. On the one hand, he broke with his stereotype and played a foolish role in his quest for an award. On the other hand, Harvey Weinstein's premature demise created a power vacuum during Oscar season. The latter factor was even more crucial. Could Leo's plan win an Oscar? However, Martin didn't refuse Leo and Nicholson's offer. He had no shortage of money or fame, so he just treated it as a fun game. As long as it was fun, that was all. And the money for the award was covered by sponsors, so he didn't have to pay out of pocket. 2 days later, all scenes for Argo were filmed, and David Fincher announced the crew had officially wrapped filming. Martin brought Leonardo and Nicholson to the WMAs, where they met with Thomas and Ari Emanuel. With the addition of Jessica and Emily, who had arrived from Davis Studio, the awards season Oscar campaign team was complete. After a discussion, the division of labor was clarified. Thomas was responsible for contacting sponsors. Leonardo and Nicholson were to develop their so-called misery campaign. Jessica and Emily would liaise with Rita's PR team, which annually campaigned for Martin's Oscar nominations, to assist them in their systematic publicity and PR efforts. Ari was responsible for mobilizing WMA's connections and resources, while Martin primarily provided support. This year's WMAs had originally focused on Natalie Portman, hoping to establish her as a highly competitive Hollywood star through her Oscar wins and commercial success. However, the disastrous failure of Dark Places was so severe that the producers and distributors were unwilling to invest a penny in the project. Natalie Portman's only hope for an award was a Razzie. Ari approached Martin for a private chat. "I didn't expect Nat in Dark Places to fail so completely," he sighed and said, "You're the company's best hope for acting this awards season. Aim for an Oscar and a Golden Globe for Best Actor." He hadn't seen the finished film yet, but he was confident in Martin. His only doubt was the genre. "As in previous years, the company will fully support your awards campaign," Martin said politely. "Thank you for your support." Ollie thought of his top female client, Natalie, and asked, "Are there any suitable projects or roles for Nat?" The failure of Dark Places clearly showed that Natalie lacked sufficient support among the broadest and most general audience of moviegoers. Martin couldn't risk tens of millions of dollars, so he said, "I don't have any at the moment." Ollie couldn't force Martin to say anything more. Martin returned to the conference room. Leonardo DiCaprio and Nicholson greeted him and left WMA first. Thomas and Martin went to his office together. "How much is Dark Place doing at the box office now?" Martin had been busy filming and other things lately and hadn't paid much attention to the film. Thomas opened the office door, waited for Martin to enter, and said, "It only took in a little over $2 million last weekend. And has just passed $10 million in North America so far." He thought for a moment, then added, "This film has probably hit the lower limit of its distribution contract, and theaters will probably force it out soon. With such poor box office, overseas distribution, North American DVD, and television rights are all going to be unsaleable." Martin said, "This film's primary audience is still North America, and a film that fails in North America is bound to fail." Thomas said, "It's a good thing you're not working with Gillian Flynn again." Martin pulled out a chair and sat down. Gillian was devastated. "She came to me a few days ago to prepare for a trip and gather material for a new project. Please keep an eye on her." Gillian was also a WMA client. Thomas said, "I'll be in regular contact with her agent to get updates on her." Martin asked, "Anything going on at Warner Brothers?" Thomas had specifically learned Gillian Flynn and Natalie Portman were both blacklisted by John Berg at Warner Brothers. Furthermore, it said that John Berg, drawing on the failures of Pharaohs and Gods, Green Lantern, and Dark Place, organized a team of experts to review several edits of Jack the Giant Slayer and identify the best. Martin immediately understood what was going on, and then used those highlights to edit a final film. Thomas nodded. "Yes, according to what I've heard, John Berg has described it to those around him as an epic revolution in Hollywood filmmaking." Martin could only marvel. As expected of Warner Brothers, their filmmaking was never more impressive than it was before. John Berg was an absolute genius. After chatting with Thomas for a while, Martin was about to go home. He reached the first floor lobby just as Natalie Portman entered. The Jewish actress had a gloomy expression, clearly under immense pressure. Seeing Martin, she immediately approached and said, "Let's chat for a minute, if nothing urgent." Martin nodded slightly and went to the lounge on the side of the hall. Since there was no one else there for the time being, Natalie Portman sat down and took out her cigarette case. "Do you mind?" Martin said. "Whatever." Natalie lit her cigarette and said, "I've been under a lot of pressure lately. I've been anxious and having trouble sleeping. I never thought I'd put so much effort into it and get so little in return." Martin consoled her. "I'll just pick it up for the next one." Natalie turned around, spitting her cigarette aside, and said, "I'm at a loss as to what to choose next." Martin stopped speaking casually about other people's careers, mainly because he couldn't possibly cast Natalie as the lead actress in any of the projects he had. Natalie thought of Charlize Theron and felt the urge to ask Martin for help. After all, Martin had helped Theron break the Oscar curse. If possible, she could go with Martin right now and let him do whatever he wanted. If Martin liked, she could call Benjamin Millepied over. A perfect song, a perfect post, a perfect content, a perfect book, a perfect forum. But thinking about it, Natalie Portman ultimately didn't speak, because she had already realized she wasn't Martin's type. Natalie put out her cigarette, threw it into the nearby trash can, and said, "If there's a chance in the future, I'd love to work with you." Martin nodded. "I hope so." Natalie smiled and said, "I'm going upstairs." Martin said, "Goodbye, Nat." This Jewish actress, lacking audience appeal in the first-tier film market, found it difficult to pursue a career in commercial films. Independent art house films might be a better fit for her. Martin's phone rang. It was Blake Lively. He answered and heard Blake's voice. "I just saw you upstairs heading to the elevator. Haven't you left yet?" Martin said, "No, I'm in the lounge on the first floor." The clatter of Blake's high heels could be heard from her. "Wait a minute, I'll be right down." Martin hadn't been waiting for 3 minutes when Blake Lively hurried over. She wore skinny jeans, a crop top, and a fitted white sweater underneath. Her long blonde hair draped over her shoulders accentuated her figure. Even after Martin had measured her from head to toe, inside and out, he still took a few more glances. Blake pulled a chair over and sat across from Martin. She could smell a faint fragrance and the distinct scent of cigarettes. She knew Martin didn't smoke, but the scent was clearly from the woman who smoked. Martin asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Blake smiled brightly. "I met Taylor Swift a while ago. I didn't expect we had so much in common that we ended up chatting about you." Martin shrugged and didn't respond. Blake moved closer and deliberately asked, "Do you know what we talk about the most?" She didn't need Martin to answer. Her eyes automatically moved down. Length, width, hardness, heat, just like freshly quenched steel. So easy to use. Martin asked, "Girls are so open about topics. Of course, girls should help girls." Blake continued, "I also discussed with Taylor which angle and direction is more useful when I am with you." She couldn't stop laughing. "Taylor invited me to join her girlfriend's group, and I agreed, but Taylor had a test I must pass. The only test is you, but I have experienced your test many times," but she doesn't admit it. She said that the test must be conducted in person. Martin suddenly ignored these trivial matters and asked directly, "How did you get along with her?" Blake said, "Taylor is famous, and I am famous too. When we go together, it will attract special media attention, and we can achieve the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Martin was not surprised. He was the first one to tell Taylor Swift this idea. "This tempered steel that once belonged to me alone, now I have to share it with someone else." Ugh, Blake felt like she had a brain problem. She thought she'd said goodbye to her idol after sleeping with him, but he'd done better, making her admire him even more. She could have slept all the time, but now she had to depend on others. Blake continued, "When do you have time?" "Pass the test with Taylor's group of friends. They're all waiting for me to contact you, their ex." Martin said, "I'll call you when I have time." "Okay." Blake wanted to say more, but decided to wait until after the test. Martin's chances of agreeing were much higher than now. Blake gestured with her phone and went back upstairs. She needed to discuss a new role with her agent. Martin left the WMA gate alone and waited for Bruce to arrive. In the curbside parking lot ahead, 3 people in a Chevrolet SUV had been staring at the WMA gate. After a long wait, they finally saw him. Chapter 704 Take the Money and Run. Since returning to Los Angeles, Malena Morgan, Maya Malkova, and Nikia have been waiting for Martin to contact them. To match Martin's interests and aesthetics, they even pay their own way to learn Texas Hold'em. Michelle, impressed by them, not only paid the balance but also a deposit, asking them to invite Martin to their temporary home. However, Martin's call never came. The three took Michelle's money and naturally spent it. Taking the money and not delivering the goods would be very troublesome. They had no choice but to take the initiative. Martin's home was on the north side of Sunset Boulevard, so they could only wait at Davis Studios, WMA, and Disney Studios. Their luck wasn't great, they hadn't seen him until today. Malena quickly got out of the car and hurried to the WMA entrance, waving. Martin, Maya and Nikia quickly followed. The former paused for a moment, then slowed down slightly. As Malena approached, she snapped a photo of her and Martin together in the background. Martin had been busy lately and had forgotten about the three. He'd originally assumed it was just some event at Morgan Freeman's party. But these three had come knocking on his door. Martin didn't rush to get in the car. He waited until they arrived, then said, "Long time no see." Malena smiled and said, "We've been missing you." Martin asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Malena paused. Nikia quickly chimed in, "We lost almost every time we played Texas Hold'em the other day. After we got back, we found someone to teach us how to play Texas Hold'em, hoping to challenge you again." Maya also said, "Martin, can we find a place to practice poker today?" Martin didn't have time to play cards with him. He gestured to the car and politely declined. "I'm leaving." Nikia, a little anxious, finally waited for them to join her. "After we play cards, we can play other games." Malena remembered Martin's discussion of pole dancing last time. "We found a room with a pole." The three's proactive approach made Martin wary. He'd been framed by women more than once. A car horn honked nearby, startling Maya. Something in her hand clattered to the ground. Facing Martin, she leaned over to pick it up, her local dress drooping to the floor. Martin ignored him, his hands clasped behind his back as he waved to the security guards at the WMA entrance. Two security guards immediately approached. Martin opened the door and got in. The three men tried to argue, but were stopped by the security guards. Bruce stepped on the accelerator, and the Escalade sped out of the WMA entrance, quickly leaving Century City. Bruce said, "I feel like they're being too proactive." Martin, with some familiarity with the industry, said, "It seems like everyone in this industry contacts clients through agents or agencies. Very few people actually approach clients directly. Let me make a call." Bruce pulled over to the curb and called the bodyguards following behind. He had noticed the Chevrolet three women had gotten out of earlier. He gave the license plate number and quickly received a correct response. The Chevrolet had been parked at the WMA curb for a long time. Martin said, "Obviously, they're waiting for me." A thought struck him. There's surveillance at the gates of Disney Studios and the studios. Have someone check them. Bruce made two more calls. When the Escalade returned to Davis Manor, he received a definitive response. He said to Martin, "That Chevrolet has been parked outside Disney Studios and the studios for a long time. It should be following your instructions. Wait for me." Just to save money, Martin sensed something was wrong and said, "Have Ivan investigate these three people." Bruce went to get photos of the three people. He remembered their names, and then contacted Ivan to meet them tonight. At the WMA entrance, Maya, Malena, and Nikia were at a loss as to what to do, watching the Escalade disappear into the distance. They weren't particularly bright, their best skill lay in the tango of men and women. Seeing they didn't make any further moves, the WMA security ignored them. Nikia asked, "What should we do next?" "Let's not waste time here." Malena walked towards the Chevrolet parked on the side of the road. "Let's get in the car and talk." Maya and Nikia followed her in. Malena sat in the driver's seat and said, "Martin doesn't seem very interested in us." Nikia was worried. "We've already taken Michelle's final payment and a second deposit from her. If she finds out now, it'll be very troublesome." Maya opened her phone and said, "I took a picture of Malena approaching Martin. We can send it to Michelle and tell her we've connected with Martin." Malena thought for a moment and said, "It's the only way." She said, "Maya, send Michelle an email." Maya immediately opened her email and sent the photo she had just taken to Michelle. Michelle replied quickly, "Great job. Can you bring him back to your place tonight?" All three of them checked the email. Maya briefly discussed with her two companions and replied, "Martin's busy and a little worried. Luckily, we've met him before. and he trusts us to some extent. We'll try to take him back. It's best not to send anyone else to disturb him, the other party quickly replied. This step is complete. We've further earned his trust. Next time, we'll take him to a place I've prepared, Maya replied. Understood, Nikia curiously asked, going to a place Michelle has prepared? What's the difference? Malena, the oldest and most experienced, said. Michelle attracts big clients by taking a step-by-step approach. She gradually dispels their vigilance, then leads them to a designated location and films them. Maya also knew this. Malena added, for big clients like Johnny Depp, Michelle even prepares special spiritual food for them. Nikia, participating in this for the first time, said, will this be a problem? Martin Davis is a big shot, Maya said. Michelle has the support of a very big shot. Nikia suddenly thought of her homeland, Ukraine, and the stories the elders there had told her about the situation. She said, caught between two giants, the little guys always get the short end of the stick. Malena and Maya hadn't considered this before, but now it seemed to be the case. The big clients were being tricked, Michelle was making a killing, and they might just be being used as scapegoats. Malena said, someone who joined the company at the same time as me hooked a wealthy stockbroker. He enjoyed being a big client, but he was very upset with the guy who had brought him in. He asked Michelle for her and started to use her like crazy. It was a very real problem. As long as the client offered an attractive price, Michelle wouldn't treat them as human beings. Nikia thought of the rumors circulating among her fellow sisters. I don't want to become a miserable slave, Malena worried. Going on like this isn't a solution. Maya pondered what to do. After a long moment, she said, because of our excellent performance at Morgan Freeman's last time, Michelle now trusts us. If we tell her we've taken Martin a second time, she probably won't be too suspicious and might even give us the balance. Malena's eyes were full of dollars. Getting that money would be great, Maya added. Then there's the third step. We'll take Martin to the place she's set up. Given her style, she'll give us another advance payment. That's bound to be more than the first two times, Malena confirmed. Yes, the third time will be the most. Nikia asked, what do you want to do? Maya said, we take the money and leave Los Angeles. Michelle's influence is limited to California. She's just a pimp. America is so big, I don't believe she can find us. Malena thought for a moment and said, I'll do it. Nikia said, I agree. I don't want to be a Ukrainian who goes to his death. After a brief discussion, the three men made a decision, and the Chevrolet quickly departed Century City. For the weekend, Martin rented a luxury yacht and took Elizabeth Olsen out for a cruise. He also invited several friends. Min brought Celine Dion aboard. Bruce brought Jody. Chen Hu, Chad, Marcus, and Brett also brought their female companions. Upon boarding, Jody was stunned to see Celine Dion arm in arm with Min. TMZ was completely unaware of such shocking gossip. Bruce warned her, you're just Jody, my companion now, not the editor-in-chief of TMZ. Just ignore whatever you see. Jody, now deputy editor-in-chief of the world's largest gossip website and a Pulitzer Prize winner, had long since moved on from the frantic search for news to climb the corporate ladder. I'm your girlfriend now, she said, and I have nothing to do with TMZ. After the yacht left the harbor, everyone gathered in the upper deck banquet hall. Jody also got to know the people in Bruce's circle. She knew that if she wanted to move up in her career and social ladder, she had to shed her paparazzi mentality. Martin raised his glass and said, everyone, welcome to my weekend fishing party. Everyone toasted and drank. Then, Min said, this time I'm going to catch a great white shark. Chad opened his mouth wide and shouted, it'll eat you. Min said, no one in this world can swallow Master Min. Celine Dion, standing next to him, said, really? I can't swallow you either. No, you're not. Min chuckled. Celine, you can eat me alive. Celine Dion fully joined Min's social circle, feeling particularly elated, and offered her a passionate kiss. The others had attended Min and Celine Dion's parties in Los Angeles and were used to it. Jody, however, was quite surprised. She felt that Min was a very special person among Martin's friends. When the cruise ship reached the open sea, Martin took out his fishing rods, which were still a bit cool, so they could fish first and then go for a swim in the afternoon. In the distance, a smaller cruise ship was gradually approaching here. Chapter 705 Take Him Home. A peculiarly shaped white yacht gradually approached and blew its whistle, causing Martin to put away his fishing rod and look over there. Min asked, has the ship carrying the beauties arrived? Martin patted him on the shoulder and asked, "Did you call it?" Me noticed Celine Dion's eyes scanning over and quickly said, "How is that possible?" Bruce hurried over with the radio, pointed to the white yacht, and said to Martin, "The people on that ship want to talk to you." Martin took the radio, left the crowd, and said, "Hello, aren't you Leonardo?" The person on the other end asked, "Isn't this Leonardo's boat?" Martin said directly, "I'm Martin Davis, who are you?" The person on the other end laughed, "Hey, old man, you can't even recognize my voice?" "Yes, this damn radio, the sound will be distorted," he shouted. "I'm Elon Musk." This man paid nearly $10 million to sponsor The Martian, and the two sides had a lot of dealings during the negotiations. Martin simply made an invitation. "I borrowed Leonardo's yacht for a party. Are you interested in coming? Wait for me." The other side hung up the radio. Soon, a speedboat carrying two people arrived at Martin's location. They boarded from the stern platform. Musk and Tallulah Riley waved to Martin. Martin, accompanied by Elizabeth, greeted them and led them to the gathering area, introducing them to the group. Elizabeth was in charge of entertaining Tallulah Riley. Musk said he had something to discuss. Martin grabbed two fishing rods and went with him to the other side to fish. Musk expertly tied the hook, put on the bait, and cast his line. "Don't forget to invite me to the premiere of The Martian." Martin secured the rod to a socket on the guardrail and said, "You're a big sponsor, and the invitations are already ready." Musk said, "Invite more beautiful women to the premiere." Martin pointed behind him and said, "You have a wife, you have a girlfriend too. Don't you still throw parties and look for beautiful women?" Musk had read a lot of gossip about Martin. "I've heard a rumor in the modeling world that if you haven't passed your test, you're not considered a supermodel. Is this true?" Martin casually said, "Alexandra Ambrosio, Carolina Kurkova, Angela Lindwall, and others have formed a fashion supermodel group and are using me as a test for new members." Musk, who also liked to have fun, said, "I want to join too, to test the new models." Martin had become familiar with him during the sponsorship negotiations and said bluntly, "You're not convincing with all your fat." Musk looked down and said, "What you are doing is too troublesome. I'd rather use a simple and convenient method. Money is indeed useful." Martin understood what he meant, but it will be less fun. Max became serious again. "I can't waste too much energy on women. I have to put my limited time into promoting scientific and technological progress and landing on Mars as soon as possible." He repeated the old words, "You have made at least hundreds of millions in movies in the past few years. Invest in space with me and work hard for mankind to move towards the universe." How could Martin listen to such misleading words? He said, "I have no problem investing with you, but I choose Tesla." Musk said, "Didn't you buy a lot of stocks from the secondary market?" Martin said half seriously, "It will be the end of the year soon, and the profit settlement of many of my aspects will be received soon. If I keep the money, it will only depreciate and benefit the tax bureau. It is better to invest it." Musk understood. "You want to participate in Tesla's financing and share expansion. Today's Tesla electric car has just started, and it is not in the future yet." Martin smiled without saying a word, pressed the electric reel on the fishing rod, and a deep-sea fish that had taken the bait was pulled up. Musk sought out strong investors for financing and share expansion, but he felt Martin was far from adequate. But seeing the fish he had reeled in, he suddenly thought about promoting electric vehicles. Fuel-powered vehicles were the undisputed market leader, and promoting electric vehicles was difficult. Musk again suggested, "How about being Tesla's global spokesperson? If you agree, I'll have a compelling case for the board of directors for the next financing and share expansion." Martin replied, "Aren't you talking to my agent?" Tesla's negotiations with Thomas were making little progress, primarily because the Cadillac contract hadn't yet expired. The electric reel on Musk's fishing rod hummed, and a fish was quickly reeled in. He added, "You have dealt with Johnny Depp so many times, are you familiar with Amber Heard?" Martin turned to look at him and asked, "Are you interested in her?" "Both of them are old perverts and there is no need to hide it." Musk said directly, "No matter the appearance or figure, Amber is my favorite type." Martin gave him a thumbs up. "You have such a strong taste. Aren't you afraid that she will do that in your bed, or do you just like the smell?" Musk didn't care. "What are you afraid of? Let her clean herself up beforehand." Martin said, "You are still good at playing. How about, do me a favor?" Musk was like a super pimp. "You help me with Hollywood matters, and I will help you with Silicon Valley and the technology circle." Martin asked curiously, "I haven't heard of any famous beauties in the technology circle." Musk waved his hand and said proudly, I will introduce you to a group of them another day, not one, but a group. Martin thought for a moment and said, "You know the Lone Ranger, right?" Musk nodded. "It's a movie starring Johnny Depp. I've read the entertainment news. It was during the filming of that movie that Depp urinated on you and your crew." An idea struck him, and he said, "Martin, I'm helping you. Think about it, I fucked Depp's wife to avenge you." Martin said, "The Lone Ranger project was snatched away from me by Larry Ellison's daughter, Megan Ellison. From what I know about her, this confident woman will definitely give me an invitation to the premiere. You can go with me then." Musk laughed out loud. "Great idea. If Martin is a jerk in the entertainment industry, he's a jerk in the tech industry. I'll bring a few tech beauties with me. You give me Amber, and I'll give you the girls." That's the exciting thing to play. Martin didn't care about anything else, but he wouldn't miss out on anything that could get him Depp. The two fished for a while longer. The Musks had lunch on the yacht and then returned to his place. Before dark, the yacht returned to the dock. Everyone left one after another. Martin carried the fish box and put it in the trunk of the Escalade. Elizabeth helped put the other items away, then glanced back at the yacht and said, "Is this Leo's boat?" Martin replied simply, "He bought it from a wealthy Silicon Valley tycoon." He could vaguely see what she meant. "I remember there are a lot of yacht companies in Los Angeles. If you have time, you can ask Lily to take you around and we'll order one. We'll call it the Elizabeth." Elizabeth smiled and said, "Okay." The two got on the car, and Martin drove back to Beverly Hills. Bruce didn't return, but went straight to Jody's. Perhaps inspired by the yacht and the Elizabeth, Elizabeth worked extra hard that night and couldn't even eat breakfast the next morning. After his short break, Martin devoted all his energy to promoting and marketing The Martian, appearing frequently at various media events along with the main cast, including Ridley Scott and Jessica Chastain. Promotion for The Martian has already been in full swing. In September, Disney Studios partnered with NASA and SpaceX to endorse the film's story and technology. NASA and SpaceX publicly stated that the film is a promotional video for the human settlement on Mars. Jim Green, astronaut and director of planetary science at NASA, has appeared in numerous interviews for The Martian. "NASA now requires everyone to read the novel The Martian," he said, appearing in news reports and online videos. "It gives us an opportunity to talk about Mars and how we can send humans there." In October, the completed film The Martian arrived at the International Space Station, where several astronauts filmed the film together from Earth, marking the first time a film's marketing efforts have been conducted in space. Additionally, a series of posters printed on special paper that had been sent to space and returned to Earth were released as prizes for pre-sale tickets. The production and Disney Studios released the main poster for the film, featuring a close-up of Martin in his spacesuit and a new promotional caption, "Bring him home." The film's first two previews were extremely well received by women. It's important to note that for a sci-fi film like this, men are the primary audience. Building on the strong reception from male audiences, the recognition of female audiences suggests that The Martian may have even greater market potential. However, this presents risks, as female audiences aren't the primary audience for sci-fi films, and generally, it's difficult to generate widespread interest in this genre. After a series of marketing strategy research and analysis, Disney Studios finalized its global marketing strategy for The Martian as Bring Him Home. Promotional materials will prioritize the film's emotional elements, with space and sci-fi elements serving as a secondary focus, aiming to attract female audiences and generate positive buzz. Pre-sale sales, while notably among male audiences, showed a significantly higher ticket purchase rate among female audiences than for typical sci-fi films. Disney Studios' marketing strategy has proven effective. The next decade in Hollywood will also be Disney's. By mid-November, buzz about The Martian was surging. New billboards appeared on radio, television, websites, videos, and social media. This is a film that made NASA list the original novel as a required reading for its employees. This is a film that made movie fans list it as a must-see movie of the year just because of Ridley Scott's name. This is the film that Hollywood spent the most manpower and resources on to rescue Martin Davis on Mars. Chapter 706 The Plan Is Too Bad. A week before Thanksgiving, Disney Studios held a grand premiere for The Martian at the Hollywood and Highland Center. Models of Mars rovers, spacecraft, and launch vehicles created a space show atmosphere. SpaceX, the film's sponsor, even set up a special area with its own rocket models and other equipment. Elon Musk personally promoted the space business, attracting countless media attention. As Martin, dressed in a black suit, walked onto the red carpet, Musk suddenly shouted, "Beautiful ladies, take him home. Take Martin Davis home." The red carpet erupted with excitement, and female fans on both sides of the red carpet shouted like crazy, "Martin, come home with me, come home with me, go home, you can have fun back home." Security rushed over to warn him, and Martin sped across the red carpet, even the usual cola cult rituals becoming a mere formality. The female fans were simply too eager to take Martin home. Later, Ridley Scott, Jessica Chastain, and others followed suit. Martin entered the media area, where Leonardo DiCaprio and Thomas were waiting. The former came over and asked, "Have you memorized everything?" Martin said softly, "I've memorized the entire script based on your ideas. I just reviewed it in the car." Leonardo, the self-appointed commander of the Martin Davis sympathy scheme, encouraged Martin, "Follow my plan, there won't be any problems." Thomas has already communicated with a host. "No problem," Martin said, stepping into the camera. The host was very cooperative, chatting with him for a few routine moments before turning to ask, "Martin, I heard you took on this film and this role because of a dream." "Well, I had a dream when I was a kid. I watched TV and dreamed of going to space, landing on the space station, and even the moon." Every actor constantly adjusts their dreams to the demands of the role, and Martin was no exception. "I wanted to buy a space shuttle model, but I didn't have the money, so I built one myself. Then something happened at home, and I lost the model. I was heartbroken for a while." The host then asked Martin about the family tragedy. Martin didn't need to make up stories, he simply told the truth. The sympathy ended, and Martin left the media area. Leonardo praised, "Well done. If you could shed a few tears, it would be even more perfect." Martin wanted to give him the middle finger, but held back in public, reminding him, "I'm not a woman." Leonardo nodded, and entered the theater to join Nicholson and go to the VIP room. Martin went to the sponsor's backdrop and took a photo with the crew members who were arriving one after another. Atlanta, the nominal headquarters of the Coca-Cola cult. High Priest Robert, his hair neatly combed back, revealing a shiny forehead, placed a 2003 Coca-Cola on an old wooden table, muttering something to himself. After completing the procedure, Robert heard a knock on the door. He went to open the altar door and asked, "What's going on?" An assistant in red handed him a large envelope. "Ms. Kelly Gray sent it." Robert opened it, revealing a stack of movie tickets. He handed it back to the assistant, saying, "Distribute it. 2 tickets per person at headquarters." The assistant glanced at the ticket, The Martian, the cult's new film. Without a word, the assistant went to hand out the tickets. Robert returned to the office and checked the weekend's schedule. Over 70% of Atlanta area cinemas would be showing The Martian this weekend. If the film performed well at the box office, this schedule could continue through Thanksgiving next week and the weekend after. Robert opened a can of the newly released commemorative Coke, took a swig, wiped his mouth, and gazed toward Los Angeles. He exclaimed, "Master, it's a huge hit." On the second floor of a cafe in the Highland Center, Megan Ellison sat behind a glass curtain wall, looking out at the unusually busy theater across the street. On the other side sat her brother, David Ellison. David averted his gaze, took a sip of his coffee, and said, "Actually, you made a wrong choice. You didn't have to fight for the Lone Ranger. You could have invested in it and partnered with Martin Davis. That's your style, not mine." Megan's need for control was much stronger than her brother's. "I want complete control of the project. Do you think Martin Davis and I can work together?" David Ellison, who had entered Hollywood before his sister, said, "I recently heard a rumor from within Warner Brothers." Megan didn't ask, just looked at him. David said, "There's a rumor within Warner Brothers that Pharaohs and Gods and the recently bombed Dark Place were originally projects Martin Davis favored. Warner Pictures rigged things behind the scenes and got Martin Davis to acquire these projects. As for the outcome," he smiled. "You know all about it," Megan sneered. "What are you trying to say? Martin Davis dug a hole, and I jumped in? Will it flop like those 2 idiotic Warner Brothers films?" "You know that's not what I meant." David spread his hands. Megan said, "You have no idea how I got these projects." She briefly recounted the theft. Could he have foreseen the future and deliberately placed 2 scripts in the company's safe to lure me in? At that time, I had never met Martin Davis before. David, unconvinced, thought it was a deliberate trap set up for Megan. "That's not the case," he said. Megan was incredibly confident. "Even if that idiotic Warner Brothers project fails, It will still succeed in my hands." David didn't know what to say. Megan turned and looked out the window again. It was getting dark, and the lights across the street were brightly lit. "Just wait and see whether Martin's film succeeds or fails. If he succeeds, my projects will be successful too." David felt that Megan had definitely inherited her father's supreme self-confidence. "Unfortunately, we can't save Kodak's film business." In the VIP room of the theater, Christopher Nolan was giving an impassioned speech to several producers and directors. Film should not disappear from the film industry. It can give movies a real texture. If Kodak's film inventory is used up, film movies will say goodbye to Hollywood. Susan Downey said, "Kodak is about to go bankrupt, and the failure of film is irreversible." Graham King sighed and said, "The Kodak Theater will soon be renamed the Hollywood Highland Center." I don't know who will be the next naming company. Many directors and producers disagreed with Nolan's words and took the opportunity to change the subject. Nicholson was always well informed. "I heard that Dolby Laboratories is discussing the naming rights." Warren Beatty said, "There are differences on the naming fees, and it will not be negotiated in a short time. Maybe by the Oscars, this place will still be called the Hollywood Highland Center." Martin came in from outside and greeted everyone one by one. Nicholson pulled him aside and asked, "Have you started implementing Leo's pity-mongering plan?" Martin said, "I just did it in the press area." Leonardo leaned over and said, "Martin, you're doing a fantastic job selling it. Oscar-worthy acting. If he doesn't win Best Actor, there must be something fishy going on." Martin and Nicholson exchanged glances, their thoughts swirling. "If he doesn't win Best Actor, it's Leonardo's plan that's botched." Nolan came over, while Leonardo and Nicholson went elsewhere. "Soon, we'll be clients of the same agency," Nolan confirmed. "Is the WMA environment more liberal than CAA?" Martin wouldn't mislead. "Chris, I've never been with other agencies, so I don't know their dynamics, but I've had a great time working with my agent, Thomas." He glanced across the VIP room, spotting Thomas in the reflected light, and smiled. Thomas touched his completely bald forehead and nodded in Martin's direction. Seeing Martin always made him feel more powerful. Nolan then added, "If nothing unexpected happens, my space film will start shooting after The Dark Knight Rises comes out next year. Be sure to reserve your slot." "I've got the slots." Martin has 2 films planned for next year, Prince of Thieves, produced by Graham King, and the 3rd John Wick film. Chad, Chen-Hu, and Marcus are working on the action design for the latter, which may not begin shooting until the second half of next year. It was almost time, and the guests began to arrive. The main cast, including Martin, were the last to enter, led by Ridley Scott. Amidst thunderous applause, the group took their seats in the front row. The premiere screening then began. The film wasn't overly sci-fi, it was more of a Martian version of Robinson Crusoe, set against a backdrop of science, optimism, and perseverance. Ridley Scott always excelled in tackling sci-fi themes. Strictly speaking, he shifted the genre of science fiction to a light-hearted and entertaining story. Despite the dramatic shift in tone, the protagonist's optimism and comedic elements resonated deeply with audiences. This also gave the film a more realistic and grounded feel. It no longer dwelt on a mysterious, unknown world, nor on profound theories or speculative speculation. Instead, it told a story from the basics to the complex, accessible to the audience. During the film's promotional campaign, a key attraction was Martin's story of growing potatoes on Mars. Martin's professional farmer-like qualities, combined with self-deprecation, optimism, and a dramatic plot, won over audiences. As the leading actor, Martin certainly exuded aura, but he also focused on the question of how can humanity survive in desperate situations. As a result, the film, without the obscurity of hard science fiction, felt more like a drama with science fiction elements. Chapter 707 single-handedly carries the box office. The premiere had just ended, and the audience hadn't yet completely departed. A surveyor from Disney Studios' outsourcing company had already submitted the collected statistics to the statistician. The statistician immediately entered the relevant data into a computer, quickly generating an accurate tally and sending it to the Disney Studios contact. Elsewhere, Alan Horn had just emerged from the VIP room with Martin. His assistant hurried over and whispered, "President, the audience statistics are in." Martin, hearing this, cast a concerned glance. Alan Horn nodded slightly. The assistant said, "Mostly positive reviews, with an average audience rating of A+. At the latter point, Alan Horn couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Martin and said, I've always said North American audiences never abandon their favorites. Martin smiled back. It just hits their fancy. There were two filming styles to choose from. One, adhering to the original source material, a hard science fiction film with a technological twist. The other, more dramatic and humorous, was the current style. Martin naturally chose the latter. Ridley Scott also chose the latter. Perhaps this is why our Ridley always finds success with science fiction. The two men arrived at the side entrance of the theater. Alan Horn shook Martin's hand. "I wish us a big box office hit," Martin smiled and said. "I wish us a big box office hit." He got into the Escalade driven by Bruce and left the theater. A Cadillac passed by, its window lowered, revealing Jessica Chastain's fair face. She waved at Martin. Alexandra Daddario sat in the other back seat. The two were staying at the same hotel. Martin nodded briefly, and without further ado, the two cars passed each other. Inside the Cadillac, Jessica Chastain rolled up the window and said to the driver, "Let's go to the Ritz-Carlton." Daddario, beside them, was busy checking his phone. Jessica Chastain asked, "Did Martin text you?" "No," Daddario said. "I'm reading the reviews of our film online." Jessica Chastain pulled her phone from her purse and began to check as well. With the increasing number of smartphone users, information spreads at an ever-increasing speed. For example, after watching a movie, or even while watching it, fans will tweet, "After watching Martin's new film, I understand how to face a bleak life with an optimistic attitude, a truly wonderful space wilderness survival film." Martin's performance alone carries the entire film. True knowledge changes destiny. Martin's self-entertainment acting is truly amazing. Martin easily carries a one-man show. Ridley Scott is incredibly skilled at handling sci-fi. Jessica Chastain in a supporting role is stunningly beautiful, and Alexandra Daddario, in her tight leggings, has a stunning figure. The Cadillac quickly arrived at the hotel and pulled into the underground parking lot. Jessica Chastain and Daddario got out and took the elevator upstairs. Daddario took out a room card Martin had given her at the premiere and entered a suite. Daddario had been here several times before. He went to the bar, opened the wine cabinet, and retrieved a bottle of wine and 3 glasses, pouring them one by one. Jessica Chastain checked the time. "Martin hasn't arrived yet," Daddario said. "Wait a moment, he's a bit busy." 10 minutes later, the door opened from the outside, and Martin entered. Jessica Chastain was leaning against a bar, sipping a tall glass of wine. From Martin's perspective, her curves were on full display. Alexandra Daddario, wearing a red dress, sat behind the bar. Perhaps some of her belongings were too heavy, so she deliberately placed them on the bar, looking quite stunning. Elizabeth had been in London a few days ago, and Martin had been resting up lately, waiting for this moment. He took off his suit jacket, casually hung it on the hanger, and strode over. So confident were they in The Martian that the production team and Disney Studios released word of mouth for the film on premiere night that the film's release was complete. The media was mostly positive. The significance of The Martian goes beyond Ridley Scott's redemption. Through the indomitable spirit of the protagonist, played by Martin, it reignites humanity's desire to explore space. Watching Martin Davis's one-man show is a real treat. Although humans haven't landed on Mars yet, Martin's portrayal makes the protagonist's miraculous survival on Mars so convincing, with a 97% freshness rating on Rotten Tomatoes and an MTC score of 82. The film has received rave reviews from critics, media, and the general public. Meanwhile, Martin's major fan groups in North America, as well as local chapters of the Coke cult, have launched Take Martin Home campaigns. Lucky participants have a chance to win a scaled-down Mars rover or a Martin character figurine. This is encouraging fans to buy tickets quickly. With today's overabundance of entertainment and information, a film that fails to attract as many viewers as possible in its first 2 weeks will face significant challenges in subsequent theaters. After all, few films have achieved the box office success of Titanic and Avatar. The weekend before Thanksgiving, The Martian opened nationwide in North America, opening in 3,855 theaters. By Friday, the film had grossed $27.12 million. Because the number of users who rated it reached a certain threshold, IMDb unlocked its ratings, giving The Martian an opening score of 8.8. Bolstered by overwhelming word of mouth, the box office surged even higher on Saturday, surpassing $30 million that day. It's clear that this is the biggest hit of the holiday season. The film was a huge success in North America and has also garnered strong responses internationally. Because it's not a sequel or an adaptation of a globally renowned work, Disney Studios has adopted a relatively conservative international release strategy for The Martian. The film will initially be released in one North American market, waiting for its North American box office and critical acclaim to be confirmed before releasing it internationally. This demonstrates Disney Studios' strong confidence in the film and Martin. Over the 3-day weekend in North America, The Martian received rave reviews in a box office spree, grossing $86.65 million and topping the North American box office charts. In the president's office at Walt Disney Studios, Alan Horn had just finished a cup of coffee when he received a call from Robert Iger. He answered the call immediately. "Good morning, Chairman." Robert Iger's hearty laughter came from the receiver, and he seemed to be in a good mood. "I just looked at the data of The Martian. The market response is very good. Alan, you did a good job. You have poached a key business from Warner Brothers." Alan Horn also smiled. "Martin never disappoints," Robert Iger agreed. "I heard that the peripheral products are selling well too," Alan Horn replied. "Martin's character models and action figures alone have sold more than 2 million pieces. Disney is now ambitious and is preparing to make a big move." Robert Iger advised, "Build a good relationship with Martin. His films enjoy the highest distribution level." He added, "There are too few movie stars in Hollywood today who can carry the box office alone." Alan Horn said, "You can count them on one hand." Robert Iger said again, "People like Martin will never lack partners." "Alan, you came from Warner. Don't make Warner's mistakes." Alan Horn smiled and replied, "No." Robert Iger hung up the phone. Alan Horn understood that Disney's success with Martin Davis on John Wick 2 and The Martian had garnered Robert Iger's attention. After all, distributing a film offered lower risk and a significant commission. The higher the film's box office and offline revenue, the greater the revenue for Disney. Alan Horn picked up a copy of The Hollywood Reporter, and the front page headline was all about Martin Davis and The Martian. After the box office explosion of The Martian, which single-handedly carried the entire film, Martin Davis has once again proven his ability to carry a film at the box office. He's not only the foremost of Hollywood's new generation, but he could even stand on equal footing with his close friends Leonardo DiCaprio and Nicholson. That presumably requires a Best Actor Oscar. Seeing this, Alan Horn put down his newspaper, pressed the intercom, and informed his assistant, "Please make an appointment for Martin. If he's free at noon, I'll treat him to lunch." Hollywood never hesitates to reward those who create value. Annapurna Pictures. Megan Ellison had a few too many drinks at a party yesterday, so she woke up late this morning and arrived at the office mid-morning. Entering the lobby, she ran into Wilson on his way out. She asked, "Has Martin Davis's new film grossed in yet?" Wilson paused and replied, $86.65 million. Number one. Hearing this number, Megan Ellison couldn't help but laugh. "Not bad, very good." Wilson was baffled. Did the boss and the company seem to be at odds with Martin Davis? How could he be cheering for his film? "Go ahead," Megan Ellison said, going upstairs and asking her assistant to bring over a copy of the Los Angeles Times. The entertainment section headlined last week's North American box office charts, with The Martian at number 1. Megan Ellison nodded. Martin Davis's project was flawless. Such a first-week box office performance would definitely be a hit. This reminded her of the 3 projects she had snatched from Martin Davis: Transcendence, The Lone Ranger, and Seventh Son. Megan Ellison was confident that as long as the project itself was sound, her filming and production would be no problem either. Annapurna Pictures was well-funded and employed the most professional team in Hollywood. Unlike those idiots at Warner Brothers, who had been constantly doing incomprehensible things over the past year or so, Megan Ellison had her sights set on the top spot at the box office again. She was confident that her film would reach that position in the long run. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 708: A Different Taste. Warner Television, The Helen Show Studio. To promote The Martian, Martin was preparing for a talk show. As an old friend who had experienced the Burbank High School incident together, Helen made a special visit to Martin's dressing room before the show began. She discovered that Martin wasn't accompanied by his agent, Thomas, but by Leonardo. "What's this?" Helen was confused. Martin shrugged. "The content we discussed remains unchanged. The content Jessica came to discuss with you was originally developed by Leo. Leonardo smiled at Helen. Isn't it very creative? Thinking of Martin's experience in Atlanta, Helen nodded. Martin, it's not easy, Martin said. There are so many people like me in America, but no one pays attention to them. The stylist then brought out a dress. Leonardo took a look and said, no, this is too extravagant. It doesn't fit with today's theme. It was a great honor for Helen to have both of them on the same show. Seeing that Martin didn't comment, she simply said nothing. Leonardo walked over to the racks filled with clothes and carefully searched, finding a perfectly ordinary outfit. He said to Martin, I think this one suits you perfectly. Martin looked at it. It was a standard jacket, and said, okay. Helen waved to the two of them. I'll be fine with you. See you on stage later. Leonardo came up behind Martin, glanced in the mirror, and said to the hairstylist, don't keep your hair so neat. A little messy, more casual. Seeing Martin nod, the hairstylist quickly fixed his hair. After a careful examination, Leonardo still felt something was missing. He crossed his arms, pondering for a moment, then thought, dark circles. I need dark circles. Give Martin 2 dark circles. Martin raised his middle finger and said, I'm not a drug addict like that. Leo, can you be more reliable with your pity plan? Sorry, I got too caught up in the role. Despite that, Leonardo, the jerk, showed no embarrassment. No dark circles. Martin stood up and changed. Seeing him slacking off, Leonardo warned, dude, pull yourself together. We're laying the groundwork for our Best Actor Oscar bid, not just some sleight of hand. Got it, Martin could only nod repeatedly. They were indeed laying the groundwork for their real plan. Leonardo was worried. Look at your mental state right now. If you keep going for awards with this attitude, you'll be in the running for 10 years. Martin frowned slightly. Why did it sound so familiar? Leonardo sighed. Hey, you have to take your acting seriously, and you have to take your publicity and PR seriously too. Do you know why you're playing it up? Because most of those old white guys like Jack and Warren come from lower class backgrounds. If you play it right, it's easy to win their sympathy. Martin gave him a thumbs up. Leo, you're truly an Oscar-winning expert. Of course, Leonardo said deliberately. So, I have the Best Actor Oscar, and you don't, Martin facepalmed, unable to argue. What a jerk. It was almost time, and a director came over to remind Martin it was time to go on stage. 10 minutes later, Martin sat on the studio stage, chatting with Helen about The Martian and his time in Atlanta. He didn't need to falsify his resume. Helen was very cooperative. Martin just had to answer truthfully. He was a jerk in his youth. Both his parents were alcoholics and drug addicts. His mother died in a car accident while taking drugs. And his father ran away with all the family's wealth. As an adult, Martin came to his senses and lived out the American dream of a prodigal son. The Martian was currently a hit, and this episode of The Helen Show was receiving a rave review. It's really not easy for Martin to pull himself out of that mess. It's such an inspiring story. Even heroes can emerge from the trash heap, like Martin. In Davis's studio office, Nicholson looked up from his computer with a satisfied smile. While this melon wasn't as sweet or as big as Emma Watson's, it was a different kind of experience to share with your own family. He glanced at Leonardo. Well done, it's quite interesting. Martin exposed his past. Leo, that bastard, actually wanted me to dress up as a drug addict like Depp. He really should be poured into concrete and sunk into the sea. Leonardo chuckled. If you want to play the victim, you have to do the whole thing. Nicholson said to Martin, your start is similar to mine, but you have developed much faster than me. It's mainly because you are a signpost. Martin was not polite at all. I have avoided all the pitfalls you have stepped on. Leonardo laughed. What is the biggest pitfall Jack has ever stepped on? Martin said seriously. Marlon Brando. Nicholson said, I want to gag you with butter. Martin returned to the topic. You two can handle the publicity in Los Angeles. If you need anything, go directly to the studio to find Jessica. I will be running around the world for announcements in the next period of time. The reputation and box office of The Martian in North America are also good that the overseas release is about to begin. Most of the main cast, including Martin and Ridley Scott, were traveling around the world for premieres. Leonardo DiCaprio asked, are you going to Korea too? Martin nodded, of course. Korea has always been a strong market for Hollywood, so we'll definitely be premiering in Seoul. Compared to Korea, Japan, with its larger population, has a lower acceptance of Hollywood films, and science fiction and superhero films have always received poor reviews there. "You're so disloyal," Leonardo exclaimed. "You left Jack and me in Los Angeles to help you win awards, and you're going to Seoul to have a party. Do you still think we're brothers?" Nicholson replied. "Remember to call me before you do the party." Leonardo was surprised. "You want Martin to broadcast it live?" "Jack, won't you feel inferior if you watch it?" Martin flatly refused. "I won't broadcast it to you," Nicholson sneered. "Who said I want to watch that bastard Martin live? I'm going to call the police and report him to the Korean police." Martin scoffed. "You're just jealous," Leonardo said. "We will wait for your call." "If you are loyal to your brothers," Martin responded, "we will discuss this matter later." Leonardo and Nicholson left satisfied. The next morning, Martin reunited with the crew and boarded a chartered flight to London, beginning their European tour. This time, there were 5 premieres in Europe: London, Paris, Madrid, Rome, and Berlin. Then came the East Asian tour. The focus was naturally South Korea, where Hollywood film's box office share was not much different from that in North America. Thursday was Thanksgiving Day, and the crew did not return to North America. That day, the North American box office skyrocketed. The Martian earned $26.87 million in a single day, and another $46.56 million over the following 5, 6, and 7 days, bringing its North American box office total to $197 million. Even so, the film still failed to achieve a consecutive North American box office championship. The Twilight Saga released its final trailer, and the 4th film, Breaking Dawn, debuted just before Thanksgiving, opening with $138 million, ending The Martian's run at the top. The influence and appeal of popular sequels is extraordinary. But The Martian, which grossed $197 million in North America in just 10 days, remains a dazzling success. The film has received enthusiastic responses overseas, sparking a viewing frenzy. It took in nearly $10 million in its first weekend in the UK, $8.1 million in France, and over $5 million in Spain. After this week, The Martian has easily surpassed $300 million at the global box office. Hollywood strongholds like Latin America, East Asia, Southeast Asia, and Australia will follow. Equally popular at the box office is the film's merchandise. In just 10 days in North America alone, $36.8 million worth of merchandise, primarily featuring Martin's character, was sold. Martin receives a 50% share of the profits from merchandise that utilizes his image rights. This film is poised to set a new record for Martin's earnings as an actor. After leaving Europe, the Martian crew headed straight for East Asia, arriving in Seoul this week. Samsung, the film's sponsor, warmly welcomed the crew and hosted a grand reception following the premiere. When the film's main cast, including Martin and Ridley Scott, entered the banquet hall, their eyes were dazzled. Nearly 100 Korean actresses, models, and trainees gathered there. While some faces were difficult to distinguish, a wide range of styles and temperaments were present. The Jebel's aesthetic control over them was undeniable. Martin blended in easily, chatting and laughing with the women around him. One of them, named Clara, had a stunning figure, and Martin chatted with her for a while. After a while, Ridley Scott approached and said, "I'm having a sudden attack of face blindness." Martin looked around and said, "I'm about to have it too." Ridley's face was full of fatigue. "I'm too old to handle this. I'm leaving now." "I have a flight tomorrow morning," Martin said. "Let's leave together." Although he boasted to Leonardo and Nicholson about throwing a gilded party before arriving, Martin remained relatively restrained in a place like Seoul. This wasn't Los Angeles, after all. It was too easy for someone to tamper with him. That Korean dog still bared his teeth from time to time. Martin used the restroom as an excuse to quietly slip out of the banquet hall with Ridley. Clara noticed, hurriedly following, and offered Martin her contact information. Faced with such enthusiasm, Martin kept it. Clara, fearing Martin would forget him, said, "If you need anything when you're back in Los Angeles, feel free to call this number. I'll be on a flight to the States right away." Martin tucked away the card. "Perhaps we'll meet again." Ridley followed Martin upstairs, saying, "When I was younger, I was just as popular as you." Martin believed him, "Because you're a director." Chapter 709 Singer's Enemy. In December, Martin returned to North America, arriving in Nashville, Tennessee, the mecca of country music. A business car was waiting at the airport, ready to pick up Martin and Bruce as soon as they emerged. and headed straight for Forest Hills. Earlier this year, Taylor Swift purchased a Greek revival-style estate in Forest Hills, covering nearly 25,000 square meters. The location was somewhat remote, and the drive took nearly an hour to reach the estate. The car pulled up at the main entrance, and Martin got out. A middle-aged woman waiting at the door opened it and said, "Mr. Davis, please come in. Miss Swift is waiting." Martin nodded and walked straight into the estate. With a creaking sound, the curtains automatically fell, and several lights illuminated the gloom, illuminating the second-floor landing. Martin paused, hands in his pockets, and looked up. Taylor Swift, wearing a high-slit performance dress, stood in the center, hands on her hips, her long legs visible on tiptoe. A few meters away, a model-like girl, even taller than Taylor, stood, Karlie Kloss. On the other side, Blake Lively, dressed in a red dress, stood with a free step, showcasing her near-perfect S-shaped figure. Her figure was even more impressive than that of professional model Karlie Kloss. The three of them blew Martin a kiss and descended the stairs. Taylor said, "Today, Blake Lively wants to join the group." As the soul tester, Martin Davis, "Are you willing to test her?" Martin said, "That's why I'm here." Taylor continued, "Blake, if you want to sing, you need to clear your throat." Karlie Kloss, who had a special rapport with her, added, "You also need to keep your vocal cords clean." Blake Lively descended the stairs, her hands cupped to her stomach, her bright eyes fixed on Martin. "I have so much talent, but it's stuck, preventing me from expressing myself. Please open the channel for me, so I can sing louder and clearer." Martin stood still, waiting for them to approach. Every movement and every word these three people uttered was a performance. Taylor and Karlie worked together to push a wooden table in front of Martin. Blake sat on it, slipping forward on his back and bumping his head against Martin's legs. Soon, singing began. "He's showing you incredible things, magic, fever, heaven, hell, I want to see you lying there." Taylor's voice was remarkably resonant, and the lyrics were quite unique. "Oh, my God, look at your face, one side bulging high, this beautiful game, do you want to play?" Martin, like a conductor, controlled the rhythm of the performance. At first, Taylor sang and Blake accompanied. After a while, the accompaniment changed to Karlie Kloss. Eventually, the solos became a trio. The concert lasted from the afternoon until the evening. Blake Lively officially joined Taylor Swift's group of friends. At dinner, the four of them sat in the dining room, enjoying a Tennessee country-style meal. Martin asked Taylor, "Was that the new song you wrote last time that you sang this afternoon? Has it been finished?" Taylor smiled like a golden fox. "I plan to use it as the title song of my new album and strive for the Billboard Hot 100, Karlie said. This new Martin song is very good, although Blake was a little jealous. After all, her solo meal became a group meal, but the joy of sleeping with her idol again made her easily suppress this bit of unhappiness and said, "The lyrics can easily make people have bad associations. Is this the effect you want?" Martin brought Taylor up, so he could naturally see through her intentions. "Let the media and audiences around the world speculate and drive the popularity of the song." Taylor said, "You really understand me the best." Karlie interrupted, "Didn't you say that Martin is your best teacher?" Blake looked at Martin. "I remember you had a student, who..." Taylor was furious. "Who wants to steal my teacher?" Blake said, "An actress. I forgot her name." Martin said casually, "Saoirse Ronan, an Irish actress with great acting talent and can also sing." Because Martin taught her a lot and helped her complete a transformation, Taylor inexplicably felt a sense of crisis. As if the knowledge that should have belonged to her had been taken away by someone else. Karlie knew her best friend well, so she leaned over and whispered, "Do you want me to introduce a few people to join the group? Call tonight and they can come over tomorrow. There are a few new models I met in New York. One is called Kendall Jenner, one is called Gigi Hadid, and the other is called Bella Hadid. But they are a little young and don't meet the standard of being over 18 years old that you mentioned." Taylor corrected her, "Over 18 is not my standard, it's Martin's standard." Karlie said, "He is really principled." Martin remembered something important and said, "Taylor, I have a movie project here, a song and dance type, with quite a few songs." Taylor was very excited and asked, "Do you want me to be the heroine? Your acting skills are not good enough." Martin directly rejected it. Nowadays, the songwriting of movies is mainly done by a male musician. And he is not very good at the songs sung by the heroine. Blake asked hurriedly, "What type of role is the heroine?" Martin did not give her room for fantasy. "You are not suitable." You don't have the personal experience of climbing up from the bottom line. Blake Lively has a very good background. She debuted as one of the heroines of the movie. Martin briefly described the character. It's basically a low-level actress who writes a script, stars in a project, becomes a big star, breaks up with her pre-fame boyfriend, and marries a producer. Once she's a big shot, she runs into her ex-boyfriend again and feels a wave of emotion. It needs a theme song that really hits the spot. Songs written by female celebrities about their exes. I'm good at that, Taylor said matter-of-factly. Next time I'm in Los Angeles, show me the script. Martin nodded. No problem. Blake's foot slid under the table, ready to strike Martin's vitals, but it bumped into a stocking-clad foot. Taylor suddenly looked up at Blake. Their eyes met, a spark of rage. Martin handed Taylor his fork in his left hand and Blake his knife in his right. He leaned back in his chair and said, "All right, let's begin the duel to the death." Both Taylor and Blake were furious at this jerk. Suddenly, his phone rang. Taylor put down his fork, retrieved his phone, and answered it, then returned. She said, "My target has finally arrived." Martin was surprised. "Your target isn't me." Taylor's peachy eyes flickered. "It's you, but there's another one." 10 minutes later, a car pulled up in front of the villa, and the front door opened again from the outside. A fierce woman with long brown hair and a jacket with a fruit pattern walked briskly into the villa. Martin felt a little familiar. Taylor introduced, "This is Katy Perry. Also a singer." She then introduced Martin. "Katy, this is Martin, my good friend and mentor." Katy Perry stepped forward to shake Martin's hand. "There's a rumor in the industry that Taylor has someone behind her, and it's true." Martin, of course, stood with Taylor. "Taylor is a very smart girl." Taylor pulled Martin over. "Let's go to the study with Katy to talk." She waved to Carly and Blake. "You guys have fun." The three of them walked down the hallway and into a study. Katy found a place to sit down and said to Taylor directly, "I've discussed it with my management team and they agree with the strategy you proposed." Taylor sat next to Martin and said, "Your agent is not stupid, just a little stubborn. This is good for both of us." Katy curled her lips. "No wonder you became famous so quickly. You can actually come up with this kind of publicity method." "This is not my idea." Taylor rested her head on Martin's arm. "These are the ideas Martin gave me." Martin understood and asked, "Are you and Katy going to become sworn enemies?" Taylor had quite a bit of Martin's teasing aura. "That's right. Now is not only the awards season in Hollywood, but also the awards season in the music industry. We are going to choose a good time to start the confrontation." Katy said first, "I want to fire the first shot." This was exactly what Taylor wanted. Her persona was that of a white lotus. "No problem, the first shot is given to you." Martin asked, "Will you two just start fighting?" Katy could see that Taylor and Martin had a special relationship, so she deliberately asked, "How about we start fighting here, and Martin, you can cheer us on from the side." "I don't mind." Taylor's face darkened. She had never thought of including Katy Perry in her group of close friends. Martin ignored the two female singers' crazy talk and said, "It's too sudden for you to become enemies right away." He looked at Taylor. "It's better for you two to show off as best friends first and create an image of sisterly love in front of the media. Then, you can turn against each other publicly. Best friends turning against each other and sisters turning against each other will attract more attention." Katy thought about it and nodded. "Martin makes sense." Taylor thought of a more suitable way for the two of them to turn against each other from Martin's words. "The best way for us to turn against each other is to start with music." Martin gave Taylor an admiring look and said, "You can imply each other in your songs. You implied me and I ridiculed you. The media will definitely be excited." Katy stared at Martin. "I want to." Taylor hugged Martin's arm and warned Katy, "You and I are fake best friends, not real best friends." Martin stood up and prepared to leave. "If there's nothing else, I'm going to find Carly and Blake." Taylor pushed Martin out. "You go first." Martin left the study and went to the hall. While Taylor was away, the two women dragged Martin upstairs and insisted on singing for him. Martin, happy to pay attention, personally helped them adjust their voices. Taylor and Katy Perry discussed the matter for nearly an hour. Then Perry left. Taylor found a quiet room and called her manager and parents. This incident involved more than just two people, it also involved their teams. The bitter rivalry between Taylor Swift and Katy Perry was about to begin. Chapter 710, a successful example of selling misery. Martin stayed in Nashville for 2 extra days to inspire Taylor Swift. The next morning, Carly Kloss brought her 2 model sisters to the manor. "This is Kendall Jenner, and this is Gigi Hadid. Klaus introduced them to Martin. They work with the same modeling agency as me. Right now, we're mainly training and doing some small commercial work. Martin smiled and said, "Hello, and welcome to Nashville." Gigi Hadid pulled out an iPhone and asked, "Martin, can I take a picture with you and tweet it?" Martin, never one to refuse, replied, "Sure." Gigi Hadid, not wanting help, moved closer to Martin and took a selfie, which she happily tweeted. Martin looked at the tall, long-legged, and exceptionally slender Kendall Jenner. Suddenly, two of the once famous Kendall sisters appeared. Kendall's figure was completely different from her sister's. Instead, she resembled Jodie. She tucked her hands into the pockets of her leather jacket and said, "I often hear my sisters talk about you." This girl's proportions were truly beautiful, her only flaw perhaps being a bit less fierce. But no one is perfect. Martin had no need to deny, "I'm more familiar with Kim and Chloe." Kendall smiled, but her gaze passed Martin and fell on Bruce, not far away, with a complicated expression. She asked Martin, "Can I talk to him?" Martin stepped aside. "It's your freedom." Kendall walked quickly toward Bruce. Bruce's face faltered when he saw her. He had seen photos of Kim and Chloe's younger sister more than once. Kendall stepped closer and said, "Are you Bruce? I've seen you on Kim and Chloe's phones. You're their screensaver." Bruce was thick-skinned enough to say, "I know them a little bit." Kendall asked, "Is Kim your girlfriend, or is Chloe your girlfriend?" Bruce flatly denied it, responding with a scathing, "Neither one." "You're such a jerk," Kendall said, somewhat disappointed. "I don't know what Kim and Chloe see in you. You're just a bodyguard." Even the bodyguards accompanying Martin Davis were just bodyguards. Bruce remained silent. He couldn't possibly tell the girl in front of him that he was worth tens of millions, could he? What if this girl threw herself at him like her two sisters? With a skinny figure like that, Bruce already had constant pelvic pain with just Jodie, so he couldn't imagine having another. Kendall snorted and turned away. Up ahead, Taylor and Carly kissed Martin passionately, and Kendall had a thought: if she could influence Martin to fire that pervert, Kim and Chloe might not be able to see him in the eyes anymore. Acting quickly, Kendall wanted to join the effort, but was simultaneously rejected by Taylor, Carly, and Blake. To avoid potential risks, Martin remained firm in his stance, keeping his interactions with Carly's two sisters to a minimum. He dismissed Kendall Jenner's suggestion that Bruce could be fired as a solution. Even if Elizabeth Olsen had said that, let alone the Kendall sisters, Martin would have only one outcome. That afternoon, Taylor's team and Katy Perry's team met formally at the mansion and presented a plan, which Taylor brought to Martin's attention. Martin briefly flipped through the materials and said, "In terms of practical implementation, your team is more professional. I'm just coming up with ideas." Taylor, like a shrew, said, "Coming up with ideas is often the hardest part." She asked, "Anything special to keep in mind?" Martin thought for a moment and reminded him, "You're a singer. Your best response is always your songs." Taylor nodded. "I remember, that evening, after everyone had left, the singing competition began again in the villa." Taylor said to Martin seriously, "I've discovered that I can really maintain my vocal cords. My voice and singing have been getting better over the past 2 years." Martin said, "Don't worry, I can give you some more." Before coming to Nashville, he knew he would be very busy. After all, opening his voice and maintaining his vocal cords is quite challenging, so he maintained a high-protein diet. Since Taylor needed to maintain her voice and vocal cords, Martin naturally met her needs. By the late night, there was literally nothing left. The next morning, Martin boarded a flight from Nashville back to Los Angeles. After a sleepless night in first class, Martin finally got a good night's sleep. Upon arriving in Los Angeles, Martin had just stepped out of the terminal and into his car when Thomas, who had come to meet him, handed him a copy of The Hollywood Reporter, which contained a report on him. This story still emphasized pity, but this time, it also included stories about people and events in Atlanta. The story goes that before coming to Hollywood, Martin's mother had died and his father had fled, so he lived off neighbors for food and drinks. Far from becoming a jerk, he became known as a good guy in the community, leading them in repelling drug dealers' attacks on the neighborhood. One line in the story was particularly telling. "If it were anyone else, I don't know what they'd have fallen into." Putting away the newspaper, Martin asked Thomas, "Was it all Leo's doing?" Thomas replied, "Leo came up with the ideas and suggestions, and the team below executed them." Martin frowned, thinking, "Why does this marketing tactic look so familiar?" Thomas replied, "Because Leo borrowed from others." He looked at CAA's marketing for Keanu Reeves, which is one of the most successful examples of sympathy marketing in Hollywood. Martin said, "No wonder it feels so familiar. I've heard Charlize Theron mention Keanu Reeves before. This PR marketing is incredibly successful." After the Matrix trilogy, Keanu Reeves' career plummeted after a series of botched projects. His agency, drawing on his own experiences, used a series of images, videos, and news articles to create a completely new persona, stabilizing Keanu Reeves' status and slowing his decline. The specific approach was to place sympathy based on facts. No mistakes, one song, one post, one content, one 6, one book, one forum, one look. For example, Keanu Reeves' tragically deceased ex-girlfriend was singled out for attention. While her miscarriage was indeed real, it wasn't caused by a car accident, but rather by drug abuse. If the media had reported the facts, how could the public sympathize with a drug-induced miscarriage? For example, Keanu Reeves' habit of staying in hotels is also true. After his rise to fame, he didn't own a home for a long time, instead staying in hotels, albeit in established luxury hotels in Los Angeles. According to him, staying in a hotel doesn't require upkeep. The hotels are extremely high-end, and a single meal with his crew reportedly costs thousands of dollars. As for the scenes of him eating burgers on the street and sitting in a park like a homeless person, those are just unseen on-set photos of Keanu Reeves. Of course, all of this is plausible and based on fact, making Keanu Reeves' persona incredibly solid and unlikely to falter. Furthermore, Keanu Reeves is incredibly popular within the industry. Giving away motorcycles and Rolexes is a regular occurrence, and his reputation for generosity is widespread throughout Hollywood. It's no exaggeration to say that Keanu Reeves is a classic example of successful Hollywood misery marketing. Leonardo's so-called misery plan was largely based on Keanu Reeves' success. Thomas then asked, "Do you think Leo's plan will work?" Martin didn't answer, but instead asked, "Louise has held several screenings in Los Angeles. How is the response?" Thomas, who had attended each one, said, "Overall, the response was positive. The Academy members who attended approved of your performance, but regarding the film genre," he spoke frankly, "sci-fi, even those with a more dramatic edge, still struggles at the Oscars. Get the nominations first, then we'll talk about everything else." Martin shook his head. A jerk who's been chasing awards for over a decade and still doesn't understand how to win Best Actor. "How can I really win?" Thomas didn't respond, but in his eyes, the three of them were more like entertaining themselves. Leonardo had no films released this awards season, so he didn't have to worry about promotion and PR. He had plenty of free time, and with the involvement of Nicholson, who even the slightest bit of wind could stir up a storm, the misery plan flourished. Martin, believing he could rely on his own resources, asked, "How's your research on the competition?" December 1st was Oscar submission day, and the competitors had largely surfaced. Thomas said, "We've pretty much done." Martin had just returned home when Leonardo DiCaprio and Nicholson arrived. "If you can't find fun outside, then do it with your family. Just highlight someone who can play music and dance together." For the next few days, Martin barely rested, appearing at various events, screenings, and parties, always humbled when it came time to canvass for votes. Nicholson also threw a few parties to help Martin canvass for votes among older white men. Leonardo DiCaprio also mobilized his friends. Among the films aiming for Oscars this awards season, The Martian has the widest audience reach and the best market performance. The film has enjoyed steady box office success in North America, having grossed $242 million after 3 weeks. Meanwhile, The Martian's international release expanded to markets like Australia, the Middle East, North Africa, and Latin America, where it soared, quickly surpassing North America with a $272 million box office. This wasn't the end of the story. The film's investors, including Davis Studio, were fully recouped through box office revenue alone. Crucially for awards season, The Martian's critical acclaim didn't decline significantly despite its surge in audience, and its ratings remained strong across the board. Its critical acclaim rivaled awards season favorites like Midnight Tree, War Horse, and Moneyball. Without Harvey Weinstein, Martin didn't see the black and white silent film during awards season, and he had few memorable films. In his view, this was a typical weak Oscar year. His campaign for the awards was already underway, and in addition to DiCaprio and Nicholson's pity-mongering scheme, Martin was also devoting energy and resources, though his primary focus was on potential rivals. Chapter 711 Old Friends and Old Rivals. Inside the Davis Manor study, a metal screen lowered from one side of the wall. Elizabeth Olsen personally connected the projector to her laptop, and the data Thomas had collected immediately appeared on the screen. Martin, Leonardo, and Nicholson looked at the screen. Elizabeth handed the remote to Martin and said, "I'll have the kitchen prepare lunch while you guys chat." She couldn't help much with the Oscar race, but she could provide logistical support. Leonardo stood up, turned on his laser pointer, pointed at the images on the screen, and said, "These are your most likely Oscar opponents this year." Martin poured them both tea and said, "Winning an award isn't just about your role, it's also about who your opponent is. Times have really changed," Nicholson said with emotion. "Now, if you can make your opponent look bad, you'll win. It doesn't matter if you're good or not, as long as others are worse." Martin said, "If I were to run into a bunch of acting greats at this Oscars, I wouldn't join you in this ruthless, award-grabbing scheme." Leonardo DiCaprio replied, "You have to have some confidence in yourselves. The competition this year is pretty weak." Martin looked at the screen, which displayed this year's top contenders for the Best Actor Oscar and the films they starred in. 4 main contenders were listed: George Clooney for The Descendants, Gary Oldman for Tinker, Tailor, Soldier, Spy, Sean Penn for The Tree of Life, and Matt Damon for Moneyball. Nicholson was the first to speak. "Sean Penn is out of the question. He's already won 2 Best Actor Oscars. His performance in The Tree of Life was just average, and he hasn't actively promoted it. His chances of winning are negligible." Martin had seen almost no media mention of Sean Penn since awards season began. The film's lead actress was Jessica Chastain, and Martin had specifically asked her for inside information. The Tree of Life was primarily aiming for Best Director and Best Picture. Leonardo added, "George Clooney has shown a positive attitude towards vying for awards, but he is even less liked by the Academy than I am." "That's right, in the eyes of us old men, he can't act at all," Nicholson said directly. "George Clooney is a TV star with a bad background. He has played Batman Bruce Wayne. These are serious demerits. It's good that he can get a nomination, perhaps 6 or 7 years later, as the influence of this group of old white men declines. The Oscars will change, but for now the afterglow of the old white men is still dazzling." Martin believed in Nicholson's judgment and said, "Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy starring Gary Oldman is a spy film co-produced by Britain, France and Germany. No North American film company is involved from production to distribution, and its competitiveness is very weak." Nicholson agreed, "Yes, the Oscars are essentially a game in the North American film industry. Without local forces to play together, it is difficult to get a share of the cake, especially one of the biggest cakes such as the Best Actor." The laser pointer in Leonardo's hand fell on the last name and the name of the movie. "So, your real competitor this time is only Matt Damon." Martin snapped his fingers. "Matt Damon and I are old friends. The two first came into contact when they were competing for the role of The Departed, which subsequently triggered a series of incidents." Leonardo DiCaprio continued, "This film is about baseball and is very popular with the judges. It's also a biopic of Oakland Athletics general manager Billy Beane. The subject matter is much better than The Martian." Nicholson continued, "Strictly speaking, this film is closely related to another old friend of ours, Brad Pitt. About 6 or 7 years ago, he recommended the original novel to Warner Brothers. After Warner Brothers acquired the adaptation rights, they encountered unexpected problems several times when they tried to start the project. The first time was when the originally scheduled director, David Frankel, moved on to direct The Devil Wears Prada. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. The second time, you messed with the original leading actor, Brad Pitt, and Warner Brothers had to give up. The third time, Alan Horn reached a preliminary agreement with Steven Soderbergh, but Alan Horn left Warner Brothers. It wasn't until last year that John Berg hired Mike DeLuca and Bennett Miller to start the project together, and the leading actor was changed from Brad Pitt to Matt Damon." Martin sighed, "I have to compete with old friends again." Leonardo smiled and said, "Not only old friends, but also Warner Brothers. Matt Damon has a Best Screenplay Oscar and has always wanted to win an acting award. It is said that George Clooney is promoting a new Ocean Shadow movie. The cooperation between Warner Brothers and Matt Damon is far from over. It is very likely that they will do their best to help Matt Damon win the award." Nicholson put down the teacup and said, "In order for our trio to no longer be challenged with math problems in the future, Martin must win the award as soon as possible." He waved his hand, Since the subject matter of The Martian does not have an advantage, it is easy to deal with. Get rid of the main competitor, and the advantage will naturally come. So the next step of the misery plan is to deal with Matt Damon. Leonardo looked at Martin. You know your old rival better, how to deal with him appropriately. Martin said concisely. It's very simple, Harvey Weinstein, he said bluntly. Fighting Harvey Weinstein is not only politically correct within the industry, but also politically correct in the United States. Matt Damon himself is deeply involved with Harvey Weinstein. He and the Affleck brothers were Harvey Weinstein's minions and repeatedly suppressed the women he had forced upon them. Just over a year had passed since the incident, and Leonardo still remembered. Yes, several victims accused Matt Damon at the time, but the media's attention was diverted to Harvey. In addition, Matt Damon himself came out to accuse Harvey, so he was not ultimately implicated. Nicholson asked Martin, you are the real manipulator of the Weinstein incident. You must have some supporting evidence on your side, right? Martin said, there is no direct evidence that Matt Damon committed any crime, but he left behind a lot of evidence to prove that he put pressure on those women. After Ben Affleck lost his deterrent power, Matt Damon did a lot of the cleanup work. He mainly exerted pressure through phone calls, and many people left recordings. Under normal circumstances, these things might not have had a particularly big impact on Matt Damon. But if it were to break out at a critical moment in the Oscar race, it would likely affect the voting choices of Academy members, just like Harvey Weinstein's citywide attack on Saving Private Ryan. Martin looked at Leonardo. You're the commander-in-chief. You decide the specifics. So many actresses have been persecuted by Harvey, and Matt Damon not only didn't stop them, he became an accomplice. Leonardo spoke with righteous indignation, like a messenger of justice punishing evil and promoting good. The three of us have a responsibility and obligation to seek justice for those sisters. So, we must get Matt Damon, Martin said. You're the boss now. I'll do what you say, Nicholson said. Stop talking nonsense and act now, he warned. There are less than 2 weeks left until the Oscar ballots are released. When the votes come in at the end of the month, we need this news in the newspapers immediately. Leonardo shut down the computer and projector and said to Martin, call your people over and assign the tasks today. He emphasized, the part about Matt Damon needs to be handled quickly. No word can get out, I'll make sure it's all arranged. Martin took out his phone and called Thomas, Jessica, Emily, and the others, inviting them to dinner that evening. Leaving the study, Leonardo and Nicholson went to the living room first. Martin found Bruce and explained what had just happened. He instructed, you'll handle the rest of this yourself. I remember Jody did a detailed breakdown, and the victims trusted her the most. Talk to Jody and find the people Matt Damon pressured. I'll be there right away. Bruce hurried out of the villa. Getting into his car, he called Jody and watched the sun turn west. It was going to be a rough night. My pelvis was going to suffer. I hope I don't develop pelvic osteoporosis or femoral head necrosis in my old age. Jody readily agreed, saying, Bruce, you don't want to see Martin fail in his Best Actor Oscar bid, do you? I understand. For Martin's sake, Bruce started the car and drove straight to TMZ headquarters. He picked up the domineering female CEO just as Jody was getting off work and went to her home. It was another night Bruce sacrificed. At Davis Manor, members of Martin's PR team gathered for a sumptuous dinner and discussed their upcoming Oscar bid. The Martian has already been released, and the character and genre are set, unable to be altered. The only option is to focus on potential major competitors, not just the film itself. Thomas has already secured deals with multiple sponsors, including Coca-Cola and Samsung, securing a total of $8 million in sponsorships. WMA, the agency, has completely abandoned Natalie Portman this awards season, dedicating all its connections and media resources to Martin. Disney has confirmed that The Martian will be released in North America until after the Oscars, with offline distribution commencing afterward. If Martin wins an Oscar, offline revenue will also surge. Disney is also fully ramping up publicity and PR for The Martian. Both Davis Studio and Disney are employing traditional, conventional strategies for the awards season. The Bastards trio are overseeing all off-stage planning. This is a weak Oscar year, and Martin is certainly not the only one eyeing the Best Actor award. Chapter 712, Fair Competition. At Warner Brothers, Matt Damon, who had arrived early in the morning, entered the reception room with his agent. John Burr personally greeted the two. He shook hands with each of them and said, "Our film is doing very well at the box office. Now it all depends on how it performs during awards season. The agent immediately touted his client, saying, "Matt's appeal is undeniable. Moneyball, released in September, had grossed $70 million in North America by mid-December and over $100 million worldwide, all on a production budget of only $50 million. Matt Damon, with a naturally naive demeanor and a shy smile, said, "I haven't had a significant impact during awards season in a while. I hope this time, with Warner Brothers' support, I can achieve something." John Berg added, "Warner Brothers will fully support this film's Oscar campaign. Although North American disc sales have been declining since Avatar, DVDs remain one of a film's most important revenue sources, even its highest profit margin. If the DVDs of Moneyball had sold better, his pressure would have been less." The film's pre-production period had been rocky. After John Berg took over, he hired Mike DeLuca as producer, pushing the project forward, leading to Moneyball. Compared to films like The Hangover Part 2 and Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, Moneyball feels more like John Berg's own son. His agent said, "CAA is also planning to push Matt for an Oscar. Even someone of Leonardo DiCaprio's caliber can win the Best Actor award, so it should be Matt's turn." Matt Damon stated, "What does Warner Brothers need from me? I'll fully cooperate," John Berg said. "For publicity and PR, it's not just the company that's doing the hard work. You guys need to do more, too." His agent replied, "We'll do our best. I have a meeting, so let's leave it at that." John Berg stood up. "Please wait a moment. Someone will be here to discuss the details." Only Matt Damon and his agent remained in the meeting room. The latter said, "Warner's support is just a foundation. It doesn't guarantee us an award. Judging from the current situation, while the competition isn't fierce this year, there are still strong opponents." Matt Damon, who has been in the industry for nearly 20 years and has experienced the best screenplay competition and is also close to Harvey Weinstein, sees it clearly. Recently, the media has been full of news about Martin Davis and The Martian. Their goal can't just be Best Picture, they're definitely aiming for Best Actor. He grinned. "Those news reports that play on the pity make it seem like all the suffering in the world has fallen on Martin Davis. A jerk like him has become the so-called example of a prodigal son," but his agent said, "The media and the public are buying into this." Matt Damon couldn't help but exclaim, "This is outrageous." Last year, Leonardo DiCaprio won Best Actor by making a fool of himself. This year, Martin Davis wants to win Best Actor by playing on the pity? Is this still the Oscars? What kind of nonsense is this? His agent disagreed. "Martin's chances of winning are slim, right? The Martian is a science fiction film after all." "No, Martin is the biggest competitor." Matt Damon asked himself that he would not be wrong. This has nothing to do with the type of movie, but with who he is. The agent is older and has a long career, so his ideas are naturally old-fashioned. How can a science fiction movie with an unrealistic theme compare with our biographical film? Martin Davis's Oscar for supporting actor was not won for the role in acting skills, but was a reward given to him by Hollywood and even the whole of America. Matt Damon interrupted him, "Don't you think it's stronger this way? His public relations and publicity skills are terrifying." The agent thought about it and it made some sense. "We can't have a few more gangsters jumping out at this time." Matt Damon shook his head. "Last year, Leonardo succeeded in making a fool of himself, and it was said that it was Martin Davis's advice. Today he is trying to make himself miserable again, which shows that he is confident." Thinking of the Affleck brothers and Harvey Weinstein, Matt Damon suddenly wanted to retreat. Martin Davis was often like a mad dog. He would catch someone and bite him. He would never let go until the person was dying. His agent then said, "No matter who the competition is, we can't give up. There aren't many Oscar opportunities like this one." Matt Damon's mind raced. This was normal Oscar competition. In recent years, Martin Davis had been nominated for Best Actor numerous times but never won. Those winners' careers had been normal, without any setbacks. His vision suddenly widened, and the Oscar-winning strategies he'd learned from Harvey's years of experience immediately flooded his mind. After thinking carefully for a few minutes, Matt Damon said, "Facing an opponent like Martin, it is not enough for us to just do our best. CAA has cooperated with Harvey Weinstein more than once." The agent looked at Matt Damon, discredited him. Matt Damon thought of what Harvey often did during the awards season, find some critics and retired astronauts to find fault with The Martian, especially on the technical level. The movie is full of bugs. Also, what the opponent is trying hard to do is what we oppose. Isn't Martin Davis playing misery? He is not miserable at all now. He has a net worth of hundreds of millions and a large group of women with connections, he pondered and said. These are easy to find out. Find the media to expose him, expose his net worth, expose his relationships with a bunch of women, so that he can't play misery. Don't let him win sympathy, the agent said. These are easy. After all, celebrities are public figures, and this aspect is too easy to check, not to mention people like Martin Davis who don't pay much attention. Matt Damon thought of a crucial point. You handle these matters yourself, and keep it confidential. Don't let anyone know it's us doing this. The agent nodded. I understand. The two chatted for a while before there was a knock on the meeting room door and someone from Warner Brothers walked in. After the meeting, Matt Damon's agent immediately contacted someone close to him in the media and consulting firm. Regarding gossip, despite knowing Martin Davis was a known playboy, the agent was still shocked by the detailed gossip they had gathered. His girlfriend was Elizabeth Olsen, and his other longtime lovers included Louise, Jolie, Aniston, Charlize, and Dario, to name a few. There were even rumors of tests to join a fashion supermodel group and Taylor's group of close friends. While there was no evidence, these rumors in the entertainment industry were almost always true once they started circulating. Upon seeing Martin Davis's net worth, the agent was no longer just surprised, but astounded. Since entering Hollywood in 2004, Martin Davis, a country boy, has amassed assets far exceeding those of Matt Damon, who has been working hard for nearly 2 decades. The agent immediately found Matt Damon with the information and said, take a look at it, it's amazing. Matt Damon skipped the part about women and went straight to his assets. I didn't expect he also invested in Apple and Netflix. The stocks of these two companies have been appreciating, the agent said. Neither did I. Don't mention this to anyone else for now, Matt Damon said. After the Christmas holiday, the Academy will officially mail out the Oscar ballots. Before December 30th, Academy members living in major cities in North America will receive the ballots. From then on, it will be the peak period for the judges to make their choices. As an Academy member himself, he knew enough about this. Find someone to find fault with The Martian. This will start after the Christmas holiday. This will take a few days to ferment. The things about Martin himself will start from December 30th, the agent agreed. Countless cases in the past have proven that this is the best time period. It can influence the choices of many judges, since the other party's main strategy is to play the victim and win the sympathy of the judges. Matt Damon broke this point. I want everyone to know that Martin Davis is a billionaire and his life is not miserable at all. Burbank, Davis Studio. Bruce pushed open the office door and limped in. Martin looked up from behind the monitor, looking at him in surprise. How did you get hurt? Were you attacked by a terrorist? It's more terrible than a terrorist attack. Bruce shook his pelvis, feeling a little relieved, and said, I can't understand why such a thin woman has such terrible fighting power. Martin said directly, because you are a rusty old broken car, and she is a fertile land. Before sitting down, Bruce took a soft cushion and put it under his buttocks. If I continue for another night, my pelvis will definitely be shattered. Martin expressed sympathy, but was powerless, so he simply changed the subject and asked, how did things go? Bruce said, Jody sorted out the previous videos and cut out a lot of clips about Matt Damon. Several of the women Harvey forced were forced by Matt Damon afterward. Matt Damon can't escape this. He handed Martin a memory stick and continued, when I got here, Jody had already contacted several women who had been pressured by Matt Damon. They trust Jody very much, mainly because she helped them get enough compensation from Harvey. They've expressed their willingness to come forward and accuse Matt Damon. Martin opened the memory stick, looked at it, and then gave it to Bruce. Go find Jessica and have her contact the media. Don't let those accusing Matt Damon go on TMZ. Find a way to get them interviewed on talk shows or in mainstream print media. This wasn't difficult for the Davis studio these days. Bruce nodded and asked, when exactly? I've discussed it with Leo and Jack. Martin had already set the date, the end of this month, December 30th, before Christmas. Martin returned to Atlanta and spent 3 days there before returning to Los Angeles to prepare for the Oscars. He intended to make a dignified bid for the Best Actor Oscar. Chapter 713. The Greatest Shame in Life. In Century City, in the WMA offices, Thomas brought several newspapers, including Variety and Entertainment Weekly, and placed them on the low table in front of Martin. He said, since this morning, there have been a lot of negative reviews of The Martian in print media, online videos, and on TV review shows. It seems someone has identified us as a major competitor, Martin said, picking up a newspaper and reading it. On the front page of the entertainment section, a retired astronaut named Walter criticized The Martian for being insufficiently rigorous and containing numerous factual inaccuracies. Martin Davis's Earth-like walking and carrying style on Mars is completely unscientific. Mars gravity is only 1/3 that of Earth. NASA's repeated experiments have proven that normal walking on Mars should be done by hopping or taking small steps, not Martin Davis's method. The former astronaut immediately pointed the finger at Martin, saying his role was wrong. There was more to come. Massive storms are impossible on Mars. The air pressure on Mars is extremely low, less than 1% of Earth's. Even if the winds there reach 160 kilometers per hour, they're only about the equivalent of 16 kilometers per hour on Earth, just enough to fly a kite. The film completely ignores the dangers of space radiation. Based on how Martin Davis handles and saves himself in the film, he's bound to become seriously ill from the radiation. Even if he manages to return to Earth, he'll quickly die of cancer. Even Martin, the film's leading actor, couldn't find fault with these statements. They were based on current scientific research. Later, the former astronaut went on to point out numerous inconsistencies in the film, including the toilets, the camp, the spacesuits, and the Mars rover. While he didn't say a single thing about The Martian being unreliable, he was constantly calling it garbage. Martin didn't lose his temper, instead saying, "This is a bit like awards season. After more than a decade of Harvey Weinstein's manipulation and influence, the rules of the Oscar game had long since changed. Acting and acting were just the basics, and even large-scale publicity and public relations were just routine. To win an award, not only must you do well yourself, but you must also make your opponents look bad. What if your opponents don't want to look bad? Pull their legs apart, of course, to help them look bad." Clearly, someone was trying to hold Martin's legs back, to help him look bad. Martin switched to another newspaper. It was Entertainment Weekly, which also had an article about The Martian. A botanist from Caltech was criticizing one of the film's most talked about scenes. "I've seen The Martian, and everyone's praising Martin Davis's potato planting scene. But this scene, his most captivating performance, defies common sense. NASA's Mars exploration rover has already landed, proving that the Martian's oil is highly toxic. Martin Davis didn't treat the Martian's oil when he planted the potatoes." Martin put the newspaper aside and picked up another, which also contained criticism and critiques of The Martian from so-called professionals. Thomas then turned on the LCD screen connected to his computer and played video news clips from several websites. The content was similar to what Martin had just read. "The voting is already warming up," Martin asked. "Do you know where all this news is coming from?" Thomas said. "It's unclear yet, but the scope is clear. It's nothing more than a few major competitors, the crews and companies behind Moneyball, Warhorse, The Tree of Life, and Descendants." Martin, having competed for an Oscar numerous times, was already accustomed to it. He smiled and said, "The war has begun." Thomas said, "Many people think this is a weak year for the Oscars, and everyone wants to seize the opportunity to grab a piece of the pie. Last year, with Harvey's entry, things were relatively calm. It seems that the pent-up enthusiasm from all sides will be released this year." Martin thought for a moment and asked, "How are you going to deal with it?" "There's no need to distinguish who is behind this. All competitors are competitors." Thomas had already thought it through. Drag all the competitors down, and then everyone will blackmail each other. Lower the level to the same level. Then it won't matter who is behind whom. Martin thought it made sense and said, "Think of a way. Impersonate the Moneyball crew or Matt Damon's people to contact the media. Then, we will blackmail all the competitors." Focusing on Spielberg, Thomas was surprised at first, then understood. "This isn't difficult. We need Bruce's cooperation." Bruce, who had remained silent, asked, "What can I do for you?" The Hollywood Reporter, one of North America's two major entertainment newspapers, has its Los Angeles branch. Burnett left work, crossed the street, and headed for the parking lot. Ivan, now in makeup, emerged from behind a billboard and said, "Editor-in-Chief Burnett, can you chat for a minute?" Burnett, the Los Angeles-based editor of The Hollywood Reporter, wielded considerable authority. He glanced at the stranger next to him and said, "I don't know you. What do you want to talk about?" "About the Oscars," Ivan said bluntly. "A big deal. The Hollywood Reporter holds considerable influence in Hollywood. During awards season, people and companies are always flocking in to buy space and secretly distribute promotional content." Burnett pointed to a roadside cafe and said, "Let's go in and talk." The two entered the cafe and found a deserted spot. Ivan, without further ado, pulled the printed documents from his bag and placed them on the table in front of him. My employer wants these to appear in the newspapers. Bernard flipped open the documents and took a quick look. The documents were all soft articles, with checks tucked inside. Ivan asked directly, "Will these appear in the Hollywood Reporter?" Bernard quickly scanned the documents. Most of them were derogatory, criticizing the Martian, Warhorse, and the Tree of Life. There was only one flattering article, praising Matt Damon and his starring role in Moneyball. The content of these articles was fine. Traditional media outlets are struggling these days, even for a prominent entertainment publication like the Hollywood Reporter. Bernard glanced at the numbers on the checks and said, "I can guarantee they'll appear in the newspapers in the coming days. It's a deal," Ivan said. "I have many more contracts to cover. Don't let me be embarrassed by my employer." Bernard didn't ask any more questions. He knew his employer from the article alone. Apparently, Warner Brothers wants Moneyball to win the Best Picture Oscar, and Matt Damon wants to win the Best Actor Oscar. Ivan said nothing more and left, contacting his partner while rushing to his next deal. Bernard then left the cafe, skipping the parking lot and returning to the editorial office to discuss tomorrow's newspaper articles. The next morning, several widely circulated newspapers in cities like Los Angeles and New York published negative stories and criticisms of the Oscar contenders. They criticized Warhorse for its poor story and performances, and said director Spielberg had lost his creative juices and was only capable of making simplistic, sentimental films. They angrily denounced The Martian as a Robinson Crusoe disguised as Mars in space, devoid of any sincerity. The following appears unrelated and likely a translation error. No mistakes. 1 song, 1 post, 1 content, 1619, 1 book, 1 forum, 1 look. Woody Allen, the director of Midnight in Paris, was denounced as a clown, and his affair with his stepdaughter was brought up for discussion. Several Oscar contenders were panned as worthless. Only Moneyball received widespread acclaim, becoming the only good film in the media's eyes. Lead actor Matt Damon, in particular, was praised to the skies, and, with a flurry of soft-sounding articles, he seemed the most deserving of the award. Media coverage spread rapidly. Glendale, DreamWorks headquarters. Although his films in recent years have received poor reviews, and the media has repeatedly criticized him for outdated concepts and a lack of talent, 65-year-old Steven Spielberg remains ambitious and wants to win another Oscar. In addition to this year's Warhorse, he is also preparing a film starring Lincoln as the protagonist, aiming for another Oscar bid. Spielberg had just arrived at work today when his assistant reported, "Boss, there's a lot of negative news about Warhorse in the media, newspapers," Spielberg said. The assistant brought over several newspapers, and Spielberg quickly flipped through them. Warhorse is rife with chaotic logic and unbridled sentimentality. Spielberg is truly getting old. After all these years, he's still resorting to overly sentimental tactics. It's just a children's film. Where's the artistry in that? Spielberg doesn't deserve an Oscar. He's a con man trying to deceive the Academy with a fabricated, sentimental story. Spielberg's face darkened, his mind racing back to events from over a decade ago. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the fate of Saving Private Ryan, when the media frantically smeared him and the film, ultimately losing one of the most prestigious awards. That Oscars was the greatest humiliation of Spielberg's life. Spielberg reviewed reviews of other Oscar contenders and said to his assistant, "Find out who fabricated these." The assistant immediately made a phone call. Spielberg's reputation was incredibly effective. Not long after, his assistant returned with the following statement, "I contacted people at the Hollywood Reporter, People, and Variety. They didn't know the people at the newspapers, but judging by the contacts within the newspapers, the employer is likely Warner Brothers or Matt Damon." This reminded Spielberg of a film, Moneyball. The assistant replied, "That's also a strong contender for an Oscar." Spielberg and Matt Damon had collaborated once before, but that relationship didn't sit well with each other. In the subsequent Oscar race, Matt Damon sided with Harvey Weinstein. Someone even secretly leaked that Matt Damon had reported what he learned about the Soldier to Harvey Weinstein, who seized on the weak link between Damon and Soldier and assembled a group of World War II veterans to smear Soldier, causing DreamWorks to lose the Best Picture award. Matt Damon and Harvey Weinstein have a close relationship, and smearing his rivals through the media is Harvey's most common tactic. Spielberg told his assistant, "Use our connections and fight back." The same scene played out on several other sets. There's no need to investigate the mastermind behind the scenes, just focus on who benefits. Catch the one who benefits, and hammer them to death. Chapter 714 Hollywood Billionaire. Don't you need to clarify what's in the newspaper? Elizabeth Olsen and Martin enjoyed dinner by the window of a luxurious restaurant, but Martin didn't forget his most important task at the moment. Martin shook his head. No, I plan to bring all my competitors down to the same level, then use my vast experience to defeat them. Elizabeth was puzzled. Why don't I understand you? Martin explained simply. I'm best at playing high-level games. Elizabeth laughed. Hey, honey, you mean to bring them down? Martin laughed heartily. High-level games often present themselves as the most primitive, crude battles. Seeing that he wasn't worried, Elizabeth put the matter aside and raised her glass. Honey, I wish you the victory in this crude battle. Martin clinked his glass with her. Good luck. After enjoying dinner, the two emerged from the restaurant. Perhaps tipped off by a source, a large number of entertainment paparazzi had gathered outside. Seeing Martin and Elizabeth emerge, they swarmed over, peppering them with questions. Martin, what do you think of the former NASA astronaut's criticism of the Martian as inaccurate? Can you really grow potatoes in toxic Martian soil? The film has so many flaws. Are you only focused on commercialism and ignoring art? Martin and Elizabeth didn't respond. Flanked by several security guards, they got into Bruce's Escalade. The next month might be a bit chaotic. Martin, aiming for an Oscar and determined to maintain a certain level of exposure, said, just be careful with your daily transportation. Elizabeth smiled sweetly and said, don't worry about me. Go all out and try to win an Oscar for Best Actor. The reporters and paparazzi chased the Escalade all the way to North Sunset Boulevard, only to be stopped at the entrance to residential complex and disperse. The next morning, Matt Damon's car was blocked by dozens of reporters and paparazzi as he drove out of his house. Someone banged on the car window and asked loudly, renowned critic Kenneth Turan criticized your character in Moneyball in his column in the Los Angeles Times today, saying he had only skin and no flesh, blood, or soul. What do you think? Matt Damon remained calm and motioned for the driver to continue. The car left the circle of reporters and headed towards Century City, where CAA is located. Matt Damon called his agent to ask about the LA Times column. The agent said, today, there's been a lot of criticism of Moneyball in the entertainment media, and even on some social media. Some of it is quite harsh, Matt Damon said. I've read some of it. Wait until I get to the office. Half an hour later, his agent met Matt Damon in his office. An assistant brought in a pile of newspapers. Almost every influential Hollywood newspaper had articles criticizing Matt Damon and Moneyball. In Moneyball, Matt Damon's expression is glazed, his acting is completely unremarkable. Whenever there's even a little bit of dialogue in a long shot, Matt Damon's eyes wander, easily distracting from the performance, and he even likes to lick his lips to cover it up. While critics are paid to write columns, their columns still have some substance. These are indeed Matt Damon's long-standing shortcomings. Even his agent couldn't say anything. Matt Damon glanced at the critics' columns and said, didn't they stand on our side a few days ago, criticizing Martin Davis and other competitors? Why are they attacking us again? His agent said, media commentators are a bunch of paid bastards. They don't have any stance. Matt Damon put his hands on his hips and said, after hitting one side, they hit the other, trying to take advantage of everyone's money. Matt Damon didn't read the subsequent newspaper smears on Moneyball in detail, doing so would only make things worse. He just skimmed through all the papers and noticed something strange. These newspapers were bashing Martin Davis and The Martian a few days ago, and yesterday they were bashing every competitor except us, yet we're the only ones consistently praised, Matt Damon said, patting his newspaper. I originally thought they were taking our PR fees and siding with us, but today they've completely flipped their stance and are only bashing us. He looked at his agent. What's going on? The agent, quite knowledgeable, said, clearly, someone's trying to muddy the waters, creating chaos, so they can profit. Matt Damon thought of this, too, Martin's name floating through his mind. Of course, others could be possible. After all, this year's potential Oscar contenders don't look very strong. Moneyball, The Tree of Life, The Martian, Midnight in Paris, War Horse, and so on. These are just the things that matter to the Oscars. Matt Damon made the same choice as Martin. This could affect all competitors, no matter who they are. We'll drag them all into this. Since they're messing with us, we're going to fight back and discredit them as well. At first, it was Moneyball against The Martian. Then, All the other competitors were attacked, leaving Moneyball standing alone. Now everyone is attacking Moneyball, so what else can they do? Fight back, of course. Without hesitation, his agent contacted his team, Warner Brothers, the media, and critics, launching a new offensive. Isn't it just a smear campaign? They've worked with Harvey Weinstein many times and have extensive experience. In the days leading up to the Oscar ballots, American entertainment media, from traditional print and television to new media like the internet and social media, were a chaotic mess of publicity and smear campaigns for various films. Multiple Oscar contenders were attacked without exception. As soon as one media outlet praised a film, 3 immediately jumped out to smear it. Even within the same media outlet, one review column sang the praises of a film while another denounced it as trash. Hollywood's awards season, devastated by the loss of Harvey Weinstein, a key factor, has been thrown into complete disarray, seemingly unable to find a new direction. If there are no enemies, then there are enemies everywhere. All the Oscar contenders, except for themselves, are smearing their competitors. Amidst this turmoil, the Academy's mailed Oscar nomination ballots began arriving in the hands of Academy members residing in North America. According to Academy regulations, ballots can be filled out and mailed immediately, or they can be mailed later. The deadline is January 14th. Leonardo DiCaprio and Nicholson arrived at Martin's office early in the morning, each bringing their own Oscar ballots. Leonardo put Martin's name first on the list of leading actors and said, "Now, we need to intensify our publicity campaign. It's time to begin phase 2. Nicholson, who also put Martin in the first position, asked Leonardo, "Can you tell me what your phase 2 plan is? Martin and I have been following your lead and cooperating with your pity campaign, and as a result, public opinion is almost out of control." He shook his head and sighed. "Leo, you're still the 20-second guy. You haven't changed. I went from 11 to 24 seconds. You mean you haven't changed? I've gotten stronger." Leonardo first proved his innocence and then said, "For the next phase of our pity campaign, Martin." A sudden knock on the door interrupted Leonardo. Jessica pushed open the door and said, "Boss, there's news in the media." As she spoke, she brought over the latest issues of Variety and People magazines. The cover of the new issue of Variety showed a tall, muscular man, handsome and suave, dressed in designer clothes. He stood before a Cadillac flagship, wearing a handcrafted Brioni suit, a $1 million Cartier watch on his wrist, the latest Samsung flagship smartphone in his left hand, and the scepter of the Coca-Cola cult, encrusted with precious gemstones, tightly grasped in his right. It was Martin. The billionaire Martin. The inhumane Martin. Leonardo DiCaprio felt a nagging feeling when he saw the cover, like someone had finally managed to achieve a 24-second workout, only to be abruptly interrupted after just 10 seconds. The cover boasted a caption, "Martin Davis, Hollywood billionaire." Martin flipped open the cover and quickly found the cover profile. It simply listed Martin's income and most of his assets. Commercial endorsements, nearly $60 million annually. Film salaries and box office revenue, upwards of $80 million annually. The share of the Coca-Cola cult's commemorative Coke, no less than $60 million annually. 5 properties in Sherman Oaks, Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, Manhattan's Upper East Side, and Miami Resort, valued at $120 million. Warner Brothers had previously offered Davis Studios $200 million, but the acquisition was rejected. Investments, large purchases of Apple, Netflix, and Tesla stock. While the exact amount is unknown, reliable sources estimate the value of these shares to be at least $300 million. Conservative estimates put Martin Davis's personal assets at between $800 million and $1 billion. Martin reviewed the figures and thought the estimate wasn't accurate, but not by much. Nicholson, also reading the cover profile, had a sudden idea after seeing the figures. He decided to abandon Martin and team up with Leonardo DiCaprio to persuade him to marry Lorraine. Perhaps Martin was just losing his mind? With no outsiders to mess with, he'd have to mess with his own people for fun. Martin grabbed another People magazine. The cover was filled with women with whom he'd had numerous affairs. Standing center stage is, of course, Elizabeth Olsen, his official girlfriend. Flanked by Angelina Jolie and Jennifer Aniston, she's joined by Charlize Theron, Anne Hathaway, Elisha Cuthbert, Blake Lively, Alexandra Daddario, and other so-called exes. The cover's caption is concise, "Martin Davis Girlfriends." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, It means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 715, False Pitiability, Real Worse. These two magazines, Variety focused on money, while People focused on sex. The point was to have both money and sex, to have it all. They wanted to pull down Martin's underwear and show the whole country that this bastard had a huge dick, not just 2.5 centimeters of tigas, as he'd advertised. Martin didn't feel the embarrassment or unease of having his true colors exposed, because he'd never concealed them. His everyday persona was that of a playboy. Unlike Leonardo, who touted his fidelity, Martin was calm, but Leonardo was furious. He slammed his hand on the desk with a loud thud, his broad, fat face filled with anger and annoyance. Jessica glanced over, wondering if he was just jealous. But in Hollywood, only others could envy Leonardo. He hadn't understood the difference since 1998. Fuck, those two damn magazines. Leonardo slammed his fist down on the magazine again, angrily saying, "They've exposed your billionaire status like this. How the hell am I going to let you play the victim again?" Nicholson said. "Seems alright, right? My plan is to play the victim, boss." Play the victim, understand? Leonardo picked up the People magazine and tossed it at Nicholson. Martin has been f-ked by so many women, it's tragic. Martin has been f-ked by so many of them at once, it's tragic. Martin has spent billions on them, it's tragic. He leaned back and slumped down on the sofa, perhaps because he'd gained so much weight, and the sofa flattened under the impact. He seemed to be struck with a blow, and for a moment he felt dejected. Nicholson shook his head repeatedly. Leonardo cheered up a little. "I spent so many days and nights on this plan of selling misery, but it was forced to be interrupted like this." He learned a lot of rhetoric from Martin. These bastards have no moral principles. How can they expose people's secrets like this? Seeing that Leonardo was hit, Martin quickly comforted him. "It's okay, it's not a big deal." But Leonardo didn't think so. An Oscar for Best Actor. "Martin, the plan of selling misery failed, and your Oscar for Best Actor is gone." Martin thought to himself, "I knew that this damn plan of selling misery was unreliable. Fortunately I was prepared." He said, "Not really, right? No, there will be negative consequences," Leonardo said. "You have good looks, a good figure, wealth, women, fame, and commercial influence. You're going to take all the good things." He pulled Nicholson in front of him and said, "Will old bastards like Jack feel unbalanced? If they do, will they do whatever it takes to make you suffer? They can't control anything else, but they have a say in the Oscars." This description felt particularly familiar to Martin. After thinking it over, he said, "Leo, you're not talking about me, you're talking about yourself." Nicholson then said, "You're different from Martin." As soon as Martin became a little famous, he took the initiative to move closer to the academic school. "And you? Do I need to repeat your arrogance back then?" Leonardo avoided the question and rubbed his chubby face. "My plan to play the victim has failed. What should I do next? It's simple. Make another plan, a worse one," Martin said seriously. "You've all seen the media attacks. It's a mess now." Even Nicholson, despite his vast experience, still declared, "This is the most chaotic Oscars PR I've ever seen." Every single production crew rolled up their sleeves and got involved. And the attacks escalated. Now, at least 10 films were being smeared and praised simultaneously. Leonardo looked at Martin, feeling that this jerk had something to do with him, especially since he just mentioned a terrible plan. He urged, "How exactly do we do it?" Martin said, "It's the same as we discussed a few days ago. We'll take our main competitor and beat them to the bone. We don't have to be better than them, just worse than us." "That's enough." Nicholson mentioned the key name, Matt Damon. Martin replied, "Yes, that's him. He's the biggest threat in the Best Actor category. As long as he's bad enough, the threat will naturally disappear, and then we can win the Oscars with honor." Leonardo said, "So what are we waiting for? Let's get started." Martin checked the wall clock and asked Jessica to turn on the TV. Pulitzer Prize winner, Ms. Helen, will personally interview several victims of the Weinstein scandal. At noon, the Helen show aired on schedule, and several girls took their seats in the broadcast booth. Viewers familiar with the Weinstein scandal would recognize them. They were all victims of Harvey Weinstein. Helen's opening topic focused on the women's return to normal life after the Weinstein trial and how they were coping with the physical and mental damage they had suffered. It seemed as if she was simply revisiting the events of the past. After you were assaulted, did Harvey send people to put pressure on you? Helen's conversation gradually turned to the target individuals. Who are these people? The blonde girl among them said, I've communicated with many victims. The ones who came forward the most were Ben Affleck and one of Weinstein's assistants. Another brunette girl took over. I was warned and pressured by Matt Damon. Helen asked, Hollywood superstar Matt Damon. The brunette girl said, yes, it was Matt Damon. He called me and warned me not to say anything, otherwise I would not be able to be an actor and would get into a lot of trouble. The brown-haired woman next to her said, I was also pressured by Matt Damon. By the way, I'm a reporter for Californication. I got a copy of the recording at the time, but Matt Damon called me editor-in-chief of the publishing house, and then called me, telling us not to report on it. Helen said, I also heard rumors about this during the Harvey Weinstein trial, but the rumors quickly died down. Are they true? The brown-haired woman gave a helpless smile. The rumors died down because of Matt Damon, his PR manager, and his agency's PR. The media's focus at the time was on Weinstein, the Affleck brothers, and Brad Pitt, all ignoring Matt Damon. I insisted on reporting, and the newspaper fired me. Helen asked, can you prove this? We have evidence. I have a recording of my phone call with Matt Damon. I secretly recorded the moment Matt Damon and Ben Affleck pressured me. Helen asked, did you bring it? Of course. The rest, of course, was the live broadcast. Matt Damon has appeared in so many films, and his voice is so recognizable. Once the recording is played, anyone who hears it is almost certain it's Matt Damon speaking. There's also a short video, just 20 seconds, that clearly captures the faces of Matt Damon and Ben Affleck. Helen Weinstein rose to fame with a Burbank High School incident, winning a Pulitzer Prize and launching The Helen Show. Today, The Helen Show is one of the highest-rated talk shows in the United States, reaching audiences from all walks of life. With the show's release, Matt Damon finally stood out from the Oscar contenders and grabbed headlines. Almost simultaneously, TMZ released several recordings related to Matt Damon. Several other media outlets also obtained relevant information and, after initial hesitation, now released it without hesitation. This wasn't like the Harvey Weinstein case, when public and media attention was focused on Harvey. Matt Damon became a hot topic. The biggest difference between him and Harvey was that he faced no legal consequences. The two leaders of Meet Up, Angelina Jolie and Jennifer Aniston, were once again making a splash, saying that people like Matt Damon, if they still had any conscience and self-respect, should voluntarily withdraw from the public eye. The wave of public opinion that erupted in a short period of time almost overwhelmed Matt Damon. In the American entertainment media, the attacks between the Oscar hopefuls have vanished, with Matt Damon stealing all the space and attention. Media coverage is biased. How could a Matt Damon scandal, with its limited audience, attract as much attention as those Oscar hopefuls? Furthermore, with evidence pointing to Matt Damon's involvement with Harvey Weinstein, how could he steal the spotlight without stepping in and attacking him? Sitting on the sofa in a Malibu mansion, Matt Damon sat in a daze. Aren't these things already in the past? Why are they being dragged up again by the media and subjected to such frenzied coverage? The agent then said, it should be the Oscars. This is a crucial time for Oscar voting. Matt Damon's face remained innocent, as if he had never known anything Harvey had done. Weren't we just attacking each other before? Why are they targeting me? He raised his voice. I didn't break any fucking law, and they want to sentence me, the agent warned. None of this matters now. We have to make a statement. This is related to our upcoming Oscar bid. Although this incident would damage Matt Damon's reputation, it was not a big deal to those with traditional ideas and years of experience in the industry. Matt Damon didn't want to give up this opportunity to win an award. He said, send the PR manager over, and we'll come up with a strategy as soon as possible. The agency responded swiftly, and a video of Matt Damon being interviewed by a reporter quickly appeared on YouTube, Twitter, and TV. Similar to the reports Martin had read in his previous life, Matt Damon, like many powerful Hollywood stars, was arrogant and completely deflected responsibility. I didn't know the specifics of what Harvey did. I was also a victim. He used his power to oppress me. I thought it was just a common conflict, so I went with Ben to mediate. No one knows what Matt Damon was thinking, and his subsequent words were even more exaggerated. This is a very common situation in Hollywood. When two people have a conflict, There always needs to be a mediator. I thought I was just mediating. The release of this video caused an uproar within and outside the industry. The Hollywood Reporter sided with Matt Damon, publishing a special column. Matt Damon's interview was a real car crash. The arrogance of Hollywood's powerful male stars is once again on full display. No wonder so many have committed such evil deeds in the past. Even Martin, Leonardo DiCaprio, and Nicholson didn't expect Matt Damon to respond in this way. In this year's Oscar race, Martin couldn't claim to be particularly good in his role or performance, but he was certain that his main competitors were worse. Chapter 716, Competitors Get Out. The Ritz-Carlton, Beverly Hills. The attention of the entertainment media converged on this particular spot today, as the 84th Academy Awards nominees luncheon was about to take place. The past 2 weeks in Hollywood had been a chaotic mess, arguably the most chaotic Oscars publicity campaign ever. It seemed as if each of the contenders for the major awards was being criticized, and each was then criticizing the others. When had the pre-Oscars run-up ever been so lively? In the hotel lounge, Academy President Tom Sherrack finally breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "I didn't expect it to be this chaotic." Vice President Tom Hanks chimed in, saying, "If only one production crew had been causing trouble, we could have kicked them out and disqualified them from the Oscars. But with all the crews competing for the major awards out, it would be difficult to handle." It wasn't difficult, it was impossible. The Academy's executive committee had simply become deaf and blind for the time being. Kathleen Kennedy, another vice president, said, "It's not without its benefits. They've done a good job of pre-launching the Oscars, and this year's Oscars are generating a lot of attention." She smiled and said to the two Toms, "Isn't that exactly what we want?" Sherrack said, "If it hadn't generated excitement and attracted public attention, why would I have let them make such a fuss?" Hanks understood the underlying situation. Oscar attention was declining every year, and if it continued like this, it would become a true Hollywood insider's spree. This was the face of the Academy, their most prominent way to assert their presence. Tom Sherrack added, "Once the nominations are announced, this will quickly subside. Any further violations will be disqualified." Hanks and Kathleen Kennedy agreed. Now that the buzz is building, the Academy should restore its high-end image. The luncheon was about to begin, and guests began arriving in the hall filled with round tables and chairs. Spielberg, wearing round glasses, arrived at the table where the crew of War Horse was sitting. As he pulled out his chair, he noticed several people approaching from behind. Moneyball director Bette Miller and lead actor Matt Damon. Seeing Spielberg, the latter hurried over to greet him. "Steven." Spielberg seemed oblivious to the outstretched hand. He glanced at Matt Damon and gave him a slight nod, making no move to speak. Matt Damon withdrew his right hand in frustration, feeling baffled. Hadn't the past been settled? The culprit was already in prison. Was this necessary? Spielberg turned his head away, no longer looking. At his point, even 10 Matt Damons, let alone one, would be nothing. Matt Damon was about to return to his seat when he noticed Spielberg turning back again. Not only did he turn, but a smile appeared on his face. Following his gaze, Matt Damon saw three people: Leonardo DiCaprio, Nicholson, and Martin Davis. Three of the most famous bastards in Hollywood today. Spielberg waved at them. Martin and the other two went over to greet Spielberg and chatted briefly. In Spielberg's eyes, The Martian was destined for Best Actor, while War Horse hadn't even submitted an application for that award, so the two were in no way competing. Warner Brothers, on the other hand, wanted Moneyball to win Best Picture, Best Director, and Best Actor. Spielberg always believed that the first to challenge him came from Warner Brothers and Matt Damon, especially Damon, who had previously tipped off the film. The banquet hall was crowded, and while Matt Damon was being snubbed by Spielberg, Spielberg was warm to the asshole trio, a fact many people noticed. Matt Damon still wore a simple, honest expression, showing no sign of change. The agent next to him said, "Don't worry about these little things. Let's get the nomination first, then figure out how to make it work." Matt Damon, overwhelmed by recent events, had lost confidence in his eventual win. He simply said, "A Best Actor nomination is enough." Martin and the other two returned to the table at the Martian. The crew wasn't very large, so the table was just big enough for them. Ridley Scott wasn't there at all. He had gone to Morocco with his assistants to prepare for the next Alien film, Prometheus. In Ridley's words, a Best Director nomination would be the best, but he wouldn't win. Louise Mayer, who was sitting at the same table, said to Martin, For the next vote, I'll mobilize all my resources. If you don't win this time, forget about my resources for 3 years, they won't help us anymore. Martin understood, our plan should work. Leonardo shook his head, my clown act worked, but yours didn't. It doesn't make sense. Nicholson clapped his hands at him, Martin's way is more reliable than the lousy. Leonardo spoke the truth, because Hollywood is full of rubbish. Matt Damon noticed the next table, filled with the crew of The Martian. He turned slightly to look at the 3 jerks sitting in the middle. Nicholson noticed and immediately turned to look at Matt Damon. The old jerk bared his teeth in a weird grin, just like the Joker he once played. Matt Damon turned his head away, not looking back, and kept reminding himself that they were just 3 idiots, 3 crazy dogs with water in their heads. You can't mess with mad dogs. Without this mental preparation, he was afraid he'd be tempted to take action. Meanwhile, Martin completely ignored the Moneyball crew, as if they didn't exist. Neither side was a good match. He was mobilizing his forces to attack Matt Damon, while Matt Damon was similarly using various methods to discredit him and The Martian. As for whose efforts were more effective, it would soon become clear. The banquet hall was packed, but the atmosphere was somewhat eerie, with a certain amount of tit-for-tat between the various crews. Some even erupted into arguments. Nicholson said, "See, Leo? Your plan of selling misery can have such an effect today? Martin's plan is better." Martin said, "I went from selling misery to showing off my wealth. Who can I complain to?" He looked at Leonardo. "Do you know how many non-governmental organizations and charity funds have called me to ask me to donate recently? They want me to donate all my property. I declined some invitations to charity dinners, but was attacked by black fans for having no sympathy. I spent so much money on food, drink and entertainment, and didn't know how to help others. No mistake in one song, one post, one content, one book, one forum." Leonardo was just as shameless as Martin and Nicholson. He grabbed Martin's sleeve and said, "Donate all your wealth to my environmental foundation, and you'll never have to deal with these troubles again." Nicholson said, "I've noticed. Leo is the most shameless." Martin said, "After all, 100 meters." Leonardo frowned, his eyes wide open, and then whispered, "Luncheon is about to begin." Academy President Tom Sherrick and Jessica Chastain, who hosted the luncheon, walked onto the stage in the banquet hall. Nominations were announced one by one. This was a truly weak Oscar year, with few films attracting much attention. As for Martin, aside from The Martian and War Horse, he had little recollection of the other films. The nominations were announced one by one. After so many preliminary awards, the nominations were pretty much as expected. The media's pre-announced list had at least a 90% accuracy rate. This was because the overlap between Hollywood's various industry union awards and the corresponding Oscar categories was so high. Finally, it was time for the 4 most prestigious awards. Tom Sherrick read out the 5 nominees for Best Actor. The first one was Martin Davis, The Martian. The crew cheered softly. Nicholson and DiCaprio high-fived Martin. DiCaprio, completely shameless, whispered, "Without my plan to play the victim, how could your plan to be worse than yours succeed?" Martin said, "I really want to thank you so much. I'll get a bunch of beautiful women from Thailand to throw you a special thank you party." DiCaprio gave him the middle finger. Tom Sherrick continued reading, Gary Oldman, Tinker, Tailor, Soldier, Spy, George Clooney, The Descendants, Joel Edgerton, Warrior. With each name, Matt Damon's heart tightened. After spending so much time and energy, bashing so many crews and being bashed by so many, there had to be something to show for it, right? There was only one Best Actor nominee left, and his heart began to lift. Tom Sherrick's voice continued without a pause. Demian Bichir, A Better Life. Cheers erupted from the other crew. Martin was grinning, his victory audacious. Matt Damon, still with a simple expression, sat in his seat like a stone statue. After all he'd done, he didn't even get a nomination. His agent noticed Matt Damon's anomaly and consoled him, "We'll try again next year." Failed, Matt Damon whispered. His agent was also frustrated. Matt Damon thought back to the past 2 weeks and quickly identified the root cause, the attacks on him by the women involved in the Weinstein scandal. He was surprised not to even get a nomination. At the next table, Leonardo was about to fist bump Martin. "Congratulations. Your plan to be worse than you was a success. Our biggest competitor didn't even get a nomination," Nicholson concluded. "Martin's much more reliable than you, Leo, when it comes to stirring things up." Leonardo retorted, "Don't you know? Martin's specialty is dragging high-end competitors down to his level, or even worse, and then using his vast experience with bad guys to defeat them. Martin, seeing a chance at winning the Best Actor Oscar, said, "Bosses, mobilize all your resources." Matt Damon, having just announced the nominations, voluntarily left the stage. He had to pass by Martin's table on his way out. Matt Damon turned his head away, not even glancing at the three assholes. Chapter 717, Family Members Don't Lie to Each Other. Beverly Hills, Davis Estate. After selecting a few bottles of fine wine from the cellar, Martin returned to the living room to find Leonardo, Nicholson, Saoirse Ronan, and the others gone. Seeing Elizabeth emerge from the kitchen, he asked, "Where are they?" Elizabeth pointed outside. "They're all in the yard." Martin pulled her out of the villa and found everyone gathered at the fountain square. It was already dark, and the square was ablaze with lights. Leonardo held up a pipe with a handle and pointed it at a 45-degree angle toward the sky. Nicholson flicked his cigar, lit a special firework, and inserted it into the pipe. He slapped Leonardo on the head and shouted, "Fire!" Martin, anxious, shouted, "Don't fire! Don't fire!" With a bang, a spark trailing flame soared into the sky and exploded, sending a cloud of fireworks blazing. Martin scratched his head. These two bastards actually set off fireworks to celebrate at halftime. Saoirse saw Martin and Elizabeth and shouted, "Teacher, Liz, come and set off the fireworks together." Elizabeth found that the people around her had stopped, and her hands felt heavy as if they were pulling cattle. Nicholson shouted, "Martin, don't stop us. Leo and I just want to find out one thing. Will the halftime celebration really lead to the loss of the game?" "One more." "Keep going," Leonardo yelled. "Martin, let's try it. At worst, Jack can give you an Oscar. He has 3. Martin spread his hands and said, "After causing trouble for outsiders, you are now causing trouble for your own people. You are worthy of being the 2 biggest assholes in Hollywood." Nicholson lit another firework, which was sent into the sky by Leonardo, lighting up half the sky. Martin, disinclined to care, pulled Elizabeth back. "Let's get dinner ready." Elizabeth smiled and reassured him, "Leo and Jack have put in a lot of effort this time. We should let them celebrate." Martin said, "Don't worry about them." At the nominees' luncheon, the cast of The Martian reaped a bounty, receiving 8 nominations, including Best Art Direction, Best Sound Editing, Best Sound Effects, Best Visual Effects, Best Adapted Screenplay, Best Actor, Best Director, and Best Picture. For Best Director, Ridley Scott explicitly forgoes further publicity. The cast and Disney have agreed to prioritize Martin's Best Actor. After successfully eliminating Matt Damon through the competition, Martin practically dominated the nominations. The next task was to prevent an upset. In just one night, Matt Damon fully accepted his early Oscar farewell. Without a nomination, his struggles were futile. His past missteps had finally taken their toll. But Matt Damon has no regrets. If he hadn't done all those awful things, he wouldn't be where he is today. His agent came to visit Matt Damon early in the morning. As they entered the living room, he said, "Steven Soderbergh is planning to make a biopic about the pianist Liberace. You've worked with him many times. If you're interested, you can ask Soderbergh. I'm sure he won't turn you down." Matt Damon knew that biopics were easy to win awards, and he and Soderbergh had always had a good relationship. He said, "I'll call Steven later." His agent, worried that he'd be dwelling on this, specifically said, "The Oscars come every year. If we don't make it this year, we can try for the next one. There's no need to dwell on one, and there's no need to get tangled up with Martin Davis." Matt Damon remained silent. A simple expression on his face, as if he'd taken it all in. The agent glanced at his watch and picked up his bag. "I'm leaving now. Call me if you need anything. You should get some rest." "Wait." Matt Damon finally couldn't help himself and called out to his agent, saying, "Keep in touch with the media. Get all the dirty laundry we've compiled on Martin Davis." The agent shook his head. What kind of dirty laundry was that? Throwing wild parties, hooking up with a neighbor's fiancée, and messing around with supermodels? What did that even mean to a Hollywood star? He said, "It's useless. It won't hurt Martin Davis. It might even make him more attractive. This is Hollywood, not Washington." Matt Damon said, "I didn't get the nomination, and now Martin Davis is the favorite. Any delay we can get him in is a plus. If we can't get it, he won't get it easily either." Faced with a client of Matt Damon's stature, the agent couldn't refuse. "Okay, I'll do my best." When the initial negative news surfaced, Matt Damon didn't think twice, blaming Martin Davis. He considered retaliating, but after extensive investigation, he couldn't find a way to do so. This bastard has never dated anyone under 18, never forced himself on other women, doesn't evade taxes, and so on. He usually looks like a top-tier jerk in the industry, but in reality, his boundaries are higher than most people in Hollywood. Matt Damon got in his car, left his mansion, and drove to the state prison. Today was a scheduled visit. Matt Damon saw his former best friend Ben Affleck. Seeing him thin, haggard, and restless, he suddenly felt lucky not to have been implicated by Harvey and the Affleck brothers. Matt Damon had lost count of the amount of shit he had done to curry favor with Harvey Weinstein. The situation in Hollywood has changed dramatically in the past 2 years. Even bigwigs like Harvey have been sent to prison. After leaving the state prison, Matt Damon got in his car and sat in silence for half an hour. He picked up his phone and called his agent. "It's me. Let's forget about everything I said this morning. There's no need. Let's save our energy for the next opportunity, the next award season," his agent said. A very wise decision. Matt Damon hung up, started his car, and as he drove out of the parking lot, he glanced back at the state prison. He didn't want to end up there. During this Oscars PR, Matt Damon had realized one thing: whether it was money and power, fame and status, he and Martin Davis were no longer on the same level. In other words, he had a bit more brains than Ben Affleck. He could apply pressure, but he wouldn't do anything illegal. On a sunny afternoon, Elizabeth Olsen awoke drowsily. She checked her side, but Martin wasn't there. A faint sound of running water came from the bathroom. Elizabeth, too tired to move, dozed off again. She fetched a yacht brochure, flipped through 2 pages, and tossed it aside. Although it was tempting to get a yacht named Elizabeth, after careful consideration these days, she felt that the yacht was used too little and could be postponed for the time being. It would be better to buy a private business jet. Whether it was her, Lily, or Martin, they all took too many flights every year. Elizabeth pulled a cushion over and rested her chin on it. She felt lazy all over and couldn't help but think of the idea that came to her last time. Lily had a good relationship with her. When she was in Los Angeles, she basically lived here. And Lily had complained more than once. The bathroom door opened, and Martin checked his phone. There were messages from Chad and Marcus on it. He said to Elizabeth, "I'm going out for a while." Elizabeth nodded. After Martin changed and left, she pulled out her phone and called Lily. "When are you coming back?" "It's nothing serious. I'm fine here. I just wanted to tell you I have a surprise for you, and one for Martin, too." "Surprise? Not a shock, is it?" Lily suspected Elizabeth had ill intentions. "You sound like you're plotting against me," Elizabeth replied. "Of course it's a surprise. Family doesn't lie to family." Lily had been following the entertainment news lately. "Before the Oscars, I have to go back and congratulate that jerk for winning Best Actor," Elizabeth warned. "Don't pop the champagne at halftime," Lily replied. "I understand." Martin left Beverly Hills and arrived at the El Capitan Theater in Hollywood. It had been refurbished for the premiere. Martin got out of the car and entered the theater. Marcus, Chad, and Shen, who were all there, along with the distribution producer from Disney. Marcus had personally set up the display stand and displayed promotional materials for Lone Survivor. This politically correct film was about to be released. Considering the characters and the possibility of Mark Wahlberg bringing any unexpected changes, the film was postponed to January. Martin was the film's investor, and with Disney Studios backing him, he naturally had the final say. Marcus stood at the booth and said, "It's finally coming out." Martin patted his sturdy shoulder. "Pre-sales are going strong. This movie will definitely make people remember what you did." The fat on Marcus's double chin trembled a few times, and he said, "I invited their families to come." Martin basically ignored these trivial matters now. Emily and Jessica were more than capable of handling the daily management of Davis Studios. After discussing Lone Survivor, Chad approached Martin. "When are you free? Come to the Angel Club. We've designed some new action sequences," Martin asked bluntly. "Can I pull it off?" Chad smiled. "It's a bit challenging," Martin said casually. "You're not going to make me fly my car into space and crash it into a satellite, are you?" "Of course not," Chad said. "It's just some more close-quarters combat mixed with pistol shooting. After all, this is an action movie, not sci-fi." Martin walked them through the premiere theater's layout, confirmed it was all right, and then invited Chad, Chen, who, and Marcus to wash up and chat about preparations for John Wick 3. Talking about creation while feeling refreshed, ideas flowed like a spring. Chapter 718 Beauty and the Beast. The first month of each year is relatively slow for the film industry. The biggest release of January 2012 was Lone Survivor, directed by Peter Berg and starring Mark Wahlberg, and based on a true story. Although the film's production budget was only $40 million, Martin single-handedly pushed the project, and several previews garnered widespread acclaim, leading Disney to provide ample publicity and distribution resources. The film opened in nearly 3,500 theaters across North America. On the premiere, the crew invited numerous veterans to attend, including the man who had saved Marcus. These were essential promotional measures. On the second floor of the theater, Alan Horn invited Martin to the floor-to-ceiling windows to admire the red carpet below. Martin looked around for a moment and said, "This place is high up, and the viewing angle is unique." Alan Horn laughed. "Doesn't it feel like everything is under control?" Martin nodded. "Indeed, it's easy to have that illusion, but movies are a complex commercial art form. No matter how well they get tested or how highly they're rated by professionals, sometimes failure is inevitable." This reminded Alan Horn of his old employer. It's said that John Berg loved to stand here at Warner Brothers premieres. Martin could tell that Alan Horn still harbored resentment towards Warner Bros.'s ruthlessness. It's like an ex-wife or ex-husband. Once they become enemies, the hatred is often extreme. At this nominees' luncheon, Warner Bros.'s Moneyball completely tanked, Alan Horn remarked, his mood clearly high. But our collaboration on The Martian was one of the winners. Martin was blunt. "Alan, whether I can win Best Actor depends on Disney's support." This was a bit exaggerated, as Disney hadn't done as much as Martin himself, but Alan Horn readily responded, "Best Actor is Disney's primary goal for this Oscar campaign. A Best Actor Oscar could at least boost a film's revenue by tens of millions of dollars, making it worth it." Alan Horn carefully studied the other nominees. Demi Moore was a relative unknown. George Clooney's acting was never well received. Gary Oldman's film wasn't even released in North America, and Joel Edgerton, like Demi Moore, was clearly just a runner-up. Although The Martian wasn't a strong contender in genre, Martin clearly stood out from the crowd. The Oscars don't just judge the actor, they also judge the competition. Alan Horn asked, "How's your musical project going?" Martin replied, "It'll probably take a while. I've invited Taylor Swift to write the music." Speaking of musicals, he remembered something. He'd originally planned to find time to talk to Alan Horn about it, but since he had nothing else to do, he simply said, "I have another musical idea. We could collaborate together, like Megan Ellison, John Berg of Warner Brothers, and other people." Alan Horn was also optimistic about Martin's project. If he didn't trust the successful, would he trust the failed? Alan Horn asked, "What project?" Davis Studio and Disney were in a honeymoon phase, and the project was incredibly expensive. Without Disney's backing, a fairy tale film would inherently have significant flaws. Martin thought for a moment and said, "A live-action fairy tale." Alan Horn said, "There are many live-action fairy tale films in Hollywood. Disney has Into the Woods." Martin had read about it. It was a huge mishmash. I mean, Disney's past animated films, even if Martin didn't say it. Disney Studios would soon put it into practice, pick out the right ones and make them into live-action movies. He gave a few examples. For example, Sleeping Beauty, Cinderella, and Beauty and the Beast. Alan Horn laughed. "I didn't expect we would think of the same thing. I have thought about this." "Which one do you think is the most suitable?" Martin said, "The live-action musical type, Beauty and the Beast. It's indeed a classic." Alan Horn was slightly surprised. "Why don't you plan it alone? It wouldn't be difficult for you to raise over $100 million in investment," Martin said half seriously, "because I've heard that Disney's legal department is powerful. Although these are public copyrights, I heard that the experts in your legal department will analyze frame by frame when they see Disney animated films with the same name shot by other companies. As long as they find any similarities, they will immediately take action." Alan Horn waved his hand. "That's an exaggeration." He seemed to be joking. "The legal department can only analyze every second." As he spoke, Alan Horn considered the matter carefully. A live-action adaptation of Disney's classic fairy tale would be difficult without an investment of over $150 million, and Disney would certainly co-finance it. However, there was no rush. Hollywood was confident in Martin's starring role, but the ones he wouldn't star in. Davis Studios recently released two films in which Martin co-produced but didn't star. Alan Horn planned to wait and see how Lone Survivor and Napoleon's Beauty performed before making a final decision. He smiled and said, "We'll find a time to discuss this in detail." Martin wasn't in a rush. "You can call me anytime." They entered the hall before the premiere and sat in the third row. During the film's pre-production and editing, Martin consulted with producer Akiva Goldsman repeatedly, removing many sensitive elements and downplaying its political overtones. The plot focused on the courage and camaraderie of soldiers like Marcus. Through director Peter Berg's lens, Marcus and the other 4 American soldiers are true role models. As for the actual performance, it's irrelevant given the sheer volume of commercial interest. In a sense, this is a film that speaks to the needs of mainstream American society. After its premiere, Lone Survivor was released widely in North America, receiving generally positive reviews. Marcus's memoir had already been released, establishing a strong audience base for the film. Although it primarily attracted male viewers over 30, it grossed $16.87 million on its first day. Over its opening weekend in North America, Lone Survivor grossed $41.25 million, exceeding its production budget. This almost guaranteed the film's commercial success. Of course, there were also numerous criticisms in the media and online, including numerous rumors about Marcus himself. However, during the film's preparation, Martin specifically discussed the matter with Marcus. Marcus's involvement in the John Wick series over the years gave him some mental preparation, and it didn't cause him much concern. Lone Survivor was primarily financed by South Korean production funding. The film's success galvanized the Korean media, hailing it as a classic example of Korean investment in Hollywood. Some Korean reporters based in Los Angeles even contacted Davis' studio, hoping to interview Martin and ask him why his collaboration with South Korea was so successful. This time, the Koreans didn't pull any stunts about Martin Davis's Korean ancestry. Considering the substantial financial investment from the Korean chaebols, Martin granted a joint interview with several Korean media outlets, casually praising the Korean film industry and expressing his willingness to collaborate further on the Korean film front. In other words, he meant, "I'm borrowing your chickens to lay my own eggs." Hollywood these days is scouting for investment from around the world, and those productions that routinely command hundreds of millions of dollars often have international funding included in their budgets. Lone Survivor proved popular among North American men over 30, which helped ensure its relatively stable box office performance. After taking in $23.56 million in its second weekend, the film's North American box office total reached $88.98 million, easily surpassing $100 million. Glendale, DreamWorks Park. The company's post-production department had been completely contracted by the wealthy Annapurna Films for 3 of its most expensive films. Seventh Son, Transcendence, and The Lone Ranger were all in intense post-production. After leaving the editing room for Transcendence and The Lone Ranger, Megan Ellison was furious. Wilson came over from behind and said, "President, Depp's refusal to participate in post-production is good for us. Now that post-production is progressing smoothly, some of the shots that require him to redub are not critical. I have discussed with Jerry and we would rather give up these shots than have Depp come here, otherwise both crews will be tortured by him." Megan Ellison raised her hand to interrupt him. "I understand," she asked directly. "Are there any difficulties?" Wilson said, "Seventh Son wanted to increase the budget, but I rejected it." Megan Ellison asked, "Why?" Wilson thought for a while and said, "The production costs too much money and the risks are too great. I only require that the film be made well enough. Funding is not a problem." Megan Ellison once again showed her wealthy side. "I am more and more confident in these 3 films." Wilson didn't quite understand what she meant. Megan Ellison said simply, "We snatched all 3 of these projects from Martin Davis. He was already bullish on them, but a while ago, a movie he was optimistic about but didn't star in flopped at the box office, which made me waver." She went to the newspaper rack and handed Wilson a copy of The Hollywood Reporter. "Look at the box office charts. Lone Survivor, a film Martin Davis initiated but didn't star in, is a huge success." Wilson glanced at the numbers on the box office charts. Lone Survivor has already grossed over $100 million in North America. The film cost only $40 million to produce. Megan Ellison said, "If I add you and Jerry Bruckheimer, wouldn't that be as good as Martin Davis plus Akiva Goldsman?" Chapter 719 Lost Money. In Century City, at WMA headquarters, a makeshift podium had been erected in a hall rarely open to the media. Christopher Nolan and Ari Emanuel sat at separate tables, each picking up a pen and signing their respective contracts. At the entrance to a lounge in the back, Martin and Thomas watched as Nolan officially signed with WMA, changing agencies. Hollywood's most sought-after director had left CAA at the end of last month. Thomas looked at the signed Nolan, then at Martin standing beside him, and touched his bald forehead. Despite the terrifying transformation from Savannah to desert in just 7 years, he had no regrets. When his hair was full, he was just one of CAA's many low-level agents. When it fell like a Mediterranean, he was a top Hollywood agent, earning a 7-figure annual salary. Who wouldn't envy him? Martin suddenly said, CAA couldn't keep Nolan after all. Yes, Thomas replied, then was startled. The CAA-Nolan affair was a prime example of a negative outcome. He must learn from it. Agents are merely servants of their clients, especially when dealing with top-tier clients. Pushing Nolan like CAA did will only lead to ruthless abandonment. Thomas glanced at Martin. Perhaps due to his background, Martin was more loyal to his family than others in Hollywood. As long as he stayed focused, his position would be secure. Thomas then asked, I heard Director Nolan is planning to sue CAA. Martin replied, CAA is holding back on his commission from last year and is still dragging their feet. Thomas sighed, CAA isn't the CAA it was in its early days. With so many top clients leaving, there must be something wrong with their internal management. In recent years, CAA has lost a significant number of top-tier clients alone. Spielberg, Martin Scorsese, Leonardo DiCaprio, Halle Berry, and Christopher Nolan have all departed. Martin pondered for a moment and said, starting a business and becoming the industry leader within the same company require different mindsets. CAA in the 1980s and 1990s saw itself as a servant to its clients, but now some of its senior agents might see themselves as their clients' masters. This struck a familiar tone. It seemed like the company had experienced this before. Martin thought briefly about it. Wasn't that the case with property management companies in many residential communities in his past life? Thomas said, that's right. Back then, to secure the representation of Sean Connery and Spielberg, the founders of CAA sacrificed so much that they almost wanted to sell their contracts to them. Michael Ovitz practically begged and pleaded to get their contracts. Now, after the signing and media interviews, Nolan, Ali, Emma Thomas, and the others came to the lounge. Martin stepped forward to shake Nolan's hand, smiling and saying, Chris, welcome to WMA. Nolan replied, we'll soon be fighting side by side. Martin nodded. As for Warner Brothers, I don't know what to say. Ali joined the two of them, saying, WMA fully supports you and will safeguard your legitimate interests. Nolan sighed, I never imagined it would come to this with Warner Brothers. Martin said, last year's share payment is 40 days overdue. My lawyer sent a letter, but Warner Brothers keeps dragging it out and wants to continue. Ali said, Warner Brothers' reason is that international market payments are overdue, so we have to wait. Nolan shook his head. We've already waited for over 40 days. We can't wait indefinitely. Although Martin no longer works with Warner Brothers, he has starred in many Warner Brothers films and received a certain amount of post-production royalties in films such as The Dark Knight. Nolan has been collaborating with Warner Brothers since Day and Night, and on many more films. Warner Brothers has yet to pay the two their share of the 2011 profit. Of course, it wasn't just them, several companies and individuals were involved. After the media dispersed, the group went upstairs to discuss matters. Soon, Martin's lawyer, Hamlin, and Nolan's lawyer arrived at the WMA. After repeatedly sending legal letters to no avail, Nolan and Martin simultaneously opted for legal action. It wasn't just them, many celebrities and directors who had business dealings with Warner Brothers made the same choice. Warner Brothers, Hollywood's top performer for the past decade, seemed to be facing some trouble after the change of leadership. Warner Brothers Building, Chairman's Office. Kevin Tsujihara said to several of his subordinates, I've received a notice from the legal department that the company has received letters from lawyers from many people, including Leonardo DiCaprio, George Clooney, Daniel Radcliffe, Matt Damon, Christian Bale, Martin Davis, and Christopher Nolan, demanding that we pay the overdue later staged share and the resulting interest. Warner Brothers President John Berg's first reaction was to shirk responsibility. The distribution channels have not paid back in a timely manner, and the repayments for many projects have exceeded planned expectations, resulting in difficulties in the film business's working capital turnover. I can't embezzle funds from other businesses to pay these people later staged share, Daniel, who is in charge of the distribution business, was furious when he heard this. Why is the film business not paying back in a timely manner? Because many films failed last year, the North American box office did not meet expectations, resulting in postponements in many overseas markets, and even some overseas markets withdrew from the distribution ranks, which caused a series of chain reactions. Enough. Kevin Tsujihara interrupted Daniel. Are you only able to blame each other and shirk responsibility? John Berg turned to look at Daniel. Where is the alliance? Didn't we agree to shoulder the responsibility together? Daniel softened his tone slightly and continued, if it's just a movie released last year and there's a problem with the distribution channel's payment, I'll take responsibility. But why would this problem also occur with older films? I remember very clearly that there was no problem with the payment for the older films, and the distribution company made all the payments on time. The film business is only one part of Warner Brothers, but it is also one of the core businesses that Warner Brothers is based on. That's why Kevin Tsujihara handed Warner Pictures to his brother-in-law, John Berg, hoping that he would support it as quickly as possible. No mistakes. Kevin Tsujihara rarely directly intervened in the film business. After hearing Daniel's words, his eyes fell on John Berg, asking him to give a reasonable explanation. John Berg said frankly, post-production on Jack the Giant Slayer has reached a critical stage, and we've temporarily added some investment. Due to the tight deadlines and heavy workload, to avoid disrupting the company's daily operations, I've temporarily diverted some of the proceeds from older films to this film's post-production. Daniel fell silent, as this kind of situation wasn't uncommon within Warner Brothers. It was also within John Berg's normal purview, and Kevin Tsujihara didn't comment. John Berg continued, once the funds from the distribution channels arrive, the overdue share will naturally not be a problem. We'll at most pay a little interest, or even no interest at all after negotiation. Kevin Tsujihara and Daniel agreed, as similar situations occur frequently in the industry, and Warner Brothers is one of Hollywood's top studios. Stars and directors mailed lawyers letters, even resorted to legal action. Warner Brothers could easily resolve the situation by simply stalling and reaching a settlement. However, there are quite a lot of people and funds involved, so Kevin Tsujihara paid some attention to it. Don't delay it for too long, find a way to solve part of it first. John Berg is a genius. He can not only launch epic reforms in the production model, but also use the inherent rules of Hollywood to innovate. The cast of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2, headed by Daniel Radcliffe, Emma Watson and Rupert Grant, will share a huge amount of profits in the later stage. He glanced at Kevin Tsujihara and expressed it in a different way. If they follow the box office and profit-sharing contract, they will share hundreds of millions of dollars. Kevin Tsujihara understood what John Berg meant as soon as he heard it. Is this project really profitable? John Berg shook his head. Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows suffered serious losses. In the past, Warner Brothers had to coax the cast of Harry Potter, and even spoiled actors such as Emma Watson, and developed a princess syndrome. But with the Harry Potter series concluded, the value of these actors, once infinitesimally large, has become infinitesimally small. Warner Brothers no longer needs to coddle them. John Berg looked at Daniel and said, you must have spent a lot on publicity and distribution. Daniel wouldn't hold the group back on such matters. Don't worry, he said, the publicity and distribution costs are much higher than the production costs. Warner Brothers handled distribution, and promotion was mostly handled through its own media outlets. When the box office share went to Warner Brothers, publicity and distribution costs and administrative expenses were first deducted. It was standard practice that global publicity and distribution costs exceeded production costs. John Berg added, the crew spent $150 million on production costs, borrowed from the distribution company. Don't forget to calculate the interest. Daniel waved his hand casually. He didn't need to bring this up, he had already figured it out. The revenue from Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2 would be a loss for the production company no matter how you calculated it. As for the profit share the cast had signed, they certainly wouldn't receive. A film that grossed $1.356 billion worldwide and topped the 2011 DVD sales charts had a negative net profit, both reasonable and legal. Without the significant share from the Harry Potter crew, the rest of the group share wouldn't be significant for Warner Brothers, and a simple delay would resolve the issue smoothly. Emerging from the chairman's office, John Berg and Daniel, the heads of the production and distribution teams, who both love and hate each other, met for a moment. Professionals from both sides would soon be dispatched to prepare the revenue report for Harry Potter 9, following Hollywood-style accounting methods, and proudly and responsibly announced to the world that the film lost money. Chapter 720, Disney Studios' Most Popular Attractions. Walt Disney Studios, the set of Argo. Want to fool Hollywood? A place where everyone lies for a living. In the recording studio, Martin recalled the relevant scene and spoke the line, "If you want people to believe a lie, then you have to let the media spread it for you." David Fincher nodded. "Okay." Martin emerged from the studio and asked David Fincher, "Is this done?" David Fincher had the sound engineer replay all the re-recorded voiceovers, took off his headset and said, "Good job." The recording session was over, and the two emerged from the studio. David Fincher asked, "Do you have a good chance of winning the Best Actor Oscar this year?" "I'm a bit confident," Martin said directly. "David, remember to canvass for votes for me." David Fincher agreed immediately. "No problem," he added. "Remember to introduce your public relations team to me." Martin has not missed any of the normal Oscar-winning measures, such as public relations lobbying, since the awards season began. The public relations team he hired is very capable. "If you have time one day, I will introduce you to Rita's public relations team." David Fincher nodded, and said, "The post-production of Argo may take a little longer. This is my last attempt at an Oscar. Regardless of success or failure, I will never play with the Academy again," Martin said. "The film will be released in the next award season. David, you have enough time." David Fincher is fighting a desperate battle, but the pressure is not great. The phone rang. Martin said something to David Fincher, then turned into the lobby and answered the call. Taylor Swift's clear, melodious voice rang through the receiver. "My agent's at your studio to discuss a contract. Is your crew at Disney Studios?" "I'm going to check it out." Martin asked, "You're coming to Disney Studios?" Taylor replied, "I'm already at Disney Studios." This place is really interesting, with all those signs saying no urinating or defecating in public." As expected, Disney Studios has a bad reputation, Martin sighed inwardly. "This had almost become a Disney symbol," he said, "because some nasty things happened here in the past." He brushed it off. "Go to Studio 9, where the La La Land crew is. I have some work to do here. I'll be there in about an hour, then I'll wait for you," Taylor said, hanging up the phone. Martin put away his phone and went to producer Graham King's office. Martin had scheduled a meeting with him when he arrived at Disney Studios today. In his office, Graham once again carefully read the script for the adaptation of Prince of Thieves. At this stage of Argo, he's largely absent from the details. David Fincher is overseeing post-production, while Louise Mayer manages the day-to-day operations. Graham's focus is on the trade-off he and Martin had previously agreed upon, Prince of Thieves. Graham closed the script and looked at Martin. "It's well written. When will production begin?" Martin smiled. "You're the producer. It depends on your availability. Davis Studios will invest $40 million in this project. This investment could be covered by the Korean side alone. $60 million is enough. I'll cover the remaining $20 million. Graham owns GK Productions, but medium-sized productions are already the limit for GK. Like other small and medium-sized production companies in the industry, GK rarely produces films independently. On the one hand, large investments come with greater risks. On the other hand, collaborating with other companies allows for greater resource utilization. Graham said, "Let's choose a director first, then we'll start planning." He asked Martin, "Do you have the right director?" Martin, too busy with his talent and comparisons, hadn't had time to think about it. "Not yet. WMA will recommend some." Graham suddenly had a gimmicky idea. "Martin, I heard from David that you've been a guest director on set. Have you ever considered becoming a real director?" Martin spoke frankly. "I tried to shoot a scene with director Nolan and director Fincher, and it turned out terrible. It was a very bad experience for me and everyone else. It wasn't because the crew was bad, it was because I was incompetent." He shrugged. "Directing requires a lot of talent, and my talent is in acting. Self-awareness is the key. Directing is much more difficult than being an actor." He had tried to learn and shoot, but his talent was mediocre. Just like the many directing students graduating from American film schools every year, only a few can actually make good films. Even many great directors have nothing to do with hard work, spending their days on drugs, drinking, and partying, yet they can produce stunning works once they pick up a camera. Graham knew this kind of thing couldn't be forced, so he simply said, "We'll discuss it again when we find the right director." After the two discussed the film's preparations, Martin excused himself and headed to Studio 9. Preparing a film is a complex undertaking. Some films only have 2 or 3 months to shoot, but including preparation, it can take 2 or 3 years. If you count from the time the script is written, a decade or 2 isn't uncommon in Hollywood. The Project Maya, a former extra and part-time soda shop saleswoman, had written finally spawned a dedicated studio, titled La La Land, a bronze plaque with a La La Land nameplate hung in front of Studio 9. Martin entered the studio and headed straight into the specially converted dance studio. Inside, Taylor Swift and Sebastian were discussing music. Maya spotted Martin and was about to speak, but he gestured for silence and pointed at the two people immersed in the music. Martin sat in a chair, listening to the two men's discussion. He barely understood the technical terms Taylor and Sebastian were spouting. After a while, Sebastian sat down at the piano, placed the sheet music, and began to play a piece of music. Taylor turned, smiled at Martin, and began to sing. The song was sad and a little solemn, as if reminiscing about something. Maya listened attentively, immediately recalling the ending of the hero and heroine in the script. Martin also imagined the ending where the heroine successfully pursued her dreams, married a successful man, and then looked at her ex-boyfriend and reminisced about their sweet love. It was so Hollywood-esque. After a few minutes, Taylor finished the song. Martin immediately applauded and said, "Good." Taylor was incredibly confident. "I think it's great, too, no mistakes, no." Sebastian stood up from the piano and said, "This song perfectly fits the mood of the script's final scene." Maya, the screenwriter, also said, "Yes, the song automatically transports me to the final scene." Sebastian suddenly glanced at Maya, a slightly strange expression in his eyes. Martin noticed, but he wouldn't interfere in other people's relationships. Taylor walked over, took Martin's arm, and asked, "Do you think this song will be popular?" "Definitely," Martin said sincerely. In reality, he didn't understand the music market very well. There are many movie theme songs that directors and producers didn't think were good, but became classics. My Heart Will Go On is a prime example. James Cameron had disliked it from the beginning and hadn't wanted to use it. If he hadn't been pressed into service by 20th Century Fox for investment, the situation might have been different. Sebastian said, "Mr. Davis, I personally think that the song written by Ms. Swift is very suitable for the ending song." Martin smiled and nodded. "I'll try to negotiate it." Taylor winked at him. "I can let my agent take the opportunity to ask for a high price." She pulled Martin out. "The work is done. Accompany me to visit the Disney studios, and a friend will come over later." Martin asked curiously, "Who wants to join the girlfriend's group?" "She wants to join, but I won't accept her." "With your eyes, you don't like her either." Taylor accompanied Martin out of the studio. "Katy Perry, whom you met last time in Nashville, what is she doing here?" "I'm taking a photo with you and her, posting it on social media to promote our girlfriends, and then we'll have a quarrel at the Grammys." Martin gave a thumbs up. "You guys really know how to have fun." Taylor suddenly stopped in front of the erected oversized parasol and asked, "Is this where Emma Watson became incontinent?" Martin said, "Yes, it's here." Taylor found that the place was cleaned very cleanly, and was not without regret. "It's a pity that I can't see it with my own eyes." Martin dragged her away. "What's so interesting about this?" Passing a public restroom, Taylor spotted a familiar lamppost and said, "I remember this place." "Depp's girlfriend." Martin interrupted her. "Why do you always remember such bizarre things?" "You don't know." Taylor was quite surprised. "These are two of the most famous attractions at Disney Studios. They're even more popular than the Mickey Mouse statue at the entrance." Martin thought to herself, "It's all Nicholson and Saoirse Ronan's fault. What a mess they've made of Disney Studios' reputation. Will the media and the public think of the stench from now on?" After wandering around Disney Studios for a while, Taylor's good friend Katy Perry arrived. With Mickey Mouse at the entrance as their backdrop, the two of them asked Martin to take a few photos together. They also took selfies together and posted them to their respective Twitter accounts. What a sisterly bond. Katy Perry didn't stay long, leaving after just over 10 minutes. After checking in at Disney Studios and showcasing their sisterly love, there was no need to stay here and be a third wheel. Taylor even pulled out her phone and opened Twitter for Martin to see. Her recent tweets featured numerous photos with Katy Perry, a constant display of their close friendship. Martin asked, "How long have you been flaunting your affection?" Taylor recalled, "Over a month. The groundwork has been pretty much set." She held up her phone, her face filled with anticipation. "I'm really looking forward to the moment we become enemies. It's going to be so exciting." Chapter 721 Europe's #1 Sweetheart. This period wasn't just awards season in Hollywood, but also in the North American music industry. During the Grammy Awards, Taylor Swift and Katy Perry, who were seated next to each other, suddenly got into an argument. They subsequently swapped seats with Selena Gomez and Blake Lively. Shortly after the ceremony, Katy Perry tweeted a diss at Taylor Swift, "Beware of the mean girl in sheep's clothing." Taylor responded with a tweet, "I thought you were trustworthy, and you just ruined everything. That trust is gone, and you have to attack me." The two engaged in a heated argument that evening, and their respective fans followed suit, igniting a heated debate on forums and social media. The gossip and entertainment media immediately abandoned the Grammy winners, focusing entirely on the two female singers. The spectators didn't care who won more gramophones or held more weight. Watching female celebrities feud is far more entertaining than watching others receive awards. Gossip media speculated about the feud between the two. American rumors even cited Martin as the direct cause of their breakup, citing a recent tweet from both. Rumors of a relationship between Martin and Taylor Swift have been circulating for 3 years. A few days ago, Katy Perry visited Los Angeles and was spotted entering the Disney studios. Photos of her, Martin, and Taylor Swift soon surfaced on social media. Sources revealed that Katy Perry and Martin were too close at the Disney studios, which greatly upset Taylor Swift, compared to TMZ, the nation's leading gossip media outlet, which presents facts and evidence. These traditional tabloids are far less professional. TMZ prioritizes creating news without news, rather than fabricating it. Taylor Swift and Katy Perry's intense 3-day social media war subsided briefly on Valentine's Day. The two stole considerable attention from the Grammy Awards. Before leaving Los Angeles, Taylor called Martin specifically, "Sorry, the media dragged you into this. It's hard to explain to your girlfriend, right?" Martin said, "It won't affect me much. When's your next round?" Taylor on the other end said, "Didn't you remind us not to do it too often or start a fight? Next time, when our new songs are released, she'll mock me in them, and I'll diss her in my new single. That way, we'll both get attention. Good luck, Taylor." Martin glanced out the car window at the approaching theater and prepared to end the call. "I'll go to Nashville again when I have time," Taylor said. "I'm moving. I think I'll leave Nashville this year and move to New York. It's the epicenter of pop music." Martin smiled. "New York's fine too, I'll wait for you there." Taylor hung up. Martin vaguely remembered that in her previous life, Taylor had changed her style and seemed to have settled in New York for a long time. This ambitious singer's goal wasn't to become a country queen, but the next Madonna. Bruce drove to the Nokia Theater. The car slowed down, and Martin glanced at the red carpet in front of the theater. Perhaps Napoleon's name held some allure, and Disney also invested heavily in promotional efforts, including a film credit in Lone Survivor, coupled with his strong endorsements on Twitter and other social media platforms. The red carpet was packed with fans. This was the premiere of Napoleon's Beauty, starring Alexandrovich, the future mayor of the global village. The premiere wasn't large, but it had everything for media, fans, and interviews. Alexandrovich and Alina walked the red carpet, frequently chatting with fans and taking photos. He displayed a genuinely friendly demeanor. The car drove past the theater's entrance, turned onto another road, and stopped by the rear entrance. Martin got out and headed straight inside. When he reached the waiting room, Alexandrovich, who had just finished an interview with the media, entered. As soon as he saw Martin, he felt closer than seeing his biological father. His face was full of excitement, his eyes were red, and his true feelings burst out. "This time last year, I couldn't even dream that the movie I starred in would be released in the United States." Martin shook his hand. "Congratulations on your dream coming true," Alexandrovich said again. "Martin, I have seen the best side of America in you, but I don't know how to repay you. I swear to God, even at the cost of my life, I will make Servant of the People an outstanding drama." Alina came over from the other side. "We have contacted the Ukrainian side. The promotion period of Napoleon the Great is over, and we will go to Ukraine immediately for preparation and filming." Martin nodded. "I'll wait for your good news." Napoleon the Great is a small production with a production budget of only $5 million. Neither Davis Studio nor the distributor Disney Pictures will invest too many resources in the premiere. There will be no special guests at the premiere. The most famous actor is still Svetlana, who is confirmed to play Mrs. Viper in Wolverine 2. The film itself isn't much to say. To cater to the English-speaking market, The storyline was reimagined as the love-hate relationship between a British cross-dresser and the French sweetheart Napoleon. In short, it's a cheesy parody of Napoleon. Although the theater at the premiere wasn't full, the audience laughed non-stop. Essentially, this kind of film is like The Hangover. As long as it makes the audience laugh, it's likely to do well. Furthermore, the romance between a cross-dresser and a sweetheart Napoleon is perfectly suited to the Valentine's Day season. Perhaps no other cinema has ever featured a Napoleon as charming and adorable as the global village mayor. He's undoubtedly Europe's sweetheart. At the end of the premiere, the audience erupted in laughter and applause. Martin, high-fiving Marius, Olena, the mayor, and Svetlana, declared, "This is a very good comedy." The creative team was very encouraged. Martin's words were, of course, just polite, as he simply couldn't get the film's humor. Just like when he watched The Hangover, he never found it funny, only baffling. After the premiere, Martin even used his personal connections to arrange an interview with Entertainment Weekly. Back in Martin's Atlanta days, a $5 million production budget would have been considered a massive production. For Disney, it was just a modest effort. Napoleon the Great opened in just 950 theaters in North America, grossing a mere $1.35 million on its first day. But online, fans of poop and fart jokes raved about the film. "This Napoleon parody is hilarious. I've never seen Napoleon so adorable, outrageous and hilarious. Napoleon is so cute, so stupid, so miserable." For this kind of cheesy film, no one cared about professional reviews or ratings. Being funny, even outrageous, was enough. On its second day in North America, Napoleon the Great saw a significant increase in box office revenue, taking in $2.16 million in a single day. The film's reputation gradually spread, garnering some recognition during the upcoming Valentine's Day holiday. In its North American opening weekend, the film grossed $4.82 million. On Valentine's Day itself, it earned nearly $3 million. After its second weekend, the film's North American box office had reached $12.25 million. The film's main cast and crew departed North America, focusing on promotional efforts in Europe. Unsurprisingly, the film was heavily panned by the French media. Alexandrovich, who played the sweetheart Napoleon, was particularly criticized. However, the film received positive reviews in Britain. The plot of a British lieutenant, disguised as a cross-dresser, successfully seducing Napoleon, was an intriguing scenario. Many British viewers were fascinated by the film. This also ensured that the film easily recouped its production and promotional costs through box office revenue. Martin had helped the village chief achieve the first step of success. The next step was selling the film. Not only Martin but also Alan Horn, president of Disney Theatrical, was watching the film closely. In the Brentwood mansion, Cody Horn looked curiously at the newspaper in his father's hand. After he put it down, he took it from him. The newspaper was a report on a comedy movie. Cody was curious, "When did you start paying attention to this kind of movie?" Alan Horn said, "It's a comedy produced by Martin's company." "Martin? He's in it." Cody was even more curious. "Isn't it lowering his status and damaging his status if he starred in a comedy?" Alan corrected, "He invested in it. A few people from Ukraine or Russia made it. The film is very successful. The production cost plus the publicity and promotion expenses is only $10 million. It is estimated that the global box office will reach $35 million to $40 million. Cody didn't understand what his father meant. In fact, Alan has always wanted his daughter to develop in the field of film management. Even though Cody prefers to play in the film industry, he still teaches her carefully. "Some time ago, Martin proposed a project to me. He was very optimistic about it, but he would not star in it. I was a little worried, but now it seems that my worries are unnecessary." He pointed to the newspaper. Two films that Martin is optimistic about investing in. Lone Survivor now has a North American box office of $146 million, and the other is a comedy that spoofs Napoleon. Cody didn't listen to her father's words at all, and just muttered, "Aren't Martin's films quite successful commercially?" What Alan was worried about was the situation of Warner Pictures. Now it seems that Martin has a trick up his sleeve for Warner Pictures. He said, "The projects Martin is interested in and the projects Martin stars in are two different things." Cody's mind wandered. "I think the movies he's in are all pretty good." Alan sighed, then stopped talking. He picked up his phone and called Martin. "When are you free? Let's talk about that live-action film project you mentioned that afternoon." Martin, who was preparing for the Oscars, accompanied Elizabeth to choose her dress and then went to Walt Disney Studios to discuss their future collaboration with Alan Horn. The two sides had essentially finalized their intention to jointly invest in a live-action fairy tale film, Beauty and the Beast. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 722, The 84th Academy Awards. 2012, the 84th Academy Awards, the annual grand event of the North American film industry, kicked off at the Hollywood and Highland Center. Thanks to the previous media smear campaign, this year's Oscars attracted unexpectedly high attention. As soon as the red carpet began, ABC's ratings were almost catching up to last year's Best Supporting Actress awards. This data was fed back to Academy President Tom Sherrack, who wondered if he should do something dramatic next year. With so many entertainment options available to the public these days, a lack of excitement would be a loss of attention. Coincidentally, Martin walked down the red carpet hand in hand with his girlfriend, Elizabeth Olsen, to thunderous cheers. Seeing the leader of the cola cult once again walk the red carpet in toast with his followers, Tom Sherrack suddenly had an unrealistic thought. Martin, Leonardo DiCaprio, and Nicholson, the Hollywood trio of troublemakers, were also known for their ability to stir things up. Should they be the organizers and directors of next year's Oscars? Vice President Kathleen Kennedy happened to walk over, and Tom Sherrack relayed his thoughts, asking, "You've worked with Martin and the others on a film before. What do you think?" Kennedy had collaborated with Martin on The Curious Case of Benjamin Button, and Leonardo DiCaprio and Nicholson had even visited the set during filming. Having witnessed the trio's excellent work ethic, Kennedy said, "This theater might get bombed. The audience and guests might go crazy." Tom Sherrack pondered the rumors surrounding the trio, briefly hesitating between popularity and prestige, ultimately choosing prestige. After all, the Oscars is the face of the Academy. "Hi, Martin. The media predicts you're the favorite for Best Actor tonight," Melissa from ABC asked Martin in the media area. "You're going to win Best Actor tonight, right?" Martin replied, routinely, "I'll answer your question in 3 hours." Knowing Martin was a tough sell, Melissa passed the microphone to Elizabeth Olsen and asked, "Ms. Olsen, how are you planning to celebrate Martin winning the Best Actor Oscar?" She was determined to cheer Martin up until he died. Elizabeth knew better than to give him any praise, let alone open the champagne at halftime, and she absolutely couldn't tell anyone about the gift she'd prepared. She said, "We'll talk about it after the results come in." Seeing the two of them weren't getting along, Melissa noticed Johnny Depp and Amber Heard approaching hand in hand from behind. She abandoned Martin and Elizabeth and joined the famous Hollywood couple. Compared to Martin and Elizabeth, these two were more of a topic of conversation. Depp's spirits, already high after the chuckle, suddenly perked up when he saw Martin in front of him. The drug addict could be impulsive at times, his corrupted brain completely different from that of a normal person. Depp instinctively grabbed the waistband of his pants, wanting to unbuckle it and give the bastard another go. Amber watched, wondering if she should squat down and cooperate with Depp. Depp was unreliable, and so was Amber. But remembering what Megan Ellison had told her, she quickly grabbed Depp and reminded him, "This is the Oscars." Fortunately, Depp's loyal bodyguard was following him on the red carpet. He knew the drug addict was about to lose his temper again, so he quickly went over and, with Amber on either side, escorted him to the press area. This situation was not suitable for an interview, so the three of them quickly left the camera. Elizabeth, holding Martin's arm, glanced back before entering the theater lobby and saw the Depps entering. She knew what the drug addict had done and said, "I'm going to hit someone." Martin noticed her gaze and said, "Wait a few days, you'll see something interesting." He always had a dedicated channel for information about Depp. Depp's investment manager, a fisherman, was always acting out his tricks on how to turn other people's money into his own. The accountant who supervised this fisherman's investment manager was actually his brother. The kind of brothers who go to battle together. Martin and Elizabeth entered the hall and went straight to the front row. The seats for the crew of The Martian were in the second row in the middle. Director Ridley Scott didn't come at all. Jessica Chastain, who was nominated for Best Supporting Actress, was for her role in The Tree of Life and wasn't here either. Instead, those two bastards, Leonardo DiCaprio and Nicholson, snipped into the crew and sat next to Martin. Martin helped Elizabeth adjust her dress so that she could sit down smoothly. He glanced at Leonardo and said, "I thought you weren't coming." Leonardo replied, "How could we not come? We've been working on this for months, so of course we have to see the results firsthand." Nicholson warned him, "Don't take all the credit for yourself. Your pity play was a complete failure. It collapsed the moment the nominating votes came in. It was Martin and I's plan to compare our failures that saved the day and brought us to this point." "Okay, I admit, my pity play failed," Leonardo demanded angrily. "But what does comparing our failures have to do with you?" Nicholson responded with a thick skin he'd cultivated over 70 years. "I'm cheering you on." Leonardo was stunned. How could someone be so shameless? Elizabeth had also seen Leonardo's pity play. While she was grateful for his help in Martin's award-winning efforts, Leonardo's strategy was completely unreliable. Martin didn't want to bother with his two idiot teammates. But the point of these idiot teammates wasn't just to watch you play, they were to drag you down to their level. Leonardo checked Twitter and said, "What does Depp want? Pee on you on the red carpet." Nicholson chuckled, "I still have some fireworks." Martin automatically followed up, "If we win tonight, we'll let Depp off the hook. If we lose, we'll just have to vent our anger on Depp." A sudden thought occurred to him, "Aren't you two presenting the awards?" Leonardo shook his head. "The Academy didn't let us present Best Actor," Nicholson said. "Last year, you and I presented the award to Leo. Even if you win this year, you won't repeat the same old routine, especially since Natalie Portman is here. Oscar tradition dictates that the previous year's Best Actress present the Best Actor award, and vice versa. Last year, Martin and Nicholson were chosen to present the Best Actor statuette, partly for publicity, and partly because the previous Best Actress, Sandra Bullock, had broken her leg filming Gravity and couldn't attend the ceremony." The hall gradually filled with people, and the chatter continued. In the second row next door, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard had just sat down when they saw the crew of The Martian across the aisle. Martin turned and smiled and nodded at Depp, acting very politely. Elizabeth Olsen followed suit, turning to look over there. Just as Amber Heard turned her head, she smiled and nodded back. Amber thought the younger of the Olsen sisters had a particularly sweet smile, but her two exposed white teeth gleamed coldly in the light. She looked like a lioness. Looking at Martin again, Amber suddenly realized, wasn't that a lion? A mighty male lion, who had established a pride of lionesses. While not as disgusted as Depp, Amber also had a problem with Martin and his people. She thought to herself, even though the male lion may be mighty now, when he's old and frail, the lionesses will not only eat his eggs but also rebel. Suddenly, Amber heard someone nearby chanting like crazy, "Martin Davis won't win. Martin Davis won't win." Depp, a cross wrapped around his wrist, seemed to be praying to God. The Oscars were about to begin. Matt Damon sat on the sofa with his wife, quietly watching the live broadcast. Luciana knew what had happened recently. "You've reached a deal with Steven Soderbergh. We'll do it again next time." Matt Damon smiled innocently. "I'm fine." Luciana knew her husband hadn't gotten over it, otherwise he wouldn't have taken the time to watch the live broadcast tonight. He hadn't paid much attention to Oscars he didn't attend before. She got up and went to the living room bar, saying, "I'll get some beer. We'll watch while we drink." Matt Damon smiled and nodded at his wife, but the smile disappeared as Luciana turned to leave. Although he hadn't done anything else since returning from state prison, he definitely didn't want to see Martin win Best Actor. Sitting here tonight, watching the live broadcast, Matt Damon wanted to see the hope that might not exist, to see Martin's helplessness if he lost the little golden man. Atlanta, Peachtree Street, the headquarters of the Coca-Cola cult. Robert, with his slicked back hair and a red cape, solemnly smeared a special olive oil on the outside of a 2003 Coca-Cola and placed it on the old-fashioned desk. He picked up the high priest staff and chanted, "The leader will win. The leader will win." After chanting several times, Robert walked out of the altar and into the large conference room. Elena Carter, the saint of the cult, dressed in a red dress, was sitting in the middle of the first row, with a crowd of people behind her. Elena saw Robert come in, glanced at the award ceremony that was about to begin, took out an old-fashioned chastity ring, and put it on her finger. Robert walked in front of the big screen, raised his Coke scepter, and shouted, "The master will win." Hundreds of people at the Coke cult's headquarters shouted, "The master will win." Then, the sound of popping Coke bottles filled the air. Everyone raised their Cokes and shouted again, "The master will win." Beverly Hills, Davis House. Lily, dressed up, sat alone in the living room, lost in thought as she watched the live broadcast. A small, sharp carving knife twirled between her fingers like a butterfly flitting through flowers. Martin must win Best Actor. Lily had received Elizabeth's promise. If Martin won, she would give her as a gift. It sounded disrespectful at first, but Lily had wanted to be the gift, and had wanted to for years. Chapter 723 Best Actor. In recent years, every Oscar ceremony has been filled with a nostalgia for the past, so dull it's hard not to yawn. Even an old white man like Nicholson felt drowsy. The old bastard, sunglasses perched high on his nose, the black lenses obscuring his eyes, seemingly enjoying the ceremony, but he'd already fallen asleep. The camera panned over, and Martin kicked Nicholson. Nicholson didn't move, opening his eyes and asking, "Are you going up to the stage to accept your award?" Martin whispered, "Give the Academy some respect, okay?" Leonardo DiCaprio, on the other side, said, "You were almost snoring. I'm not seeking awards, and I don't need the Academy in any way, so why should I give them face?" Nicholson didn't care. "Now it's the Oscars who need me. They've been formally inviting me to the Oscars every year." Leonardo fell silent. Martin shook his head, and Nicholson displayed a dashing air. On stage, Angelina Jolie presented the Best Adapted Screenplay statuette, which went to the cast of Descendants. This was already the fifth nomination The Martian had lost tonight. But from Martin to Elizabeth, from Leonardo DiCaprio to Nicholson, no one cared. The Martian had one and only one goal. The rest of the nominations were just preludes. After Esperanza Spalding sang a song commemorating the Golden Age, high-pitched music began, and Natalie Portman, the previous Best Actress winner, hurried onto the stage. Nicholson pushed up her glasses and sat up straight. Leonardo DiCaprio slightly stretched his stiff limbs. Elizabeth unconsciously clenched her hand around Martin's arm. Martin perked up too. The Best Actor award was about to be presented. The plan to play the victim had failed midway, but whether the plan to compare the worst would ultimately succeed would soon be revealed. Across the aisle, Amber Heard glanced at Elizabeth Olsen, a look of disdain on her face. It was just a Best Actor award, and she was so nervous about it. How ignorant. "Look at me, I'm not nervous at all." Just as I thought this, I heard a voice like a prayer again. Johnny Depp clasped his hands together, tightly gripping a silver cross, and prayed to God that Martin Davis's wish would not come true. Amber Heard understood why she wasn't nervous anymore. Depp had nothing to do with the award, because she simply didn't love him. In the mansion's living room, Matt Damon picked up a nearly empty can of beer but didn't bring it to his lips, staring at Natalie Portman on the TV with a frown. Luciana held the remote control in her hand, fearing a fuss later. As her husband's wife, she knew firsthand that Martin Davis had been a nightmare for the past few years. Especially during the Weinstein scandal, he'd been awakened repeatedly by Martin Davis' name. This time, being framed and slandered by those sleazy women and losing his Oscar nomination was also a heavy blow. On the TV, Natalie Portman, dressed in a red dress, began to spin the story. At the cult of Coca-Cola headquarters in Atlanta, Elena gently twirled a ring on her finger, waiting for the results to come out. Hundreds of red-clad figures, including High Priest Robert, prayed together, "The Master will prevail, the Master will prevail." In the living room of the Davis Manor Villa, Lily found a ribbon and threw it over her head, pondering what kind of knot would look good. She had prepared a human-shaped gift for Elizabeth. Even a human-shaped gift needed a ribbon, right? At the Hollywood and Highland Center, Natalie Portman turned to look at the large screen behind her. The nominations were read out in sync with the footage. The nominees for Best Actor are Martin Davis for The Martian, George Clooney for The Descendants, Gary Oldman for Tinker, Tailor, Soldier, Spy, Joel Edgerton for Warrior, and Demi Bichir for A Better Life. She opened the envelope, pulled out the card, and beamed. The Best Actor Oscar is Martin Davis. As soon as Martin's name uttered, Elizabeth Olsen exclaimed excitedly, leaning forward and kissing Martin with her sweet face. Everyone on the Martian crew stood up, and Leonardo DiCaprio and Nicholson applauded vigorously. The applause spread like a tide. Martin broke his passionate kiss with Elizabeth and embraced Nicholson. Nicholson patted him on the back and shouted, "We've won. The halftime celebration is fine, we won." Martin then hugged Leonardo again, and Leonardo said, "No one will ever ask us to do math problems again." Martin laughed in Leonardo's ear, an eerie laugh. Leonardo felt a chill run through his body, a sense of something bad was about to happen, and quickly let go. Martin high-fived everyone on the crew and strode towards the awards stage. Elizabeth stood up from her seat and extended her arms. The people around her stood up, and the applause continued to spread. Amidst thunderous applause, the first standing ovation of the night occurred. Amber saw everyone around her stand, so she stood up too, her eyes complicated as she watched the figure approaching the stage. There was a snap nearby, as Johnny Depp suddenly loosened his grip, dropping the cross with a necklace to the ground. Depp closed his eyes, leaned back in his chair, and covered his ears with his hands like a madman. Not standing, not clapping, not watching or listening to Martin Davis accept the award, this was Depp's final act of stubbornness. Amidst the applause, he growled at Martin's back, "Fuck," in the mansion's living room. The moment Natalie Portman announced the winner's name, Luciana flicked the remote, turning off the TV screen and sound. But a clicking sound echoed nearby. Matt Damon's signature innocent face was now clouded. His right hand tightened, and the can he was holding made an unpleasant sound, gradually deflated, and the liquor leaked out, flowing onto his hand and onto the ground. Luciana was worried. Matt Damon tossed a can into the trash can and forced a smile. "It's okay, let's go for a walk." The Coca-Cola cult headquarters was abuzz with joy. A perfect song, a perfect content, a perfect book. Elena picked up a can of Coke, stood up, faced everyone, opened it, and shouted, "We won! We won! We won!" The others responded in unison. Robert picked up the intercom. "Fireworks!" Outside, a whirring sound echoed as fireworks shot up into the sky, illuminating the Atlanta night sky. Atlanta's tallest building lit up with neon lights. Kelly Gray, standing in her penthouse apartment, gazed over there and smiled. The gleaming neon lettering was crystal clear, "Martin is Best Actor." At Davis Manor, Lily stood in front of the living room mirror, watching the people walking onto the stage on TV as she tied a ribbon in her hair. She was a sculptor, her fingers exceptionally nimble, and she tied the ribbon into a beautiful bow, like gift shop packaging. Lily smiled at the mirror. "Elizabeth, you have to keep your word. I've prepared this human-shaped gift. If you don't give it to me, don't blame me for snatching it from you." At the Hollywood and Highland Center, Martin walked up to the podium to applause. Natalie Portman came over, hugged him, and whispered, "Congratulations, Martin." "Thank you." Martin was also a little excited. After all, he had prepared so much for the award, and even eliminated his biggest competitor in advance. If someone else got the upset, it would be a huge loss. Natalie took the golden statue from the MC and handed it to Martin. Martin grabbed the statuette, raised it above his head, then brought it back down and held it in front of him, speaking into the microphone. "Thank you, the Academy. Thank you to all the judges. Thank you to my agent and every member of my team. Thank you to everyone on The Martian, and thank you to everyone in my life. You know I'm grateful to you." Time was running out, so he spoke faster. "I'm incredibly lucky. I don't know how this statuette landed in my hands. Oh, I see. I have a girlfriend who loves me deeply and gives me all her love, so God is also blessing me." The camera immediately shifted to Elizabeth Olsen. Elizabeth cupped her chin, covering her mouth, seemingly sobbing with emotion. Martin added, "I also have a brother who shares my life and death." "That's right, old bull, I'm talking about you. Without you, I'd be fucking dead. I also have two best friends, Jack Nicholson and Leonardo DiCaprio. Hey, you two, you can't ask me to do math problems anymore about a trio with 3 Best Actor statuettes. Who doesn't have one?" The theater erupted in laughter. Martin's counterattack began now. The great mathematician Martin Davis has posed a new math problem. The Hollywood trio has won a total of 6 Oscars. How many has each person won? The laughter intensified, and the main camera captured a precise close-up of Leonardo. While Leonardo smiled, he was secretly thinking, "You bastard Martin, you set me up here." The music signaled the end of the time, and Martin raised the Oscar again and followed the MC backstage. Upon entering, Angelina Jolie, who had been waiting at the entrance, came over and gave Martin a tight hug. "Congratulations, you finally won this award," Julie offered her. "Congratulations. My Oscar for Best Actor." Martin smiled and said, "Not bad luck." Julie walked with him forward, and seeing no one around, she said, "A very successful PR campaign. We've eliminated your only real competitor." Martin said seriously, "My role and performance were also excellent." Julie smiled, "Yes, it was excellent. I'll get Jennifer to celebrate with you tonight," Martin said. In a few days, A staff member came over to engrave the corresponding award name on Martin's statuette in the base. People kept coming backstage to take photos with him, and Martin was in high spirits, accepting everyone who came. Chapter 724, The Century Problem. At the Hilton Hotel in Beverly Hills, the Oscars night party was underway. As one of the winners, Martin was constantly being congratulated. Cheers, clinking glasses, and a chorus of chatter filled the air. Leonardo raised his glass and said, "Congratulations, Martin, on winning the Best Actor Oscar." "Cheers," Mean shouted. "Boss, congratulations." "Thank you." Martin raised his glass and sipped. "Come to my house later. Elizabeth's gone home to prepare for the celebration. I've got lots of good wine." The crowd around Martin roared in approval. Leonardo put his arm around Martin and his other arm around Nicholson, laughing heartily. "Now, we both have Best Actor Oscars." Martin laughed heartily. "Tonight was a time for celebration." Nicholson said, "A new century-old problem has arisen. The three of us have 6 Oscars." "How many does each of us have?" Martin asked. "Leo, you are best at math problems. Please give the answer." Leonardo looked at Martin. "You bastard, why do you always ask me to do math problems?" Martin laughed. "Because I am a mathematician." "Please call me Martin Goldbach," Mean reminded. "Tom Sherrack is here. The current president of the Academy must be given a certain amount of respect," and Martin and others put an end to their nonsense. Tom Sherrack came over, greeted everyone briefly, and said to Martin, "Congratulations on joining the ranks of the Oscar for Best Actor. Thank you for the Academy's recognition of me. It's easy to say a few nice words." Martin's commercial flattery was like the night wind outside at this moment, blowing. "Without the advice of many predecessors in the Academy, I would not have achieved what I have today. The Academy will always be the benchmark in the industry." Tom Sherrack liked Martin more than Leonardo next to him. "If you are interested one day, come to the executive committee and we will have a good chat," Martin said. "My honor, the people here are too noisy," and after a few brief polite words, Tom Sherrack left. His assistant came over and said, "ABC's preliminary ratings are in." Tom Sherrack asked, "How are the ratings?" The assistant replied, "The highest rated segment was the Best Actor Award ceremony, with a peak audience of 39.4 million, 1.4 million more than last year. This was good news for the Oscars, whose ratings had been declining year by year." Tom Sherrack nodded. Martin Davis's appeal and influence are already top tier. Last year's highest rated segment was also Best Actor, and Leonardo DiCaprio won. After explaining the good news, the assistant broke the bad news. The ceremony averaged 31.4 million viewers, down 1.2 million from last year. He lowered his voice. "This year's Grammys averaged more viewers than the Oscars." Tom Sherrack's face darkened. A few years ago, among the 4 major awards ceremonies, the Oscars, the Grammys, the Emmys, and the Tonys, the Oscars had always reigned supreme. This year, the Grammys had surpassed them. Tom Sherrack frowned. This news couldn't be kept secret, and those in the know quickly learned of it. Nicholson lamented, 10 years ago, who could have imagined the Oscars would be surpassed by the Grammys? He glanced at Martin and DiCaprio. During these past Oscars, you two, both with immense influence and market appeal, have lifted the curtain on the Best Actor category, boosting viewership during peak viewing hours. Otherwise, the average ratings would be even worse. DiCaprio was well aware. The films nominated for major awards have a very narrow audience. Martin agreed. Indeed, he pointed at Nicholson. Most of the films competing for awards aren't made for the public so much as for you. Nicholson didn't deny this. Today's Oscars are a classic example of the jury forcing production. Martin nodded slightly. The core composition of the Oscars, white men, largely determines what films win major awards. Naturally, producers cater to their tastes, producing films that focus on nostalgia and tributes. Harvey Weinstein, in particular, is a prime example of this. The film Martin hadn't seen during those 2 years practically nailed in nostalgia and homage. A black and white silent film, could you imagine it was the Oscar winner of the 2010s? Leonardo DiCaprio asked Martin, "If you were chairman of the executive committee, could you reverse this trend?" "No," Martin said honestly. "Unless we fire most of the jurors, but many of them are our friends and collaborators," Nicholson said. "Anyone with a discerning eye can see the crux of the matter." Discussing privately with his 2 best friends, Martin expressed no reservations. The rise of video games and other forms of entertainment has meant that movies are no longer the primary form of entertainment for teenagers. If the Academy doesn't address the needs of young people, if it doesn't urgently rejuvenate itself, it will inevitably become a niche product, rotting day by day. As he remembered, the Oscars were in a bad state now, and they would be even worse in a few years. This was because, with the decline of the older white male demographic, the Academy had chosen a more niche path. Martin had a few drinks and went to the restroom. Coming out of the door, a middle-aged man came towards him and greeted him. "Hello, Martin." Martin didn't know the other person, and nodded with his usual smile. "Hello." The middle-aged man had finally got a ticket to the Oscar night, and his intention was to promote himself. When he met Martin, he simply didn't go to the bathroom and introduced himself. "I am Denis Villeneuve, a screenwriter and director from Canada." He knew that big shots were very busy and he needed to arouse their interest as soon as possible. "I am the director of City of Fire, which was nominated for Best Foreign Language Film." Martin had not seen the movie, but he had just attended the Oscars and was impressed by the title. Martin, guessing the other party's intention, asked directly, "Denis, do you have a new film project?" Villeneuve smiled and said, "Can I spare you a few minutes?" Martin gestured to a less crowded lounge area and said, "Let's chat over there." The two of them sat down, and Villeneuve said, "A friend of mine wrote a script about drug control on the US-Mexico border. We've approached several companies, but none of them were interested. It's a good thing I met you tonight." A new director faces just as many challenges as an actor. Villeneuve received a draft of The Scorched Earth, nominated for Best Foreign Language Film, as early as 2003. He approached several producers and production companies, revising the script repeatedly at their request, only to be repeatedly rejected. He finally secured a partnership with Albatross Pictures, but the latter's resources were limited, and the financing and other challenges involved were unbelievable. Over 8 years passed before The Scorched Earth was released in Canada. Villeneuve was ambitious and no longer wanted to work with a cash-strapped Albatross Films. Martin, who owned a studio and was used to this situation, held out his hand. "Did you bring the script?" Villeneuve opened his bag, pulled out a printed manuscript, and placed his business card on it. "Here's the opening section. The rest is with a friend. If you're interested, I can let him know." Martin nodded and accepted it. "Tonight wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. After I review it, I'll give you a definitive answer, whether it's a good fit or not." Villeneuve nodded repeatedly. "Okay." Leonardo DiCaprio, Nicholson, and the others were still waiting for him. Martin went over, handed the script and business card to Bruce, checked the time, and said loudly, "Guys, let's go to my place and continue the celebration." Min said, "I'm going to empty the boss's wine cellar." Leonardo gave him a thumbs up. "You're amazing." The wine cellar at Davis Manor contained at least hundreds of bottles of fine wine. The group left the Hilton Hotel and drove to Davis Manor on the north side of Sunset Boulevard. A large number of paparazzi followed. Even if they couldn't enter the community, they would still film what happened along the way. Hollywood's top stars often lack recognition from professional awards. Leonardo DiCaprio spent over a decade transforming himself from a handsome young man into a greasy, middle-aged, obese man, resorting to clown tactics to win Best Actor. Martin Davis, however, seemingly won the award easily for his role in a sci-fi film. Reporters desperately chased Martin's news. Around 10:30 p.m., more than a dozen cars filed into the Davis estate. Elizabeth prepared for the party. Charlize Theron and the Stewart family from next door had already arrived. Kristen Stewart even brought along the Stallone's daughter. Saoirse Ronan and her mother offered their congratulations. "Congratulations, Martin." Lily took the Oscar statuette, looked at it, and handed it to Saoirse Ronan. She opened her arms and hugged Martin tightly. "You bastard actually became an Oscar winner. When we were in Atlanta, you said you wanted to come to Hollywood to be an actor, and I laughed at you." Martin felt two soft lumps pressing on his chest. He was too familiar with Lily and knew that this was the fruit of a slender branch. He patted her back gently and said deliberately, "This award is also due to you. If you hadn't laughed at me, I might not have come to Los Angeles." Lily pushed him away. "Tisk, I don't believe you." Martin only then noticed that Lily had a beautiful bow tied with shiny plastic strips in her hair, and asked, "Why did you tie such a strange decoration?" "I won't tell you." Lily winked playfully. "You'll know in a while." Elizabeth came over and said, "The guests are waiting for you." Martin took the wine glass she handed over, went into the banquet hall, and gave a toast. "Hey, guys, let's set off fireworks," Saoirse Ronan shouted to the girls who couldn't drink and took them to the yard. Soon, Sparks with tails of flame flew up the night sky of Beverly Hills in a whistling sound, blooming a sky full of colorful lights. Chapter 725 Special Reward. As the night deepened, Elizabeth Olsen opened the glass display case and placed her Oscar statuette inside. Just as she locked the door, Lily approached from behind and grabbed her. "Don't forget what you promised me." Elizabeth glanced at the ribbon tied in a bow in her hair and couldn't help but laugh. "So anxious to get yourself out? I've been waiting so long." Lily headed for the stairs. From behind, Elizabeth saw that Lily, her age, was tall, with a slim waist and hips, slender features, and a delicate face, absolutely stunning. She caught up with her and took Lily's hand. "Do you want to leave a lasting impression on Martin that he'll never forget?" This was Lily's first clue, so she nodded. "How should I do that? Hold on, wait until I call you." Elizabeth led her upstairs, whispering as they walked. They soon reached the second-floor master bedroom. Lily paused, waiting for Elizabeth to open the door. Then, stealthily approaching, her ears perked up, her eyes pressed against the slightly ajar crack. In the master bedroom, Martin came out of the shower wearing a bathrobe. Seeing Elizabeth coming in, he asked, "Hey, honey, aren't you going to give me a special reward? The surprise is ready." Elizabeth smiled sweetly and turned into the cloakroom. Martin looked over there curiously, wondering what kind of surprise it would be. Elizabeth quickly came out of the cloakroom, holding a black sleep mask in her left hand and two of his black ties in her right hand. Martin thought to himself, "Are they going to play some game?" Elizabeth walked around behind a European-style sofa and said to Martin, "Hand, hurry up." Martin turned his head and asked, "What do you want to do?" Elizabeth leaned close to his ear and whispered, "I want to take full control of the initiative. Hurry up, be obedient, and I will reward you." Martin raised his arms, placed them flat on the back of the sofa, and his hands fell on the hollow carved wood. Picking up a black tie and passing it through the hollow part of the wood, Elizabeth deftly fixed Martin's left hand to the top of the sofa, and then his right hand. Martin leaned back on the sofa to see what new tricks the little witch had prepared for the old boy today. Elizabeth picked up the black sleeping eye mask and put it on Martin. Martin's eyes were dark. Elizabeth waved at the bedroom door, asking someone to come in quickly. Lily tiptoed in. In the darkness, Martin felt a pair of unusually flexible hands, completely different from Elizabeth's. Flexible but immature. That night, Elizabeth became Lily's teacher, and Martin sadly became a tool for their teaching and experiments. Martin, who had lost his freedom, succumbed to the silver power of the carving knife. After envying her for a long time, Lily finally joined in the game of Martin and Elizabeth. The next morning, after breakfast, Lily called Elizabeth to help her move. Lily, previously relegated to the first floor by Martin, will now move to the second-floor master bedroom, sharing it with Martin and Elizabeth. The two women planned to replace the master bedroom bed with a larger one, making it more convenient for exercise and rest. The master bedroom's closet will also be vacated and converted into Lily's own. Furthermore, Lily's studio was originally in Santa Monica, the same building Martin had to buy from Ben Affleck at a bargain price to help him through his difficult times. There are many vacant rooms in the annex, and Elizabeth and Lily are discussing converting two of them into studios. Martin, of course, won't interfere with these trivial matters, leaving them to their own devices. Lily and Elizabeth were busy and briskly occupied. In the middle of the morning, Martin left Beverly Hills for the studio. The Oscars ceremony was over, but the Davis Studios' work on the awards wasn't over yet. The publicity team was still mobilizing social media and the internet to shape public opinion. Martin won the Best Actor Oscar with a fair competition. Of course, there's still a lot of work to do. He absolutely mustn't become a national laughingstock like Gwyneth Paltrow. This Hollywood charlatan and veteran princess, perhaps fueled by the hype and media hype, often makes surprising moves. For example, his own daughter underwent 2 surgeries before she was 3 years old. One was for cosmetic surgery, the other for abdominal fat reduction. He's also reportedly considering Botox for his daughter, who's not even 8 yet. Even those who grew up in Hollywood, like Elizabeth, find it shocking. Gwyneth Paltrow's ranking as the most hated Hollywood actress on numerous North American entertainment websites is a testament to her skill. Thanks to preemptive planning, Martin's comments on mainstream media and social media following the Oscars were largely positive. Vanity Fair's special Oscar issue featured Martin, holding the Best Actor statuette, on the cover, and included a commentary, "Martin Davis. A name, a passion, a miracle, At the 84th Academy Awards, he won the Best Actor award with his unparalleled talent and perseverance, writing a glorious chapter for himself. He will continue to dedicate himself to his acting career, using his talent and passion to create more profound and meaningful roles. The Hollywood Reporter, one of North America's two major entertainment newspapers, also published its opinion on the Best Actor award on its front page. Martin Davis, from the slums of Atlanta, has won the Best Actor Oscar through his outstanding talent and years of hard work. He truly deserves the honor. Each of his roles is vivid, and his performances are always powerful, allowing people to truly feel the joys, sorrows, anger and emotions of his characters. Positive reviews from mainstream entertainment media can largely mitigate criticism. There will inevitably be media outlets and commentators speaking out for others. This is inevitable for any Oscar winner. This year's Best Actor award was relatively quiet. Aside from some British media outlets who felt Gary Oldman deserved the award, mainstream North American media outlets were almost unanimous in their belief that Martin's win was well-deserved. It wasn't about his role or acting, but rather his opponent's inferiority. On the stage, Martin triumphed squarely. The prevailing sentiment online and on social media was that Martin's win was well-deserved. Look at the list of nominees and their roles. Who's better than Martin? Of the 5 Best Actor nominees, Martin is undoubtedly the best. If the other 4 had won, would you think it was fair? After checking Twitter and YouTube on the way to the office, Martin suddenly remembered the Canadian director he'd met last night and asked Bruce, "Did you bring the script and business card?" Bruce rummaged through his bag and found the script and business cards he had put away last night, and placed them on his desk. Just as Martin was about to read them, Bruce's phone vibrated. He went to the side to answer the call, and after a short while, he came over and said to Martin, "I'm going out for a while, and I probably won't be back this afternoon or evening." Martin waved his hand. "Go ahead, and get whatever gift you want from the warehouse." Bruce went downstairs and out of the company gate, where a business nanny car was parked. The car door suddenly opened, and 2 arms, one long and one short, stretched out, grabbing Bruce's clothes and dragging him into the car, as if they had suddenly stopped to kidnap him. Bruce got into the car, and the 2 sisters, Kim Kardashian and Khloe Kardashian, flanked him on the left and right. Khloe hugged his arms. "You've been very busy lately. When I asked you to go to New York, you always made up all kinds of excuses." Kim stared at him. "Why, have you found a bigger ass again?" "No, I definitely didn't find a bigger ass than yours." Bruce didn't lie at all, so he seemed particularly sincere. "Martin is vying for the Best Actor Oscar during this period, and I've been very busy." Kim and Khloe exchanged glances, both feeling that what Bruce said was true, and that he wasn't looking for a bigger butt. Martin had just won the Best Actor Oscar, and they all watched the live broadcast and reports. Bruce is Martin's manager, and he must be very busy vying for the Oscar. Kim and Khloe had wanted to attend Martin's celebration party yesterday, but they couldn't get through to Bruce, the jerk, so they simply came here to arrest him today. Kim was the eldest sister, and she said directly, "Old Bruce, ask Martin for leave this afternoon and evening. You can't go back, and you have to stay with us sisters." Bruce put his arm around one of them. "I told Martin when I came down," Khloe said to the driver. "Let's go." In the office upstairs, Martin picked up the business card with the contact information and the name Denis Villeneuve printed on it. The name looked familiar, not only having seen it at last night's Oscars. Martin recalled it and had a rough impression. He should have seen it in an entertainment report or under a movie in his previous life. He couldn't remember anything more specific at the moment. Martin picked up the printed document. There was no title on it, only, "Screenwriter, Taylor Sheridan." He also had some impression of this name, but he couldn't remember which work he had seen it in. Since he had an impression, he might be able to remember it after reading the work. Martin opened the printed script and read it carefully. It starts with an introduction. The word Sicario comes from Jerusalem fanatics. It describes those who hunt down Romans who invaded their homeland. In Mexico, Sicario means professional killer. Chandler, Arizona. A team of FBI is in action, and Captain Kate led her team to break down the door of the target house. The beginning of the script is basically modal particles, such as the words the FBI often shouts after breaking the door. During this operation, Kate's team discovered more than 40 hostages who were killed by Mexican drug dealers and hidden in the wall. The horrific scene made Kate unable to help but go out and vomit. The FBI who was checking the tool room triggered the bomb set by the drug dealers. causing injuries or deaths to many agents. Kate then joined an elite task force led by Matt Grieve, led by the Department of Homeland Security. The printed script ends here. But Martin can basically determine which movie this is. Sicario. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.